Dark Destiny. Dark Series, Book 13. By Feehan. Part 2. Chapter 11. The moment Destiny entered Mary Ann's office, she felt the shuddering vibrations of evil in the air. Horrified, she paused with one hand to her throat, her mind racing. Standing just inside the door, Destiny scanned each of the 3 small rooms that made up Mary Ann's office. Mary Ann sat calmly behind the desk, her usual serene smile of greeting in place as Destiny entered. "I was hoping you would come by this evening," Mary Ann said. Her dark eyes were soft and welcoming as she rose. "Come in, Destiny." She waved toward a large, comfortable chair. "Have a seat and talk with me." Destiny's heart was pounding as she glanced carefully around the office, looking for hidden traps. At the same time she scanned Mary Ann's mind, hoping to find evidence that all was well. Instead, she found blank spots in the woman's memory. Destiny's alarm grew. Mary Ann looked the same, sweet, gentle, compassionate. "The undead have found Mary Ann, Nicolae. One has been here in her office. Why did you not sense it through your blood bond?" There was accusation mingled with fear in her voice. More than that, she realized, wincing, there was a plea for help. "I came by because I'm becoming one of those witless women who think they can't tie their shoes without a great big He-Man to help them," Destiny announced with disgust, realizing that she was counting on Nicolae's help, when before she would never have thought to rely on anyone but herself. The green fire flashing in Destiny's eyes fascinated Mary Ann. A slow smile spread across her face. "And here I thought I was in for a boring evening. Do sit down. I have never once thought you would find yourself unable to tie your shoes without a hunk to help. Who is he? Nicolae? Has he managed to interest you after all? Don't sound happy about it." Destiny glided closer and perched on the edge of the desk, looking into Mary Ann's dark, expressive eyes. There were no shadows there, and no pinpricks or lacerations marred the smooth skin on her neck. "I feel his presence, although he has tried to hide it. He examined her, and he has given her a command." Destiny sensed that Nicolae was close by. "You don't want me to be happy when you've relieved me of a tedious evening catching up on paperwork? You don't do paperwork, do you?" Destiny permitted a small grin to escape. "Well, no. Luckily, hunting vampires doesn't require that yet." "Not even a permit? In this day and age one would think you'd need a permit and a hunting license." Destiny's laughter bubbled over, humor keeping fear at bay. Nicolae was on his way, and he had much more experience than she did. He would know what to do to protect Mary, and, actually, if word got out, it's more likely that vampires would be put on the endangered species list and we'd be forbidden to hunt them, Destiny pointed out. The door opened without even the pretense of a knock, and Nicolae sauntered in, looking so handsome it annoyed her all over again. "Speaking of devils." Nicolae leaned over and kissed the nape of Destiny's neck. "She is absolutely crazy about me," he assured Mary Ann. Destiny rolled her eyes heavenward. "She is definitely not crazy about him," she denied. "She doesn't even like him." Nicolae pressed his body suggestively against Destiny. It was the briefest of contacts, but it sent a shiver feathering along her spine. "Mary Ann, I couldn't stay away," he said, turning to the other woman. As she rose to greet him, he took her hand, bent gallantly over her fingers. "See?" Destiny's eyebrows arced. "Is he full of crap or what?" Mary Ann laughed softly. "I don't know, Destiny. I rather like his manners." She withdrew her hand and looked up at Nicolae. "What brings you here to see me besides wanting to make Destiny crazier than usual?" She went very still, put a hand defensively to her throat. "Is something wrong?" "Don't encourage him, Mary Ann. He's already puffed up beyond belief." Destiny made a face, determined to keep the worry from her friend's face. "I was wondering if you've had any visitors lately, Mary Ann," Nicolae said easily. "Destiny and I are looking into this business with John Paul and Martin." "Oh, that's good, Nicolae. I've been worried about them." Mary Ann looked confused, rubbed her temples as if they were suddenly throbbing. "Somebody was here earlier, right before you came in, Destiny. A very nice gentleman. He asked me a lot of questions and seemed very interested in our sanctuary." Destiny exchanged a long look of alarm with Nicolae. She carries no visual memory of this man. She remembers the conversation, but not his appearance. He did not seem to ask questions about you or me. Nicolae gave a barely perceptible shake of his head, warning her to remain silent as he turned the full power of his voice and gaze on Mary Ann. Had you ever met this man before? A slight frown tugged at Mary Ann's mouth, put little lines around her eyes. I don't think so, Nicolae. I can't remember, isn't that strange? But I keep notes. He must be in the notes. He wanted something. She trailed off again, looking more bewildered than ever. She has the classic signs of memory tampering. Every time she tries to picture him, she feels pain. Nicolae waved Mary Ann back to her chair, soothed her with his touch alone, trailing his fingers along the top of the desk so that she followed the hypnotic gesture. What did he want? Nicolae sounded casually interested, but there was a hidden compulsion in the velvet tones of his voice. Destiny scowled at him. She can't remember him. It hurts her to think about him. Don't push her like that. She thumped the desktop, her fingernails tapping out a rhythm of warning. Nicolae reached out and gently laid his hand over Destiny's, stilling her nervous fingers. You know this is necessary. I will protect her from pain, little one. I can just imagine you with our children. I would never dare to correct their behavior. Destiny's heart thudded. Her eyes widened in shock. No one said anything about children. She hissed the words at him. You never said a single word about children. There was panic in her voice and her eyes. Mary Ann leaned back in her chair, but neither Carpathian looked at her. Their gazes were locked on each other. That would be a natural progression, I would think. Nicolae pried Destiny's fingers from the desk and placed her palm over his heart. I am beginning to realize that you have more fear of what is natural than you have of the undead. Destiny didn't dare answer him. She didn't know how to answer him. He was in her mind, reading her every thought. He knew the idea of home and hearth and family was terrifying to her. Her eyes flashed at him, daring him to be amused. Mary Ann saved him. He was looking for someone. A woman with a special talent. He wanted me to call him if she happened to show up here. She was traced here to Seattle, but she's disappeared. Mary Ann opened a drawer and removed a business card to hand it to Nicolae. He leaned close to Destiny so she could read it with him. So she could inhale his masculine scent and feel the brush of his skin against hers. Her tongue traced her suddenly dry lower lip, and the action immediately caught his attention. Destiny lowered her gaze from his sculpted lips to the card. The Morrison Center for Psychic Research. She read the words out loud. Have you ever heard of them, Nicolae? Mary Ann. She turned the card over. They have several addresses in several cities, none here in Seattle. Why would they be following a woman into a sanctuary for battered women? Did she run away from them? Mary Ann, Nicolae said. The gentleman asked you to call this number if the woman showed up here asking for help? Mary Ann smiled with the innocence of a child, nodding her head. It was strange. Afterward, I wondered why I hadn't thought of Destiny. She doesn't fit the description, but she is talented. I thought it strange that she didn't come to my mind. The protections held, Nicolae observed with some relief. There was a certain underlying arrogance in his tone. Destiny glanced warily at him, aware on some level that there were many things Nicolae was capable of that she was not. His hand slid down her arm, a gesture of camaraderie. I am an ancient, my love, and your protector. There are many things I have learned over the centuries. I'll just bet there are. Mary Ann, tell us something about the woman this man is seeking, Nicolae prompted. Mary Ann frowned again. He gave me a photograph of her, a reprint from a computer. That's how I knew it wasn't Destiny. She rummaged through 2 drawers, confused that she couldn't remember where she had placed the picture. She found it in her notebook, pressed between 2 pages of writing. This is the woman. Do you know her? In spite of Nicolae's persuasive commands, Mary Ann handed the picture over almost reluctantly. The woman could have been anywhere from 20 to her mid-30s. She had a lush, full figure and a mass of dark hair falling in a cascade of loose ringlets. She was looking back at the camera, and there was a hunted, anxious look in the depths of her eyes. Destiny felt an instant kinship with her. She knew what it was like to be alone and hunted. Whatever the woman was running from, a violent boyfriend or husband, She now had much bigger problems with a vampire tracking her. What is her talent? Destiny asked. She can hold an object and know who has touched it and the past history associated with it. A wonderful gift, and very rare. He asked her if she knew of any other people with such a gift. Why is the vampire more interested in the talent than the woman with the talent? Destiny could feel his confusion. The vampires were not acting in expected ways at all. Marianne swept her hair from her face and smiled at them. Velda can see people's auras. Did you know that? We don't talk about it, of course, because no one would believe us, but she knows about me and I know about her. What about you, Marianne? Destiny asked curiously. What talent have you been gifted with? She smiled innocently, without any guile whatsoever, still completely under Nicolae's compulsion. There was no way to hide the radiance of her inner heart. I have a small gift, one barely discernible to most people but useful when clients need help. I know when a woman is telling the truth. Like poor Helena. I know John Paul did attack her. And I know she loves him more than anything on earth. When women come here seeking refuge, I screen them. More than once, a woman has come for the wrong reasons. And worse, there have been a few who took money to act as a spy to find another woman already in a safe house. This gentleman who came to see you, Mary, and what were his specific instructions? Nicolae asked quietly. Again she frowned slightly and rubbed her brow. I am to call him at once if she comes here. A reasonable request. He wants to help her. The research center has money and counselors, and they are very willing to hide her from anyone wishing to harm her. He says her talent is valuable, and the center will do anything it can to help her. He believes she is trying to find an underground avenue to South America. She cannot tell us anything more. I cannot see even a hint of what this vampire looks like. Pater? Could it be Pater? Destiny stared down at the face in the picture, the haunted eyes. What are we to do for her? She must be found and protected. There is no other choice. She will be found. A terrible black stone weighed heavily on Destiny's chest. Jealousy. It rose, sharp and appalling and unexpected. She fought down the unfamiliar emotion, exerted control on herself, made certain she didn't meet Nicolae's sharp gaze. I cannot leave you, Destiny. I would not leave you. Vikarnov must find and protect this woman. She must be escorted to our homeland and placed under the protection of our prince. Nicolae framed Destiny's face with his hands and bent his head to hers, kissing her thoroughly. And then he was gone, leaving her to face Marianne, who sat behind her desk, one eyebrow raised and a faint smirk on her face. She fanned herself. Well. Free of Nicolae's compulsion to speak of the stranger, she was once more completely at ease. What in the world were we talking about? The two of you were so darned hot, you fried my brain. Not the two of us, Marianne, Destiny said with disgust. He's like that. Impossible. She began to pace back and forth like a caged tiger, prowling through Marianne's office, carefully skirting the comfortable chairs for clients. She moved with elegant grace, fluid, like an animal on the hunt rather than a human. Gliding. Her feet made no noise. Her movements were a whisper in the still air of the office. Leaning her chin into her hands, elbows on the desk, Marianne watched her solemnly, mesmerized by the beauty of Destiny's movements. Are you just going to wear a hole in my carpet, or are you going to tell me what's wrong? Destiny glared at her. It's him. He's. What's wrong? She shoved a high-backed chair out of her way and made another circuit around the room. Marianne nodded her head. I see. I presume by him you mean Nicolae. Destiny whirled to face her, hands curled into tight fists. Don't you dare laugh, Marianne, and don't use that tone. I know what you're thinking. I don't need you laughing at this. It isn't funny at all. Marianne kept her features carefully blank. What exactly is it about Nicolae that is upsetting you, Destiny? Everything. Destiny threw herself into one of the offending chairs and stretched out her legs, still glaring at Marianne. You saw him. You saw the way he acts with me. Everything about him drives me crazy. There was a small silence. Marianne picked up a pen and began to trace patterns in her notebook. Could you be a little more specific? Perhaps narrow it down for me. Okay. There was challenge in Destiny's voice. He looks at me. She lifted her chin belligerently, silently daring Mary Ann to laugh. If Mary Ann's eyebrow could have risen any higher, it would have reached her hairline. Her mouth twitched, and she hastily bit the end of her pen. "Oh my, the bastard." Destiny steepled her fingers and looked pointedly at Mary Ann. "Could you try to be serious? You're supposed to be a professional. It's the way he looks at me." Mary Ann gestured with her hands. "Beautiful hands," Destiny noted. "Graceful. Perfect nails." The fingers weren't very long, but they were shapely, like Mary Ann. Destiny always found herself fascinated by Mary Ann's movements, by her innate goodness. "Please continue, Destiny. I'm certainly intrigued." "He looks all goofy at me," she elaborated reluctantly. "Like I'm beautiful. Like he thinks I'm incredibly beautiful and smart and everything he ever wanted." Mary Ann smiled at her. She leaned closer. "Is it possible that to Nicolae you are beautiful and smart and everything he wants? Why is that so threatening to you?" Swift impatience crossed her face. "I didn't say I was threatened. Did I say that? He's nuts to want me. I'm not normal." Mary Ann sat back in her chair, her gaze on Destiny's face. "Normal? What is normal, Destiny? Why should he settle for normal when he could have you? What is normal to you?" "You know normal. Not me. Not what I am." Impatiently, Destiny jumped to her feet and resumed pacing, quick, restless movements that revealed more than her short, snappy sentences. "What do you think you are?" Mary Ann persisted. "There you go again. You're using your counselor voice on me. You know very well what I am. I turn into vapor and fly on wings and run on 4 feet. Does that sound normal to you?" Mary Ann smiled, a quick gleam of humor. "Actually, Destiny, it sounds very normal when we're talking about you. Or Nicolae. Isn't he the same as you? Don't take his side. He's acting ridiculous. I'm trying to save the situation here, and the two of you and Velda and Inez have some idiotic idea of romance. Can you really picture me in the middle of a romance?" Destiny waved her hands around in a kind of fury. "It's absolutely silly. I don't do that sort of thing. I suppose it's true if you say so. You've never done that sort of thing, but that doesn't mean you can't. There's no reason not to try new experiences." Mary Ann leaned her chin into her palm and tapped her pen on the desk. "I think of you as very adventurous, Destiny. Maybe you should view Nicolae as a new page in your life." Destiny stopped pacing, kept her back to Mary Ann. "Well, he isn't a new page in my life. He's been in my life nearly as long as I can remember." She pushed a hand through her thick mass of hair, lifted the weight of it from her neck. Mary Ann noticed the slight trembling and sat up straight. "How did you meet Nicolae?" Because that was what this was about. Something in the past was causing perfectly controlled Destiny to pace like a caged animal, causing her hands to tremble and her soul to reject a wonderful partner. Destiny's shoulders hunched slightly. A small signal, but Mary Ann noted it. She watched the younger woman examine a painting on the wall. The silence stretched between them until Mary Ann was certain Destiny wouldn't respond. "He came to me when I was a child." The voice, usually so beautiful, was strangled, a choked whisper of sound. "I might have been 6. It's hard to remember. Time isn't the same for me anymore. It's endless and stretches out forever." "Is it difficult to remember because it was a painful time?" Destiny touched the painting, traced the outline of the child. "I prefer not to remember it. I closed the door on that part of my life." Mary Ann nodded. She laced her fingers and regarded Destiny over her hands. "That's a self-preservation technique that abused and traumatized children often have to employ to survive. They have compartments in their minds to safely put things away in so they can move on." Her voice was without judgment. "Do you associate Nicolae with that time in your life?" "Nicolae is." Destiny hesitated, searching for the right word. "Magic. Not real. A dream that can't possibly be true. He's like a white knight. The hero in an action film, larger than life, and only a figment of the imagination." "Destiny." Mary Ann waited until the other woman turned to look at her. What would happen if Nicolae was real and not a dream at all? Destiny lifted her hand to eye level, held it out for Mary Ann to see. They both watched it tremble uncontrollably. "He could take everything away from me. Everything I am, Everything I've worked so hard to achieve, to become. He could rip me apart, and I would turn to ashes in the sun. You're saying you're very vulnerable to him, and that frightens you. He is capable of hurting you if you let him in. I'm saying he could destroy me. I've been destroyed once, and I rebuilt my life into something. Destiny ducked her head. Nicolae had given her back her life, had made her into what she was. And now he was asking her to change all over again. I think it is natural for anyone entering into a relationship, a partnership, to be frightened of being hurt, don't you, Destiny? When we allow ourselves to love, we're always vulnerable. Everyone is, Destiny. It wasn't that long ago that you were leery of having a simple friendship, Mary Ann pointed out. Because it would bring you into a dangerous world. It did bring you into that world. Destiny sighed and took another turn around the office. I could destroy him. There it was. Out in the open. The words had slipped out before she could stop them. Maybe she'd wanted to tell Mary Ann all along. Maybe that was why she had been drawn to this place of peace. To tell the truth to someone who mattered to her. Mary Ann pushed back her chair and moved around the desk to lean her hip against the edge. That's what you want to talk about, isn't it? You're worried about Nicolae. You said you have a talent. That you can read women. What do you see in me? Destiny lifted her chin almost belligerently, her gaze steady on Mary Ann's. Mary Ann allowed her breath to escape her lungs in a rush. Seeing things is not always comfortable. You're certain you want me to tell you? Destiny shrugged with studied casualness. I could just as easily read your mind, Mary Ann. But I respect you and, unless it is for your own protection or the protection of others, I would never violate the trust between us by reading your mind without permission. I know you are tied in some way that I can't understand to Nicolae. It is beyond the boundaries of the earth. And I know you were hideously abused and you fear that staying with him will somehow cause his destruction. Nicolae is a strong man. I've never encountered anyone with his sheer power. Mary Ann tilted her head to one side, regarding Destiny carefully. Why are you so certain you're not just what Nicolae needs? I think you are. I think you're exactly what he needs. I know you're what he wants. Every time he looks at you, that longing is in his eyes. Destiny waved Mary Ann's remark aside. They had come full circle. She had already ranted about the way Nicolae looked at her. She didn't need Mary Ann to point it out to her. She knew he wanted her, that he needed her. She also knew the price might be more than either of them could afford. She swept her hair away from her eyes. There aren't just a few small problems, Mary Ann. Mary Ann watched as Destiny threw herself carelessly into a chair, her legs stretched out in front of her. I'm going to speak very plainly with you, Destiny. Please do. Destiny intended to speak plainly with Mary Ann. Women who have been raped or sexually abused as children have problems with intimacy. Those problems don't just go away. And even when you think you've beaten the past, it will suddenly be there, between you. That's a normal reaction, Destiny, and one to be expected. I do expect it. Well, the chemistry between Nicolae and me is much more explosive than I had counted on. I had no idea it could be so strong. I also realize I don't want to surrender control in any way. I'm honest enough with myself and with Nicolae to admit that. Mary Ann looked pleased. As long as you understand that, you should be fine. Nicolae seems man enough to give you the space you need when you need it. You should be able to work out that aspect of your relationship. You would think so. Destiny sighed heavily. But our attraction to one another is far more than just physical. We need to be together. We need to come together, physically as well as mentally. It's part of what we are. I can't explain it other than to say it's intense and sometimes uncomfortable. You find it uncomfortable? Destiny nodded, her small white teeth tugging at her lower lip. He takes everything in stride. I'm the mess. It's just so intense. There's no other word. When I'm with him, I feel so out of control. It's so frightening to be like that, to want someone so much you don't care about anything but being with him. Mary Ann laughed softly. Destiny, you don't know yourself at all. You obviously care a great deal about this man, or you wouldn't be so worried that you're in some way going to harm him. Do you think loving him or wanting him so intensely is going to hurt him? My blood is tainted. Destiny blurted it out, leaping to her feet to pace around the room again. Movement enabled her to avoid Mary Ann's eyes. There was a small silence. "Would you mind elaborating?" Destiny gestured rather helplessly with her hands. "The vampire converted me. His blood was tainted and he tainted my blood. Sort of like a disease." Mary Ann frowned. "Sit down, Destiny. You're making me nervous with your pacing. This is important and out of my realm of knowledge. Is the tainted blood dangerous to you?" To Nicolae. There was only acceptance and the need to understand in Mary Ann's voice. The terrible knot in Destiny's stomach relaxed. She returned to the chair. "I don't know all that much about Carpathians, but there is a darkness in the males, from what Nicolae tells me. That darkness is what allows them to turn vampire. They fight it, of course. Nicolae has been fighting for a long time." Mary Ann hitched her chair closer. "And your blood somehow makes it more difficult for him? What are you saying?" "I don't know what will happen if he takes my blood. When we make love, it's difficult, nearly impossible not to," she hesitated, searching for the right word. "Indulge. That side of our craving too. It becomes erotic. Nicolae's need is very strong. I don't think there's a cure for me. If we're together, we aren't going to be able to resist the lure of that side of our hunger." She passed a hand over her face. "I couldn't bear to be his destruction, Mary Ann. I wanted to walk away from him, but it's too late for that." Mary Ann immediately rose to wrap a comforting arm around Destiny's shoulders. "Have you discussed your fears with Nicolae?" Destiny touched Mary Ann's mind, afraid of what she must be thinking of her revelations, but Mary Ann was as centered as always. She accepted the things Destiny told her with her usual equilibrium and was struggling to understand. "We talked about it. He doesn't worry about himself, he only thinks about me." It set her teeth on edge, his total commitment to her. Destiny wasn't comfortable with devotion. Or love. People search their entire lives looking for what you have, Destiny. Don't be afraid of it. Destiny glared at Mary Ann in disgust. "You sound just like Father Mulligan. I ask him a question, and he gives me some sort of philosophical Zen answer. What kind of advice is have courage? What does that mean? Have courage to do what? Isn't a priest supposed to give spiritual advice? You know, Mary Ann, I'm beginning to think you make it up as you go along, you and Father Mulligan." Mary Ann's eyebrow shot up. "Are we supposed to have the answers?" "You don't have the answers, how would we? You can only keep moving ahead, Destiny. You keep your eyes open, and with luck you see the pitfalls before you step into them, but you embrace life and live it as best you can." "Tell me something, Mary Ann. Do you think your life has been changed, knowing there are such evil creatures in the world as vampires?" "Of course my life has changed. But am I going to live it in fear? I hope not. I hope I face each day with courage and dignity." "You do that. I wouldn't mind being like you." The shock of those words was tremendous, shaking Destiny to the very core of her existence. She found herself gaping at Mary Ann, nearly choking on her protest. Mary Ann was everything Destiny had ever wanted to be. "Are you crazy?" "I'm a mess." Mary Ann patted her arm. "That's normal, Destiny. We're all a mess in our minds. Welcome to the world of human reality." A faint smile lit Destiny's eyes. "Well, I guess we didn't solve the world's problems, but I sat in a chair and talked for the first time in years without feeling like I couldn't breathe." The moment she said the words, her smile faded. "It was you, Nicolae. You are helping me to be able to be inside this structure, conversing with her, aren't you? I've never been able to do this." There was an impression of warmth surrounding her like strong arms. Destiny leapt out of the chair as if it were a viper threatening to bite her. Her eyes darkened to a brilliant green. "That man is a total jerk. Why did I ever think I might want a relationship with him?" Her hand flew defensively to her throat. She could feel his lips brushing just there over her pulse. At once her skin throbbed and her body burned. "You aren't helping your silly courtship. I am not a baby to be aided without my consent or knowledge. I don't want your help and I don't need it. You are just angry because you did not sense my touch." There was smug male amusement in his tone. "I am merely keeping you on your toes. We have something taking place here we do not understand, and we both should be vigilant." Destiny snarled. "Nicolae is the most annoying man on the face of the earth. Why would I want a smug, arrogant, pain-in-the-butt male creature like him in my life? Answer me that, Mary Ann." I am always vigilant. Sex. Mary and answered succinctly. It's sex, Destiny. He reeks of sex. I take it he's telepathic. He's annoying, that's what he is. There is nothing sexy about you. I know you're all puffed up and smirking, but I don't think you're the least bit sexy. I had no idea you were such a little liar, Destiny. You think I'm sexy. I do think he's sexy, she admitted, wrenching open the door to Marianne's office, but I don't like him very much. Destiny, Marianne said quietly, halting her flight. Everyone needs help now and then. Destiny turned her back on Marianne, on Nicolae, and all relationships. She didn't want help, she decided as she fled the office. She would work things out her own way. And there was that little nagging question that kept popping up. She kept pushing it down, not wanting to face it, but there were all those little things that she couldn't ignore forever. Why could he find her at will when he had never taken her blood? And how was he able to be in her mind, actively aiding her, yet she felt no surge of power? No push? Why was she unable or unwilling to fight the compulsion to obey him, even when she knew it was a compulsion? How powerful are you? There was accusation in her voice rather than admiration. She slammed her mind close to him and took to the skies. It was the only place she felt absolutely free. She soared through the clouds, reveling in her ability to do so. She didn't want to know how powerful he was. She didn't want to think too much about what she had done with him. Nicolae hadn't pressured her. She couldn't even blame him. She had insisted on the words. He would never have made love to her except that she had insisted on that too. The wind rushed at her, cooled her skin, and soothed the chaos in her mind. Nicolae. He belonged to her, and she had no idea what to do with him. It was so easy for the priest to tell her to have courage. He didn't have nightmare images walking through his mind every waking minute. He didn't have scars on his body and etched into his soul. He didn't have poison in his blood that could corrupt and twist something good into evil. I am so lost. She murmured the words aloud, listened to the wind carry them away from her, wishing it could take her pain so easily. I can take away your pain. There he was again. Just as if she had summoned him. He was always with her when her world was in turmoil. The wind tore tears from her eyes as she streaked across the sky. And what must I do in return for you? There was despair in her heart when she wanted to show him joy. She wanted to be different. She wished she could go to him clean, without distress, without scars, without the terrible weight and sin of what she was. What she couldn't change. She hated feeling sorry for herself. She didn't want his pity. You exist. You love me. You are beginning to surrender yourself into my keeping. It is enough. He was calm even when he was tearing out her heart. It wasn't enough, and they both knew it. Her cry of sorrow echoed across the skies. Chapter 12. Surrender herself into his keeping. Such simple words. He said them with calm, with conviction. Destiny raced across the skies with no idea of where she was heading, only the need to fly high and fast and far. I never wanted this. She detested whining. She detested feeling sorry for herself. She really detested being afraid. She hadn't feared her battles with the undead. If she had died then, it would have ended the suffering, the agonizing problems her tainted blood caused. If she were the victor, the world would be rid of another monster. Now she feared destroying the only person who mattered. The only one who had managed to find his way into her soul. Nicolae. I want you with all my heart. With every breath in my body. He was relentless in his pursuit of her. She understood suddenly. He had always hunted her, not for the reasons she had thought, but to satisfy a terrible need and hunger, the same craving she now felt. An addiction that would never stop. She couldn't find the strength she needed to free them both of this dangerous liaison. Where are you, God? She cried the words out among the clouds as she had done so many times before. The wind carried back the answer. It caressed her skin with a loving touch and affectionately ruffled her hair. The wind surrounded her, enfolded her in the beauty of the night sky. The clouds shifted to allow her to pass through them, trailing a fine mist in her wake, dusted her skin with cool vapor so that if there were traces of tears, it was impossible to see them. Come back to me, Destiny. His voice offered comfort, offered paradise, offered everything. Why do you want me? Because I'm the light that burns so brightly you will not turn? Is that all there is between us? That and chemistry? I don't know you at all, do I? The wind murmured to her a soft, consoling lullaby. She could feel the wildness subsiding deep within her, settling back to allow her heart and lungs to work without effort. A small sound, faint and far off, caught her attention, so that without conscious thought, she changed direction, veering back toward the city. You have only to touch my mind, Destiny, to find the things you wish to know. To really love, you have to choose intimacy. You have to choose to know your life mate. You have not made that choice. I was intimate with you. She was angry that he could accuse her of holding back. It had been difficult to commit herself physically to him. How dare he even think such a thing? Intimacy is far more than physical, little one. The lights of the city twinkled like thousands of stars, drawing her back toward humanity. Back toward Nicolae. She knew he waited. That he watched. Just how powerful was he? Had he somehow directed her feelings for him? Amplified them in some way she couldn't detect? Was she already in his power? She knew the answer. She was totally captivated by him. Completely. Utterly and completely. Destiny shimmered into her human form, landing easily, lightly. She was already moving, scanning, hurrying out of the secluded alleyway onto the street. Somewhere close by was the soft, discordant note that had disturbed her flight. A child's muted crying tugging at her heartstrings. She hurried, her footsteps silent, her posture completely confident. There were only a few people on the street so late at night. She scanned as she walked, checking the various apartments for the location of the child. Most of the buildings were dark and quiet. She could hear televisions blaring in a few apartments and music playing in others. The child was broadcasting sharp waves of grief. Unerringly, Destiny turned down another side street where the apartment buildings gave way to small houses set close together. Rickety fences set a few of the properties apart, but duplexes and smaller single dwellings were built tightly against one another. Paint was chipped and peeling from the thin siding. Doors sagged, and gates were cracked and falling off their hinges. Destiny vaulted a low fence easily and made her way around to the back of one house. Cardboard boxes and bundled newspapers were piled high, mountains of them, taking up most of the space in the tiny backyard. She should walk away, leave the city, and get as far away from Nicolae as she could. But her mind was already tuning itself to his, needing to be immersed in his. Was it really the ritual words that had bound them together, or had her need of him started long ago? She had reached for him at every rising. His calm, his presence in the world had been her sanity. For years she had used him, forced him to share her pain, her damaged soul. She had sentenced him to a life in the shadows, forever seeking her. She had punished him with her silence, all the while sharing with him every aspect of the vampire's torture and abuse. I was already of the shadows, Destiny. You pulled me into the light. His voice, his beautiful voice, could take her into dreamland, could weave fairy tales and bring hope, could absolve her of all guilt. Her lashes drifted down as she paused beside the rotting back stairs. There was always so much guilt. Would it never go away and leave her in peace? The sound of the hopeless weeping dragged her out of her own despair. A child should never experience such heartbreaking emotion. Destiny could feel the vibrations of violence, the aftermath that lingered in the air. And she smelled blood. She hunkered down to peer beneath the wobbly stairs. The boy couldn't be more than 9 or 10 years old. He was so thin, his clothes were far too wide, although his bony wrists and ankles were showing. He wore no socks and had holes in his shoes. Tears made muddy tracks in the dirt on his face. He rubbed his face continually with his knuckles, but he couldn't stop the sobs that shook his young body. There were smears of fresh blood on his clothing, but she could see no open wounds. "Hi there," she said, using her gentlest voice, afraid of startling him. She had learned those soft, silvery tones from Nicolae. It always came back to Nicolae. "Is there room under there for me?" There was compulsion in her voice, a small push to make it easier for the boy to accept her presence. He looked frightened, his eyes widening with shock, but he obligingly moved over to allow her enough space to squeeze beneath the stairs. Destiny sat tailor fashion, her body heat helping to warm the child. "Bad night?" The boy nodded mutely. Destiny could see the scars on the backs of his hands and arms. Defensive scars. She recognized them for what they were. My name is Destiny. What's yours? She held out her arms, palms down so that he could see the slash marks on her arms. The same defensive wounds. We match. He bent close in the darkness to examine her scars. You have more. But they've faded, she pointed out judiciously. And they don't hurt anymore. At least not on the outside. What about yours? Mine don't hurt either. His gaze locked with hers. Well, maybe a little on the outside. I'm Sam. A lot on the inside, right, Sam? She brushed the pad of her thumb over the worst of the scars, leaving behind a soothing balm. Tell me. This didn't happen tonight. Tell me what's wrong. He shook his head, the code of the streets keeping him silent for a moment, but it was impossible to resist the lure of her voice. His lower lip trembled, but he squared his thin shoulders. I didn't wash the dishes. I knew he'd be mad at her if I didn't wash the dishes, but Tommy wanted me to play basketball. All the kids were playing, and I thought I'd only play for a couple of minutes. His lashes were wet and spiky from his tears, and the weight in his chest was like a stone in hers. Destiny already knew. The horror was seeping through the rickety floorboards and pervading the air beneath the stairs. Nicolae. She reached out to him as she always did, as she had done for years. And he was there, in her mind, as he had always been, surrounding her with warmth, giving her courage, holding her in strong arms and giving her a refuge, a shelter when the pain of the world was too much to bear alone. I'll bring him to Father Mulligan, but the police will have to be brought to this place of death. She knew Nicolae would hear the sorrow in her voice. He would feel it in her heart. And he would share it with her and shoulder part of her burden. It was my fault. The thin shoulder shook, and the boy covered his face with his hands. She came home from work, and she was tired. I heard her call to me to hurry, and I ran, but I was down the block, and it was too late. I saw him go in. I knew what he was going to do to her. He was always so angry. He wanted money for his drugs, and he took it out of her purse. She was crying because we needed it for food. That's when he saw the dishes. Sam, you don't need to be in this place. I'm going to take you to a friend of mine, Destiny said gently. Sam shook his head. I can't leave her. He was so mad about the dishes. He kept hitting her and throwing plates on the floor. I tried to stop him, but he pushed me and she threw the coffee pot at him and told him not to touch me or she would call the police and have him arrested. That's when he picked up the knife. She drew him to her, rocking him gently, letting him talk. If I had washed the dishes, the knife wouldn't have been on the sink. It would have been in the drawer. He wouldn't have picked it up. I should have just done the dishes instead of playing basketball. It wasn't your fault, Sam. He was ill, and he is responsible for hurting your mother, not you. Never you. We all put off chores. Everyone does. Procrastination does not cause one human being to murder another. He did it, not you. Your mother would never want you to think that. Come with me. Let me take you to Father Mulligan. He'll make certain you're all right. The police will come, and they'll take care of your mother. They'll lock me up. He said the police would lock me up because I don't have anyone else. Father Mulligan won't let anything bad happen to you. And police don't lock up children who have lost their parents, Sam. They help them. They find them a home with people who care about them. Come with me now. She wanted to get him away from the house, away from the man who might return at any time. Sam didn't need to see more violence. He didn't need to feel responsible for things adults did to one another. She drew the boy out from under the sagging stairway and urged him quickly away from the house. She felt the first stirrings of apprehension as they hurried along the narrow pathway by the side of the house. The boy stopped abruptly as they gained the front yard. She felt the tremor that ran through his thin body, and she turned her head to see the man half sitting against a column on the front porch. Her fingers tightened on the boy's shoulder, and she raised a hand to her lips to indicate the need for silence. It wasn't difficult to take control of the child's mind, shielding him from further fear. The man was obviously in a stupor, his head lolling back, his mouth wide open, his arms and clothes splattered with blood. A low hiss of anger escaped her as she silently watched the man twitch and jerk, his fingers clenching into tight fists, then opening again. She was so focused on the murderer, she failed to notice the mist streaming into the yard, or feel the surge of power as Nicolae shimmered into solid form. "Take the child and leave this place, Destiny," Nicolae said grimly. His palm caressed the back of her head with the briefest of touches, but it provided a comfort she didn't expect. Destiny pulled the child closer to her. "This should never have happened. A child should never have to live this way, Nicolae. He thinks he's to blame." Her enormous eyes were begging him to do something. Held confidence that he would. His heart turned over. Nicolae wanted to drag her into his arms, to point out that when she was a child, she thought herself to blame for things she had no control over, but he knew she had to come to that knowledge on her own. The realization had to be more than intellectual. It had to be in her heart, her soul, right where the scars were. "Take him away from here. Father Mulligan is expecting you, and the police are on their way. They will not find me in this place." His voice was very gentle. Destiny met his gaze. Some of the tension eased out of her. "Thank you, Nicolae. I'm grateful that you're here." She reached out and touched his arm. A mere brush to answer his, but her heart was swelling with joy as she turned away. She couldn't help the way she felt every time she looked at him. There was pride and confidence and chemistry and a curious melting deep inside her. A part of her might always fight to avoid admitting how deeply he had entwined himself around her heart, but she could admit to herself he was a large part of what was good in her life. Destiny lifted the boy into her arms. The child circled her neck trustingly, leaned into her for shelter. The childish gesture of trust disarmed her. She tightened her arms protectively and took to the skies. She wanted to give this boy something to counteract the terrible memory of his mother's death. Placing him in a dreamlike state, she flew through the sky, drifting through clouds and allowing the joy of flying to fill the boy's mind and heart. He would always carry the dream with him, always have a sense of soaring free through the night sky. Destiny had little else to give him, and it bothered her. She wanted to be able to free him of the weight of guilt, to somehow make him understand that he was a victim, a survivor, that his life could be rebuilt. As she took him around the small church's steeple, she wondered how her life had gotten to this point. It wasn't long ago that she had lived a solitary existence, yet now her life was intertwined with so many people. Father Mulligan was waiting for her in his garden. He smiled a gentle greeting as Destiny released the boy from the shield. There was a soothing quality to the priest that even the distraught boy couldn't fail to notice. "This is Sam. Sam, my friend Father Mulligan." She hunkered down to the boy's level. His fingers were digging into her arm, clutching at her for protection. The boy made a strangled sound as the priest turned his attention on him. He stepped closer to Destiny and her heart turned over. Nicolae explained. She asked Father Mulligan. The priest nodded. "Sam, you'll be safe here. A friend of Destiny's has spoken with the social service worker, and she has agreed to allow you to stay in the rectory with the other priests and me for the time being. There is a priest here that you will find very easy to talk with. He's waiting for you now. There are also 2 police officers who need to speak with you about what happened. Just tell them the truth. I will be with you if you like while you explain what happened." Sam squared his thin shoulders and nodded, but his gaze was pleading as he looked at Destiny. She smiled encouragingly at him. "Father Mulligan is a priest, Sam. He doesn't lie and he's greatly respected. He'll make certain you are well cared for." "What if Jerome finds me?" Sam asked anxiously. "Is Jerome your father?" Father Mulligan inquired. Sam shook his head adamantly. "He moved in with us a couple of years ago. I don't have a father. It's just me and my mom." Destiny felt shaken. She had had a mother and a father. She remembered her mother's face, her smile, her scent. She remembered her father tossing her high into the air so that she squealed and laughed and begged him for more. The memory was vivid and tore at the carefully built locks on the doors in her mind. "Why is this happening? I put all this away." She turned to Nicolae, the one person she believed in. "How could you not identify with this child? He had a decent life with his mother until a monster found them. It matters little that the monster was human. The monster found them, and the child could do nothing to change the outcome. He blames himself for something he had no control over. You look at him, and you see yourself. It was only the complete calm in his voice that steadied her. There was far too much truth in Nicolae's observations. You'll be okay, Sam. Father Mulligan will look after you, and I'll come often to see how you're doing. Please do talk with the priest Father Mulligan has waiting for you, and tell the police officers exactly what happened. She couldn't help giving him another little boost to help him accept the priest's aid. Sam lifted his chin bravely. Destiny ruffled his hair. I will come back, Sam, I promise. Tonight, there are some things I must do. I want you to get some sleep after you talk with the police. She wanted to turn back time and save Sam the years of fighting for his life and sanity in a world that a monster had turned upside down. I'll come back, she whispered again. I'll take good care of him, Father Mulligan assured her. There's no need to worry, my dear. Destiny nodded, biting her lip as she turned away. She could feel Sam watching her as she walked away, so she smiled at him over her shoulder and lifted her hand. She felt her mind tuning itself to Nicolae as it seemed to do every few minutes. Her need to know that he was alive and well was a further annoyance to her. She valued her independence highly, and it didn't sit well that she had to continually reach for him. She chose to walk down the street, needing the normalcy of human life. The time it took to walk would help her gather her thoughts. She had promised Velda and Inez and Helena she would help John Paul. She needed to investigate further. It was difficult to force her thoughts away from Sam. She hadn't really thought that there were human monsters in the world. She had focused so completely on vampires, she hadn't given a thought to other kinds of threats. Deep in thought, she barely registered the change in the wind as it shifted direction, blowing away from her, stirring dirt in the street. A streetlight blinked, faltered, and abruptly went out in a shower of sparks. She lifted her head alertly, looking around her warily. John Paul was just entering the tavern, his head down and his feet shuffling along the walkway, his body posture betraying his despondency. Farther down the street, a second streetlight shattered as if hit by a rock, raining glass on the ground. John Paul hesitated as he went to pull open the bar door, looking up at the streetlight with a small frown. He glanced down the street at the other shattered light on the corner near Destiny. John Paul allowed the door to close as he shuffled along the street toward Destiny. He was looking not at her but at the shattered glass. He seemed drawn to the pieces of the large lamp. Destiny observed him, the way he seemed drawn to the glittering pieces. His expression was blank, his eyes slightly glazed. He stood over the glass, his great shoulders shaking, his chest heaving with every breath as if he'd run a race. His ham-like hands were opening and closing into tight fists. She searched the skies. The skies were darkening as gray threads spun wildly to spawn larger, more ominous clouds. Small dust devils spun in the street, dissipating as cars roared by. A fog bank began to seep onto the street, hovering a foot above the ground. First streamers, just tails of vapor that thickened quickly into a murky soup. John Paul continued to stare down at the glass, his gaze narrowing as he studied the sharp pieces scattered on the sidewalk as if they held some deep fascination for him. Destiny glided closer, scanning while she kept a wary eye on the hulk of a man. Something wasn't right, but she couldn't detect a surge of power. The storm had come in a little too fast to be a legitimate weather front. There was no movement in the whirling, darkening clouds. The blanket of stars disappeared beneath the storm. Black clouds moved across the moon to completely obliterate it, a lacy black shawl wrapping the orb in a thin dark fringe. John Paul, Destiny said softly. She didn't want him exposed out on the street. He made far too big a target. John Paul whirled around, silent and deadly, impossibly fast for a man of his size. Her shocked astonishment held her motionless for the few seconds it took him to attack her. It felt like the hit of a charging rhino, his body slamming into hers with terrific force, driving her to the ground. As she hit the sidewalk, the air rushed out of her lungs. A part of her wanted to laugh as his body landed on top of her, slamming her body into the sidewalk. Destiny fought vampires, creatures of immense power and strength. It was ludicrous to think a human had managed to knock her off her feet. The fog was swirling heavily around the two of them, as if it had suddenly been given life. The vapor streamed over and around them like jungle vines. John Paul sat on her stomach, his giant hands around her throat, his face a grim mask as he began to squeeze. His fingers dug into her windpipe, cutting off her air, crushing her throat. Destiny hit him hard, her palms flat, carefully positioned high on his shoulders to keep from injuring him even as her enormous strength sent him flying backward. "Get off, you oaf. Sheesh, you weigh a ton." She leapt to her feet, landing lightly, hands up, her eyes glittering with warning. "Back off, John Paul. Do you even know what you're doing?" John Paul had landed on his backside. He sat on the sidewalk, stunned, shaking his head to clear it. Destiny watched him carefully, aware he was not in his right mind. She could only read the need for violence in him, violence aimed at her. She wasn't certain she had been the original target, but he seemed a puppet doing someone else's bidding. There were no blank spots in his mind to indicate a vampire, but she didn't believe John Paul was aware of what he was doing. A wisp of fog swirled around her neck, tugged at her ankles, bit deep like tiny teeth. She felt a fiery pain lancing unexpectedly through her leg. She looked down and saw tiny drops of ruby-red blood. The air left her lungs in a rush of shock as she attempted to dissolve into mist, but the vapor held her fast. She was locked in the mysterious circles as surely as if they were shackles. Her heart broke into a thudding rhythm, but she blocked out the pain and fear, concentrating on her imprisoned ankle where the white tails of vapor were solidifying into tiny wires with serrated edges, digging deeper and deeper into her flesh. Her ankle and foot contorted, thinned so that the coils slipped off. She looked up just as John Paul attacked again, slamming her to the ground with the force of a human freight train. Destiny didn't give him much thought other than as a nuisance. She could handle John Paul, but her unseen enemy was another matter. The fog was alive with tendrils, little worm-like creatures rushing toward her, alive with teeth and seething with hatred. Again she tried dissolving, but the holding spell she was caught in could not be broken. The worms ignored John Paul, rushing at her with ravenous appetites for her blood. As if her blood drew them to her. The answer hit her hard. Her tainted blood was once again betraying her. Worse, they reminded her of the microscopic creatures she occasionally caught glimpses of in her own blood. They sickened her. She hissed her defiance at her enemies, hastily throwing up a barrier between her body and the wriggling worms. Some had already gotten through, biting at her arms and legs viciously. John Paul swung his hammer-like fist at her face. Before he could connect, he was jerked backward, his huge body tossed through the air as if he weighed no more than a child. Nicolae's grim features stared down at her. "You look as if you could use some help." He pulled her to her feet, ignoring the worms slithering around her. "Don't flatter yourself, hotshot," she snapped, yanking one of the creatures and hurling it off of her. She kicked another as it tried to crawl up her leg. "I am perfectly capable of handling these things." I can see that," he said, one eyebrow arcing as he lifted his hand toward the sky. At once the dark clouds swirling overhead lit up with veins of white-hot lightning. "A little out of sorts this evening? You'd be cranky too with these things sinking their teeth into you." The truth was, the ugly creatures turned her stomach. Shuddering, she pulled viciously at two more, hurling them away. The fog was flowing around the barrier she had erected, the worms erupting into a frenzy as they tried to get to her. "They're disgusting." The white worms boiled up out of the fog, writhing ferociously, smashing into the invisible wall, their teeth tearing at it. "Women." Casually Nicolae lifted his arm to direct the whips of lightning to the fog. Black ashes burst from the spinning vapor and a foul odor permeated the air. Destiny plugged her nose against the stench. Nicolae could barely look at her. She was seething with anger, justifiably so, after such an attack. She hadn't called him to her. His heart was still trying to recover. The sight of her, covered in tiny pinpoints of blood, sickened him. He could feel the demon in him roaring for release, fighting for supremacy, needing to protect her, needing to destroy anything that dared to jeopardize her safety. He kept his face carefully turned from hers, knowing his eyes would betray his inner struggle. She was his life mate, and more than any other thing, her health, happiness, and protection mattered to him. Yet securing her happiness and protecting her seemed to be dramatically opposed to each other. Destiny scanned the area, searching for her enemy. Coward, she spat into the wind. A woman defeats you and you hide. There is no greatness in you. Slink away. Be gone. You are not worth the time to hunt you down. She waved her hand, a gesture of disgust, of disparagement, pure scorn in her voice and manner. She sent the wind out over the city, into every hole and every cemetery, into any place the undead might choose to call his lair. Nicolae reacted immediately, stilling the wind, calming the fog, his glittering gaze capturing hers, allowing her to see the fierce flames burning there. The depth of his displeasure. Enough. You will not challenge this vampire. You will not, Destiny. Her chin lifted belligerently. I'm a hunter. That's what I do. I find them any way I can, and I destroy them. You taught me that, Nicolae. She was bleeding from countless bite wounds, tiny gashes and gouges from razor-sharp teeth. There were lines of strain around her mouth. Her eyes were more wary than angry. She tilted her head to one side so that her long, thick braid fell over one shoulder as she studied his set jaw. He looked intimidating, ruthless, and she was right in thinking him far more powerful than he had ever shown her before. A trembling started somewhere deep inside her. Even her mouth went dry. She feared him more than the vampire she hunted. Nicolae could hurt her so easily. Destroy her with the wrong word. Do not. He spoke harshly, his voice, always so unfailingly gentle, was completely different now. I will not hear your meager excuses. You were heedless of the danger. If you hunt the undead, you must not do so with half your attention. I did not teach you to be careless or scattered. And I did not teach you to be foolish. You have skills and you have a brain. I counted on you to use both. Her fingers curled into fists at the reprimand. Color stained her cheeks. I would have handled it. I didn't ask for your help and I didn't need it. You sound like a defiant child. You're a grown woman, a hunter of skill. He turned away from her, striding over to John Paul, his quick, fluid movements betraying the anger still seething deep within him. He glanced at her, his features set and harsh. You should have called me to you immediately. You know you should have. You were being childish, angry because the lifemate you thought your equal in strength turned out to be more than you bargained for. That is no reason to place our lives in danger. Nicolae reached down and caught John Paul by the back of his shirt, jerking him to his feet and waving a hand almost carelessly to still any protest. Destiny stood in the street, watching warily. I didn't think it necessary, Nicolae. I'm telling you that in my judgment, it wasn't necessary. The full force of his glittering gaze hit her as he turned back to face her. Are you so foolish as to think those creatures were the actual attack on you? Why would a vampire waste his energy? The disgust in his voice brought tears burning behind her eyes. Of course I didn't believe that. I knew he was trying to weaken me. He used a holding spell to keep me there. He would have shown himself if you hadn't arrived. He had always respected her abilities. His words had hurt more than the teeth biting into her flesh. He poisoned you, Destiny. He spat the words out. The wind rushed down the street in a gust of rage. You let him poison you. Her heart stuttered. My blood's already tainted, Nicolae. It doesn't matter what he does to my blood. There was a strange mumbling in her ears. Words she couldn't catch, but the voice was tearing at her insides like sharp talons. Nicolae yanked John Paul around, looked deep into his mind, into his memories, shook him in sheer frustration. He has no memory of what led up to this. We have no time for this. Go home, man, and sleep this off. I will attend to you later. Much later. His mind was consumed with the immediate problem. John Paul looked at neither of them, but obediently shuffled away, toward his home, looking neither right nor left, uninterested in the world around him. Nicolae scanned the area carefully. The clouds overhead spun in thick threads of black, but there was no wind. He moved, gliding with incredible speed, his fingers settling around Destiny's arm. We need to go now. I don't want the vampire to hurt someone here, not even John Paul, because he's angry he missed me. Destiny tried not to sound as if she were pleading. The buzzing in her head was getting worse, a million bees stinging her from the inside out. It took a great effort to keep from covering her ears or tearing at her head to remove the voice. The long fingers tightened around her arm like a vice. Destiny, the vampire has not missed you yet. His poison is in your bloodstream, destroying your cells while we waste time talking. We must seek shelter, a place we can defend. The urgency in his voice told her, even more than the raucous sound in her head, that they had to hurry. Taking the image of an owl from his mind, she immediately began to shift her shape. Only it didn't work. Her form shimmered, but nothing happened. Get out of here, Nicolae. She shoved him hard with the flat of her hand. He's using me as bait to trap you. Get away from me. Nicolae swore in the ancient language. What happens to you happens to me. We stay together. She shoved him again, this time hard enough to rock him. That's what he wants. I'm weighing you down, a stone around your neck. Get out of here. If you care about me at all, leave me here. The worm stings were getting worse, not only in her head now, but spreading through her body until she thought she might go mad. She couldn't tone it down or control the pain at all. More than the madness, more than the pain, her one thought was his protection. She knew she was right. The vampire had realized that Nicolae was his most powerful enemy. Though she had failed to detect Nicolae's power, the undead had sensed it. The vampire recognized an ancient and knew that if he were to succeed in his plans, it was important to destroy Nicolae. Nicolae ignored her protests, simply blocked out the sound of the tears in her voice. He couldn't afford to feel emotion. He swept her up in his arms and took to the skies. She went still, knowing better than to fight him, sensing his utter resolve. He would force compliance from her, and both of them knew that if he did such a thing, she would be unable to view it as anything other than a complete violation. She slipped her arms around his neck and concentrated on their back trail, trying to focus despite the strident voice shrieking in her head and the fiery stings in her body. She would not leave the entire fight to Nicolae, no matter how difficult it was to concentrate. Her pain was excruciating. Nicolae could feel it coming from her in waves. He shared her mind and heard the hideous voice of the vampire. Her heart was beating far too fast, galloping with the effort to overcome the strain of the poison and the stinging army attacking her from the inside. She was fighting to stay focused, to weave holding spells and throw up flimsy battlements to delay the vampire following them. To give Nicolae more time. Nicolae buried his face for one moment in her throat, inhaling her scent, whispering softly to her. Without warning, the world darkened around Destiny so that only small pinpoints of light burst behind her eyelids. Then all light faded, all sensation. The voice in her head ended abruptly, and the world dropped away. Chapter 13. How much time do you have? It was Vikarnov, calm as always. He was far off, but moving rapidly toward his brother. Her blood calls to the undead like a bright beacon. You will not be able to hide her from them. I have no intention of hiding. Nicolae sounded grim, supremely confident, merciless. He sounded exactly like the brother Vikarnov had known for centuries. His power filled the skies, bursting into bolts of lightning, zigzagging whips attacking in every direction. Nicolae was taking the offensive. The skies opened up and torrents of rain pounded the earth. Let them come for us. In the distance, Nicolae heard the echo of a cry of hatred, of rage. A second and a third cry followed as his weapons found targets. The skies lit up with fire and thunder shook the earth. The ground heaved, buckled, and rolled. Below, in a small lake, a huge wave crested high, racing across the surface in foaming madness. Stars seemed to explode around him, an answering war call from the vampire. Nicolae swept one hand across the sky, stirring the wind to a furious assault on the white-hot bursts of light, blowing them away from the woman in his arms. He raced straight for the mountains, away from humans, where others might be caught in the coming battle. Deliberately, he took her far from their chamber of pools, not wanting the vampire to find their resting place. Deep underground he flew, where a series of caves opened into the earth. Steam rose through vents and the smell of sulfur was strong, But the minerals in the soil were exactly what he was looking for. He built safeguards in haste, mere stalling tactics to give him the time he needed to drive the poison from Destiny's body. The tiny bite marks were already festering, dark, evil stains, the mark of the beast. Nicolae took Destiny deep beneath the earth to one of the smallest caves, a chamber where the walls were close and there was barely room for their bodies. It was not a place for battle, but far more defensible than one of the larger caves. He waved his hand to open the rich earth, settling Destiny's body into the cool soil. She was hot to the touch, and blisters were forming on her skin. She has little time. It is a fast-acting poison and one I have not yet seen. They are almost upon us. Nicolae was not disturbed by the gathering vampires. He felt the weight of their anger and determination. They thought him trapped in the mountains, unable to move with a woman to watch over, but they did not yet know his destiny. Nor did they realize Vikarnov was streaking across the skies, determined to join the battle. Using saliva and the rich soil, Nicolae hastily packed each laceration. The tiny, razor-sharp teeth had bitten deep to find Destiny's veins and inject poison into their victim. He worked swiftly but methodically, not taking a chance on missing anything. The vampire who had orchestrated the attack had been clever and quick, using the cover of the fog and waiting for the moment when Destiny's inattention made her vulnerable. At no time had the vampire exposed himself to danger or injury. It was a smart move, and Nicolae acknowledged the enemy was a dangerous adversary. It was the poison moving through Destiny's body that alarmed him the most. "Wake, my love. Wake with the knowledge of our coming battle." Destiny obeyed his command with a gasp of pain. Her gaze, darkened with suffering, met his. "They seek you, Nicolae. They come for you." He waved the information away casually. "Let them come. They have underestimated you. They will come to their own doom. I must drive the poison from your body as quickly as possible, and I will need all of your strength and aid." She nodded, trust shimmering in the depths of her eyes. "Tell me what to do, and I'll follow your lead." Nicolae forced his mind away from the absolute trust in her gaze, in her words, and how much it meant to him. How much she meant to him. He slowed his heartbeat to a strong, steady beat designed to hinder the swiftness of the poison. He had sent her to sleep for the same reason. He took her hand and placed it over his heart. "Like this, Destiny. Keep your heart rate exactly the same." His thumb caressed the back of her hand while his heart beat directly into her palm. She became aware of the rapid pounding of her heart. It filled the chamber with the sound of thunder, a powerful drum that beat a rhythm of death. At once she slowed the beat, taking control of her body, following the slower, much steadier beat of his. She felt sluggish and drained, tired beyond belief as her heart slowed down. "You will be shocked when we are inside. Do not panic, and do not fear for me. I have dealt with poison many times. Concentrate on what must be done. Fear is our biggest enemy." Destiny nodded her understanding. "I won't let you down." She was very aware of the danger they were in. She was in Nicolae's mind, even felt the presence of Vikarnov. He didn't bother to shield his presence from her any longer. She knew he was racing to their aid. Nicolae allowed his body to drop away, become light and energy so that he could enter Destiny's body to survey the damage. He spent precious minutes studying the chemical compound used to poison his live mate. It was replicating itself quickly and mutating as it spread through her body. The mutant form seemed to sense him, an army of hostile intent, ready to attack his light. "Pull out." Destiny didn't wait to see if he listened to the order. She struck with every bit of strength she had, driving him from her body, using their blood bond to draw him with her. The move was so strong, so unexpected, it caught Nicolae unawares. He found himself back in his own body blinking at her. "If I had a sense of humor, I would be laughing right now." Vikarnov sounded the same as always. Calm, undisturbed by the fact that they were being stalked by an unknown number of vampires, and a bloody battle would soon take place. Nicolae sighed. "You should not have done that, Destiny," he reprimanded. "The poison must be driven from your body. We have no other choice. We have no time for arguing." "No, we don't," she agreed. Beads of sweat dotted her skin. Some were pink, the first traces of blood. You will have to delay them. Defend us while I do this myself. The poison was designed to attack the healer. Both of us cannot be infected. She laid her hand on his arm. You know I'm right, Nicolae. She does actually make sense once in a while. I heard that, Destiny said. Nicolae, we don't have time to argue about this. Even your brother agrees I'm right, and you know he's totally living in the dark ages when it comes to women. Nicolae swore eloquently in the ancient native tongue. He included Vikarnov in his litany just for good measure. The poison was a virulent strain. He bent his head to rest his brow against hers. Being your life mate is not the easiest on a man's ego. Her hand cupped his cheek, her thumb feathering a caress over his lips. The hounds are at the front door. His mouth skimmed hers. You be careful, Destiny. Do this right. You do not have much time. I will need you on your feet and ready to go. They must be kept from this chamber if possible. I will meet them above. Go. She squeezed his fingers, let her hand fall away. Nicolae was already dissolving, streaming away from her and up the chimney to burst into the night sky. He would go out to meet their enemies. His lifemate's blood was a bright beacon summoning the undead straight to their location. It was his job to keep them away from her until she was able to move and hunt on her own. Destiny wasted no time, and he could detect no fear in her as once more she allowed her body to slip away. She became light and energy, marshalling her waning strength to fight the army of invading microbes in her bloodstream. Nicolae remained a shadow in her mind, ready to give her strength should there be need, ready to aid her in any way. He climbed high, taking stock of his surroundings. He hoped the vampires would be careless in their attack, certain he was too busy with Destiny to go on the offense. This had been a carefully prepared battle, and Nicolae was certain Pater was behind it. Pater was determined to bring the vampires together, uniting them against the hunters. It might work if they can keep from killing one another, Nicolae observed. Vikarnov thought it over. I did not believe there was a vampire powerful enough, not even an ancient, to accomplish such a thing as uniting vampires to a common purpose, but our enemy seems to have managed such a thing here. It has been done before, but not with ancients. Always there has been one who is power, the rest only sacrificial pawns. This bodes ill for our people. Nicolae hid his being in the tiniest of molecules, spread out across the sky in the roiling clouds. Vikarnov was in his mind, and deeply merged with Destiny also, waiting to lend his strength when there was need. Destiny was unaware of either of them. She concentrated entirely on her own war, trusting Nicolae to fend off the undead until she could join him. She recognized she had lost too much blood through the many bites on her skin. The compound in her body was wreaking mass destruction, mutating her cells at a rapid rate. She noted the wiggling parasites that were always present in her bloodstream, familiar to her, but somehow abhorrent. Even they tried to hide from the attacking poison. She searched quickly through her bloodstream, found natural antibodies, and began replicating them, hastily throwing her own army at the microbes to slow down their reproduction and give herself more time to come up with something to destroy them permanently. She glimpsed a bubble, nearly hidden behind the swarming cells. It was reddish-black, a large clot rolling in the wake of the microbes. She could fight the mutant cells, programmed to attack the surge of energy she radiated, but she had the feeling the real demon was that unknown mass. She ignored the lesions forming on her organs everywhere the poison touched. She ignored her tainted blood, burning and scalding so that the walls of her veins seemed thin and weak, ready to burst. In places they bulged alarmingly, just as some of her organs did. What weapons did she have to fight such a thing? Energy. Light. She stopped wasting her time creating antibodies that merely slowed the army of mutants. She waited, watched the surging swarm of cells bent on enveloping the essence of her life. Destiny held her position, aware of time slowing down. She felt no one near her, heard nothing, not even the beating of her own heart. Her entire focus was on that mass of malignant cells. She waited, gathering her energy until it was white-hot, a pinpoint laser, zeroing in on the deadly microbes. She allowed her power free rein, and it became a concentrated lethal pulse of energy, so great she knew it wasn't all her own. She couldn't let the knowledge distract her. She was watching the cells shrivel and die, watching as the thing behind them appeared clearly for the first time. It was only about the size of a walnut, lodged in her stomach. Her heart stuttered. She couldn't use fire or heat with this. It was some kind of explosive chemical waiting for a detonator. The chemicals had been attached to the first compound injected into her body through the teeth as they bit into her flesh. When the cells mutated to the second generation, the chemicals had rushed through her body from every direction to bond together as they were meant to do. She had been made into a living bomb, aimed and directed straight at Nicolae should he attempt to heal her. Destiny inhaled sharply, knowing Nicolae was with her now, seeing what she was seeing, fearing as she was fearing. Do what you have to do, Nicolae. I will find the answer to this. Nicolae felt his heart stutter. You must hurry, Destiny. The malignant cells are damaging your body. You need a healer. He sent calm reassurance and total belief in her, even though deep in his heart he raged against having to fight the enemy when he wanted to rush to her side. The skies lit up with fireballs, missiles of spinning orange flames that sought him out in the darkness. As they whistled through the air, hot threads spun off and lashed at the space around him, seeking a target. Calmly, Nicolae swept the fierce wind in front of him, hurtling the lances back toward his enemy, announcing his presence. Come to me, all of you seeking the justice of our people. I will help you depart for the next world as you should have done long ago. Come to me now. I grow weary of your tantrums. Cries of hatred and rage echoed across the sky in answer. Nicolae was already on the move, knowing the vampires would attempt to pinpoint his location by the direction of the terrible wind. He heard a high-pitched chatter, and then the air to his left, where he had just been, erupted with an army of bats. Large creatures much like vampire bats, these were minions of the undead with long fangs, seeking his blood. They flew at him, so many the skies were filled with their furry bodies. All the while, the squeaks and chatter continued as they transmitted his presence to their master. Nicolae blasted the area with lightning, supercharging the air so that whips danced and zigzagged, shedding radiant sparks as they sought their targets. As the creatures were incinerated, they gave off a foul-smelling odor that stung Nicolae's eyes and burned his throat and nose. The night sky, black with ominous roiling clouds, was lit up by the phenomenal lightning display. Thunder followed, a clap that shook the earth below but also carried a hidden attack, bouncing sound waves as strong as any earthquake through the sky to shake loose the undead. Harsh screeches hurt his ears as one of the vampires tumbled from above, shimmering a grayish opaque as the hideous form materialized from the mist, caught itself in midair and quickly streaked behind the clouds, fearful of attack. As the vampire threw spears of pure sizzling electricity toward Nicolae, Vikarnov emerged into the open. Nicolae slammed into his brother hard, driving him out of range of a white-hot lance. It skimmed his own shoulder, burning through muscle and tissue as it whistled by him. You are getting too old for this. The reflexes are going, Nicolae taunted his brother even as he circled around to get behind the vampire. Just checking to make sure you were in this battle and not with your woman. Nicolae grunted as he blasted through the thin cloud straight at the vampire. Immediately the sky erupted from three sides with monstrous lizard creatures, much like the ones in the cave where he had first faced Pater. Clearly the ancient vampire had orchestrated this battle as well. The hideous creatures attacked even as the vampire shifted to the same shape, reaching for him with enormous, wicked claws, its huge head swinging toward him. Fetid breath smelling of rotted flesh was hot in his face, but Nicolae drove forward, slipping away from the claws by a hair's breadth. He put on a burst of speed, and his fist shot out toward the beast's scaly chest. At the last moment, the vampire spun, whipping with its spiked tail, the barbs tipped with a paralyzing poison. The other three beasts lunged at Nicolae, snapping with crushing jaws, their great wings flapping hard, creating a windstorm, stirring up dust in the sky. Clouds swirled and churned, blackened bits of debris torn up from the earth below towered high in a tornado funnel. The force of that wind created its own weather. A storm of ice like splinters and spears of crystal hurtled out from the center, looking for a target. In the instant when Nicolae would have dissolved to allow the whipping tail and crushing jaws to pass harmlessly by him, one of the creatures opened its hideous mouth wider to reveal the prize in its mouth. His legs held prisoner by the rows of teeth, a man screamed helplessly, flailing his arms wildly, his horrified gaze locked with Nicolae's as the giant beast began to exert pressure. Vikranoff dropped from above, emerging out of the dark clouds to land on the lizard's back. In his hand was a spear glowing red-hot. He thrust the weapon straight through the back of the neck of the reptile. As it screamed in pain and hatred, the great jaws opened, releasing the human inside. The man plummeted toward earth, his cry a thin wail of terror. Nicolae plunged straight down, chasing after the falling man as he dropped toward the rising funnel cloud. The splinters and spears of ice targeted both Nicolae and the victim of the undead. Nicolae hastily constructed a net woven of silken strands below the falling man while at the same time moving his hands in a complicated pattern, drawing fire from the sky to melt the ice weapons. The vampire's victim hit the net, bounced and caught desperately at the thin strands, hanging on grimly. He was fully aware of the bizarre happenings, and yet he was fighting to stay alive. Needing him conscious, Nicolae chose not to shield him as he swept him into the comparative safety of his arms. "Hang on," Nicolae ordered. He recognized Martin Wright. The man clasped his hands around Nicolae's neck, sliding around to his back, then closing his eyes against this terrifying reality. Blood dripped steadily from his legs where the teeth had bit into him. Don't let anything happen to him. Destiny's plea was strong in Nicolae's mind. Nicolae glanced down toward the mountain even as the reptilian creatures lunged after him, streaking away from their fallen companion. The giant lizard Vikranoff had lanced was falling through the sky, somersaulting with Vikranoff stubbornly clinging to its back. The vampire was roaring in rage and terror, but the others did not go to his aid. Instead, they were hurtling toward Nicolae and Martin at an alarming rate of speed. Evading them with blurring speed, Nicolae almost missed the shadow near the entrance to the mountain. A dark shape slithered over the ground silently, moving from shadow to shadow. Nicolae barely caught the sliding tail disappearing into the ground far below him. His heart slammed hard in his chest. The undead knew that if he managed to kill Destiny, he would destroy at least one of the hunters for certain. Her lifemate would never continue without her, and it was possible both hunters would follow her or turn. "Destiny. I feel the evil one approaching." I have smelled his stench before. There was a confidence in her voice Nicolae did not feel. Pater was a powerful and dangerous adversary. Destiny was seriously injured, ill, and fighting the poison in her body. "Nicolae, let the human go. You will need your full strength to fight off the undead." Vikranoff was always the same, his voice without inflection, even when he was sentencing a man to certain death. "You will not." Destiny was furious with Vikranoff. "Do not listen to him, Nicolae. I do not need your help with one slimy vampire." The boiling chemicals that had mixed together in her stomach to form the explosive device were beginning to burn through her insides, as if releasing some terrible gas. Destiny studied the compound, felt Nicolae, and Vikranoff through Nicolae, studying the chemicals with her. "The first is nitric acid or something similar," Nicolae identified. "And they have found a way to introduce glycerin, uniting the two chemicals," Vikranoff pointed out. Destiny winced. Nitroglycerin. Unstable. Dangerous. Sitting inside her and waiting for some signal to explode. Even a change in her body temperature could set it off. The virus itself could be the detonator if it raised her body temperature. Destiny controlled her panic, thinking, determined to use her brain. Their kind existed on blood. Blood would have no effect on that raging mess. A laser blast of pure energy would ignite it. The vampire would expect her to think like a hunter, not a human. He would never expect her to ingest anything other than blood. Pater was drawing closer, making his way stealthily down through the caves to the chamber where she rested. Destiny could feel his evil presence spreading through the mountain, a soft rumble of protest from the soil, from the insects and cave dwellers. The shadow lengthened, grew, a feeling of impending doom that began to invade her mind with insidious strength, shaking her confidence. The poison was doing its work, overcoming the antibody defense she had set up and breaking down her body's ability to fight. Tiny droplets of blood began to seep from her pores. Destiny closed her mind to everything but the problem within her. Nicolae must be protected at all costs. This trap that had been set for him, had to be destroyed. She could think of only one way to do so. Carefully weaving her spell, she called on the Earth's minerals, looking for what she needed. Sodium carbonate. Lots of it. She could neutralize the acid in the system and break the glycerin down naturally. Neither was toxic alone. She prepared a drink using the mineral water, making certain it was the exact temperature of her body. She had to fight to ingest it, to keep it in her body when everything in her rebelled. Once again, she entered a bodiless state in order to direct the sodium carbonate mixture where she needed it. She watched it closely as her only hope raced to do as she bade. If it didn't work, she intended to wait until the vampire was upon her, raise her body temperature as high as she could as fast as she could, and detonate the bomb, taking him with her. She would not allow him to get his hands on her. The chemicals mixed. She knew the precise moment when she'd won. Nicolae sighed with relief. Vikernov's presence disappeared. The vampire was still coming and she was still weak. But she was a hunter. Destiny held the compound in her body as long as she could stand it, then expelled it as quickly as she could, crawling to a corner to be violently sick. She turned her head when a soft slithering betrayed the intruder. Pater. How nice to see you've taken your true form. The scales suit you. I'm very impressed with the reptilian head. It screams success. Bet you drive the ladies wild in that form. There was little room to maneuver, and Destiny doubted she had the strength to shapeshift. She sat back, looking at the huge beast as it smirked at her, the cold, dead eyes triumphant. You think you've won some sort of victory, but you don't know me. And you don't know Nicolae. You will never live through this. The vampire retained the body of the beast, but the crocodilian head contorted, wavered, solidified into the head of a man. It was an ugly amalgamation, Pater's head attached to the neck and body of a dragon lizard. He flashed his jagged teeth at her, not bothering to sustain an illusion of beauty. Neither will you live, my dear. I gave you a chance to join us. More than one chance. They will never accept one such as you. Never. If the hunter takes your blood, life mate or no, it will strengthen his dark side. What is the use of suffering only to be cast aside? What do you think the prince will do when he sees you? And what of Grigori? Do you believe they will accept you into their keeping? Allow you to associate with their women? Her heart fluttered. The truth of his words was like an arrow piercing her heart. Sharp. Lethal. Terrible. She would always be an outcast. Always. Even Nicolae's brother recognized her as such. She glanced away from the beady, accusing eyes, ashamed. Keep looking at him, Nicolae said. It matters little to me what the prince or Grigori or any other thinks. And it should matter little to you. This evil one is a vampire and he lies. He is using the oldest trick in the book on you, undermining your will to fight him. It was a stern reprimand, and she took it to heart. The scrape of a claw on rock warned her, and she locked her gaze with the vampires. At once she felt power and strength moving through her. Enormous strength. The power was astonishing. Pater screamed, contorting, attempting to spin around in the small confines of the burrow, his spiked tail lashing, but his very bulk defeated him. Flames danced over the scales, sizzled and bubbled the reptile's skin, searing down to the bone. Fire raced the length of his body, blackening the scales, fouling the air with a terrible stench. The carcass split open, spilling the vampire onto the cave floor. He was hissing in rage, crawling toward her, his eyes glowing a fiery red, fixed on her with malice. Destiny tried to gather herself to meet the attack, but her body failed her, useless without nourishment, her strength spent on the battle to drive out the poisonous virus. Just look at him. Nicolae was completely confident. His certainty struck a chord deep inside her. He was engaged in his own life and death struggle, with a human in his care, evading vampires while he aided her, yet he was supremely confident of his ability to protect her. And she believed him. Destiny didn't take her gaze from Pater. A small, grim smile touched her mouth. She looked exhausted and weak, but she was also relaxed and certain. Pater read her expression, saw her eyes, the power swirling in the blue-green depths, power not her own, and he knew he had failed. His minions had not kept the ancient occupied. He was staring at death. In desperation, he threw up a barrier, burrowing into the ground as he did so. Inches from Destiny, vines erupted from the ground. Giant tentacles reached for her, flowers opening to reveal tiny piranha-like teeth snapping close to her legs. She drew away from the plants with her last remaining strength. Even as she did, she felt the power moving through her, saw the vines wither and die, dropping in the dirt to disintegrate into lifeless black strings. Destiny slumped against the wall of the cave, breathing a sigh of relief. Pater had escaped a second time, but he hadn't managed to use her to destroy Nicolae. The battle in the air was fading, the vampires retreating at their master's call. Vikarnov had managed to destroy one of the undead, calling on lightning to incinerate his black heart. Nicolae had managed to evade the other three, even while keeping Martin safe and fighting off Pater's attack on Destiny. He was worried, though. He could sense Destiny's weakness. "Take Martin back to the city for me while I see to Destiny," Nicolae said to his brother. "He must be healed and his memories removed. He is your human. I do not deal well with such people. They make no sense to me. I must feed if I am to supply you with what you need. You should take what you need from that one before you go to your life mate. But you will not, because she will be angry if you do. It makes no sense. Prey is prey." Nicolae glared at his brother, but the gesture was lost on Vikarnov. "Destiny. I must see that Martin's wounds are healed and that he gets home safely." "Of course you must." There was something new in her voice. A soft note of warmth, of love that hadn't been there before. Nicolae was certain she was unaware of it, but it spread fire in his belly and sent his heart leaping with joy. "I'm a little tired, but I'm all right. Do what you have to do, then come back and get me. I'll even let you play the big hero. You can pick me up and carry me home." Nicolae found himself smiling as he whisked Martin across the sky, back to the comparative safety of the city. "You like it when I carry you around. Especially if you do not have any clothes on." Her laughter bubbled up, soft and melodic, warming him even more, filling him completely with happiness. He also heard the note of utter weariness in her voice when she spoke to him. "You like it when I have no clothes on. That mind of yours is a minefield of erotic images. It is true what they say about men thinking of sex every few seconds. I have been in your mind too, Destiny. I have an excuse, though. You have all those images in your head, and I'm thinking them over, memorizing them." Her teasing voice caressed his skin, fanned the flames of urgent need, even when he knew rest and the healing soil were the only thing he would allow his life mate this night. "I am proud of you." He had to tell her of his pride, could not keep it to himself. The intensity of his emotions swept through him until he thought he might burst. She had done the impossible, the unthinkable. "You did rather well yourself this night, although your speed could use improvement. Do not think I haven't noticed the wound on your shoulder when you were just a bit slow shoving your idiot of a brother out of harm's way. You are critiquing me?" He injected shock and horror into his voice to make her laugh. He loved her laugh. "I thought frying the lizard was a nice touch. I was taught by a master. Really, you could use a few tips." The amusement was already fading from her voice, leaving her sounding drowsy. "I'm tired, Nicolae. I must rest until you return." He shared her mind as she set safeguards. They would be easy enough to unravel now that he knew the complicated patterns. "I will return swiftly. No need. I will rest in the soil." Just like that, she was gone from him. He knew she was safe, that she had gone to ground, allowing the earth to welcome her, but he needed to hold her, to see for himself that she was safe from all harm. He wanted to carry her to the Cave of Pools, to perform the healing ritual on her and give her blood before placing her in the rich soil of their lair. Nicolae controlled his descent so as not to alarm Martin further. He chose a small park a short distance from the man's home. Martin trembled uncontrollably. "What were those things?" "You saved my life." Nicolae helped him to sit on the park bench. "It is not necessary to explain. You will not remember them. You will not remember any of this." At those words, Martin jerked away from Nicolae. "Like I don't remember the attack on Father Mulligan? Did you have something to do with that?" Did those things? I do not know why you cannot remember what happened, Martin, Nicolae answered honestly. I cannot find evidence that one of the undead touched you in any way. Either a vampire has grown more powerful than anything I can conceive of, or it was not the influence or work of one. I do not know what happened to you, but I am trying to find out. He examined the wounds on Martin's legs. Fortunately, you were not injected with poison. You were very lucky this time. Lucky? Martin looked as if he might cry. Then he began to laugh, almost hysterically. I guess you're right. If you hadn't come along, that thing would have eaten me alive. What was it? Martin? Nicolae. Father Mulligan came up behind them, startled to see them in the park. He had walked right past that bench only minutes earlier and no one had been in sight. Nicolae heaved a sigh, sitting back on his haunches. The world was conspiring against him. How are you tonight, Father? What happened to Martin's legs? The priest peered anxiously at the gaping, bloody lacerations. Should I call an ambulance? I can take care of it for him, Nicolae said. What are you doing out so late? The storm over the mountains made me uneasy. The priest's gaze was shrewd and assessing as he studied Nicolae and then Martin. The blackened wound on Nicolae's shoulder and Martin's shredded legs told him more than either would admit in words. That was no natural storm. Who won? Nicolae pushed a hand through his hair. I would have to say it was a draw. I cannot stay long. Destiny is ill and I must return to her. He glanced sharply at the priest. You did not feel a compulsion to come here now, did you? You mean as if I couldn't stop myself? Nicolae nodded. I do not like the fact that you were attacked. That Martin was used to attack you and that he was out tonight. And now I find you here. Father Mulligan shook his head firmly. I woke when the thunder was so loud. Believe me, I was in complete control of all my faculties. I knew something was wrong, and I was worried about my parishioners. It is much safer to stay inside, Father, Nicolae pointed out. He turned his attention to Martin's leg. How did they manage to get their hands on you? Martin frowned. I had a fight with Tim. We never argue, but this thing with my losing my memory and nearly killing Father Mulligan is ruining our relationship. I think Tim's a little afraid of me. I keep telling him I'd never hurt him, but then I would never hurt you, Father, and I did. So that doesn't mean much. Do you know John Paul, Martin? Sure. Everyone knows him. He looks like a brute, but he's really a gentle giant. He'd give you the shirt off his back if you needed it. He beat up Helena. Not once but twice, Nicolae said, watching Martin's face carefully. Martin paled visibly, looked genuinely shocked. I don't believe it. He adores Helena. He would kill anyone who touched her. I don't believe you. He looked at the priest for confirmation. It had to be someone else. He doesn't remember it either, Martin, Father Mulligan said gently. Martin dropped his face into his hands. I don't understand any of this. Why is this happening? Does it have something to do with those creatures? He dragged his hands over his face twice, as if wiping the memory away. Am I going insane? Tell me if I am. I swear I'd rather let that creature bite me in half than hurt someone I care about. I don't think you're insane, Father Mulligan said, dropping a comforting hand on the man's shoulder. Neither is John Paul. I was out walking tonight. I didn't want Tim to see me cry. I didn't see the thing coming at me. One moment I was alone, and then it had me. He shuddered with the memory of the hot jaws crushing him. Some animal, Father, a cross between a Komodo dragon and a crocodile, but with wings. I sound crazy even to myself. He slumped against the back of the wooden bench. I don't know whether to go to the nearest hospital and check myself in or put a gun to my head. Nicolae leaned close, staring directly into Martin's eyes. You will do neither. You will not remember the creatures you saw tonight, or my presence or flying through the air. There was no battle in the skies. You sat here in the park and spoke with Father Mulligan. He calmed you down and told you to have faith and wait it out. There is an answer, and you will be exonerated. Martin nodded, his eyes glazing slightly as he slipped deeper under Nicolae's compulsion. Nicolae healed his legs, making certain there was not even a tiny scar to draw attention to the incident. He looked up at the priest. You will have to take over from here, Father. See that he gets home. Maybe talk with Tim and ask him to ease up on Martin. He is not dangerous. Neither is John Paul, Yet he hurt Helena, the priest said. I was told that tonight he went berserk in his home and tore it to pieces, destroying furniture in a terrible rage. A neighbor wanted to call the police, but called Velda instead. She advised against it. Helena is safe, and he can't get to her for the time being. If he goes into the system, he'll have a record for life. I saw him earlier. He was not himself, more like a zombie, programmed for violence, but I could not detect the undead, Nicolae said. You're talking about vampires. Individuals who drink the blood of the living and have given up their souls to continue their immortal existence. Those are the creatures you hunt. And Martin saw them. Father Mulligan's voice was filled with awe. It is difficult to believe such creatures could exist. Are they wholly evil? Beyond redemption? This is certain. Nicolae surged to his feet, looming over the priest, his eyes glittering dangerously. Do not dare try to save them, Father. They would delight in getting their hands on you. You are in the business of saving souls. They do not have souls to save. Vampires are capable of making you commit depraved acts you cannot even conceive of. Must I give you a command, Father? Father Mulligan glanced at Martin, who was slumped on the bench with a slack expression. He drew away from Nicolae. It isn't necessary. I'll keep my distance from them. Make certain that you do. Nicolae pushed with his voice, making sure the priest would stay away from the vampires. He waved his hand to wake Martin even as he dissolved, streaming away from the city in a trail of vapor. Chapter 14. Destiny lay as still as a corpse in a grave so shallow. It was a testament to her weakness. He had known she was exhausted, but she had hidden the full extent of it from him. No hunter, knowing vampires were in the area and the resting place compromised, would have gone to ground in such a way. Nicolae waved aside the thin layer of soil and closed his eyes at what he saw lying there. Anger swirled through him, mixed with heartache. She looked terribly young and vulnerable lying there with her skin translucent, almost gray. Droplets of blood had seeped from her pores, and in her exhaustion she had been unable to summon the strength to heal her body any further. The poison had been dealt with, but it had come from the infected vampire, and her tainted blood had embraced the dark gift. She looked as if she were slipping away from him. Nicolae didn't awaken her there. He wanted her out of the damp, tiny space, a crawl space of near death where the odor of blood held the stench of the vampire. The blackened carcass of the lizard remained along with the black strings of tentacles, a reminder of the double attack. Destiny didn't belong in this place of death. He gathered her into his arms. She seemed light and insubstantial. The confrontation with evil had weakened her beyond her limits. He held her to him, against the breadth of his chest, wanting to shelter her from every struggle. He looked down at her face and felt the sting of unexpected tears. Destiny had been through so much in her life. As her life mate, he wanted to protect her from all harm, shield her from all adversity. He was an ancient warrior. His protection was considerable, yet he could never bring himself to force Destiny to give up hunting the undead. She needed to know she was strong enough. She needed to know she had control. She needed to be able to rid the world of as many of the vile creatures as she could. He knew Vikernoff didn't understand. Most likely no Carpathian, male or female, would understand. But he knew Destiny. He knew her heart and soul. He knew every scar in her mind. The wounds were deep, and he couldn't get rid of them for her. In truth, he didn't want to get rid of them anymore. He realized that those memories, that horrendous life she had endured and survived, had made her the courageous woman she was. She had been shaped and honed in the fires of hell, and she had come through it, a compassionate woman who sought to protect, with every breath in her body, those she allowed into her life. He took her from the underground burrow out into the open air so that the gentle wind slipped over her body, ruffled her hair and clothes, breathed a clean scent over her. Nicolae, aching with love, took her out over the mountains, made his way through the series of chambers until they were home in their cave of shimmering pools and glittering gems. He waved his hand so that the carved urn leapt to life, flickering and dancing, casting shadows on the walls and across the surface of the water. Healing aromas filled the space, mingling together to provide a soothing peace. Nicolae removed his clothing, removed hers and carried her down into the deepest and hottest of the pools. With his lips against her skin, he whispered to her softly to awaken. "I love you, my lady," he murmured, needing to say the words to her. She could reach inside him and find the emotion, deep and real inside his heart and soul, but he wanted to declare it. She stirred. Her heart beat into his hand. Air rushed through her lungs. Her lashes fluttered, lifted. Unbelievably, she smiled at him. "I was dreaming of you." He kissed her. He couldn't help himself. His mouth lingered over hers, robbing her of breath, of air. "That would be impossible, little one. The sleep of our people is a mortal death. There is no brain activity." "Nevertheless," she said it complacently. Her gaze drifted over his face with a touch of possession. "I was worried about you." Her fingers found the blackened slash in his shoulder. "I felt this hit you. Does it hurt?" He shook his head. "I am going to sit down in the water. It is hot, but it will do you good. I need to replace your blood. You did not feed." It was a chastisement. "Vikranoff wanted me to use Martin, but I thought you might give me a lecture. Having never experienced such a thing, I thought it better not to start off our life together that way. Do not worry, my brother will provide. He is feeding now." He sank into the water, taking her with him, holding her close as the heat pushed the ice cold from her veins. She gasped, stiffened, holding herself slightly away from him, trying not to struggle. The hot water on her chilled skin wasn't comfortable, but within a matter of minutes she relaxed, subsiding against him, her body snuggling close, fitting into the cradle of his hips. The water lapped at her breasts, fizzing over the tips, bubbling and cleansing, removing all traces of blood, all remnants of the poison. She closed her eyes and allowed her head to fall back, enjoying the sheer luxury of the hot pool and Nicolae's strong arms. "Vikranoff needs a swift kick where it will do him the most good," she murmured, not bothering to lift her lashes. "But I'll forgive his egotistical arrogance because he looks after you. You should have fed." "He will feed me." He went out hunting. "As soon as possible. I want to give him the picture of the woman Mary and told us about. We should also ask Father Mulligan and Velda and Inez if they have seen her. They seem to be the eyes and ears of the neighborhood." She nuzzled his throat. Hunger was rising, sharp and demanding. Her insides were burning, a terrible scalding from the inside out. The bubbling water and Nicolae's nearness helped considerably. She inhaled his clean, masculine scent, took his scent deep into her body, held it there. She had been in a storm, a whirling, turbulent storm, but she had made it safely home. Nicolae was home. She settled in his mind. Her one refuge. She could admit it to herself now and not feel ashamed and humiliated. "I did my best to push you away. I should have been stronger, but right now I'm glad that I wasn't." Her lips skimmed his throat. Her tongue swirled over his pulse. Her bare buttocks were nestled in his lap, and she could feel there the strong reaction of his body to that small, erotic movement of her tongue. He hardened, thickened, pulsed with need. She savored the feeling, wanted to remember it forever. His hand skimmed over her hair, tugged her long braid. "I would not allow you to push me away. I am tenacious when something matters to me." She smiled against his skin. She kissed the small, steady pulse in his neck. "Is that the word? I thought stubborn suited you better." "You are not in the best condition to try to do battle," he reminded her. She won the battle without a single word. His head fell back as she took what he offered. The air rushed from his lungs, a soft sound of ecstasy escaping as the white-hot pleasure pain rushed through his body. The intensity of his love for her shook him. His arms tightened possessively. She swamped him with warmth, with her need of him, the way she wanted him. Beneath it all, he felt her sorrow, the weight of Pater's words implanted in her mind and heart. She would never believe the Carpathian race would accept her with her tainted blood. If Nicolae called the healer, Destiny would never allow him near her. She would run. There was no way to erase what the vampire had wrought. Nicolae could remove all traces of the virus. He could restore her strength. He could give her unconditional love, but he could never remove those words. Because his words are true. Her hands found his hair, tunneled her fingers deep into the mass of silken strands. She wanted to lose herself in sensation. She couldn't make the words false, but she could put them somewhere in a little corner of her mind, replace them with something that consumed her, the bubbles popping against her bare skin, the silken strands of dark hair sliding through her fingers. I love your hair. You are supposed to love me. And it is not true. Vampires twist the truth until you can no longer see what is. You know that, Destiny. More than most, you know what they do. In this instance, even a grain of truth is far too much. She swept her tongue across the pinpricks, closing the tiny wounds with her healing saliva, lifted her head, and met the dark intensity of his gaze without flinching. You can love me with your heart and your mind and your soul. You can be my salvation when the memories come to haunt me, Nicolae. You can be my everything, but you cannot change what I am. A vampire put something hideous deep inside me. It is evil and dark and dangerous. I've lived with it most of my life, and I know. You can love me, even with that terrible flaw inside me, but you can't change it. I can't change it. It isn't going to go away because we want it to. I recognize darkness in others. Others will recognize it in me. Like calls to like. Her voice was a thread of sound. Exhaustion lined her face. Nicolae couldn't bear the way she was looking at him with such a mixture of love and regret. His hands moved over her body with exquisite tenderness, washing the remnants of blood and poison from her skin. Destiny, I've found you to be stubborn and independent, but never dense. Are you deliberately not understanding that we are two halves of the same whole? We are alike. Like did call to like, and I am it. I am what you got. She was warm and safe, huddled in the shelter of his arms, cradled by his body. The water lapped pleasantly against her skin, bubbling and fizzing against every sore spot. The flames flickered and danced and released a fragrance conducive to healing and comfort. Destiny lifted her gaze to Nicolae's face, studied the hard angles and planes. A slow smile found its way to her mouth. Lucky me. Her words twisted his heart. How do you do that, little one? It bodes ill for our future. One moment I am determined to chastise you severely as you so obviously deserve, and the next all I want to do is kiss you senseless. Destiny framed his face with her palms. It's a gift. I much prefer the kissing. The pad of her thumb moved over his jaw, traced his chin. You have such shadows in your mind. You think I was wrong not to call you to me, but I wasn't. Why would you think yourself less important to me, less to me in some way than I am to you? Do you think you're the only one with rights? I do not want your protection at the expense of your life. You're the target here, not me. I'm merely the bait used to draw you out. Fortunately, one of us is able to think in tight situations. His breath escaped in a hiss of impatience and frustration. When her soft mouth began to curve in amusement, he gave her a little shake. Now is not the time for you to laugh, Destiny. I am still shaking from your near miss on the street and in the cave. Did you know that when you are exceptionally upset with me, your eyes darken to the most beautiful black? It reminds of the midnight hour. So perfect when the air is still and the stars are out and you can see the night sky. Your eyes are like that. Deliberately he sighed. His hands continued to wash her body, lingering on her curves. My eyes should be making you tremble. I am giving you a most disapproving look. It is meant to intimidate, not make you think of the sky at midnight. A laugh slipped out. That small carefree sound that was so rare for her. I can't help how you look. It's tempting to upset you just to see that particular color. I am not amused. He tried to sound as grim as he felt. She might turn him inside out, even melt his heart, but he was staring down at her ravaged face, looking at her body where dark bruises marred the pale coloration of her skin. He knew how close he'd come to losing her and it could have been prevented. She wanted to apologize. She touched lightly on the memory in his mind, the moment he realized she was in danger but would not call him. She felt the terror welling up in him, shaking him, turning his stomach and seizing his lungs, robbing him of breath. Then there was a dark, brooding rage, ugly and menacing, a dangerous demon lifting and stretching, unsheathing claws as it opened its mouth to roar a protest. Deliberately, Destiny lay back in his arms to allow the water to close over her face, hiding the tears burning in her eyes. His anger ran deep. It simmered just below the surface. He held her tenderly, washed her, murmured beautiful things, but the rage was there all the same. She had succeeded in scaring him and hurting him. His emotional pain was deep and sharp, and that was far more painful to bear than his anger. A little pain isn't going to hurt me, Destiny, and certainly is not worth your tears. He lifted her up higher, bringing her head out of the water. Your tears tear me apart. Stop. He made it an order, leaning over her to kiss both eyelids. Her arms tightened around his neck. You just aren't as tough as you like to think. She forced a brief smile, wanting to please him, wanting to show him that he mattered to her. He carried her out of the pool, waving his hand to open the earth, a quick, impatient gesture. Nicolae knelt to lay her gently in the dark, rich earth. The soil was cool and welcoming on her hot skin. At once she felt a semblance of peace washing over her. Her lashes drifted down. Tell me how it is you can speak to me when you have never taken my blood. It is necessary to heal you. His voice was gentle, a soft, melodic persuasion. I know. But how is it we are so strongly connected? You are a much more powerful talent than you realize. Telepathy runs strong in you. As a child you reached for me and connected. I am an ancient with talents of my own. My need to help you was the strongest compulsion I had ever experienced. Once we had connected, you were an obsession. I could do no other than find you. His fingertips stroked back her hair. She reached up, caught his hand. You're not giving me an answer. You know the answer. There was silence in the cave. The bubbles in the pool sent waves against the boulders, lapping gently at the rock, providing a strange music. How can someone be so powerful? How can you reach through time and space without a blood bond? I have always had certain gifts. Once you connected with me, you were imprinted on my mind. And in my heart and soul. He bent his head to kiss the corner of her mouth. Each time you connected with me, the imprint became stronger. I believe I have some sort of telepathic ability beyond the blood bond of our people. A small shiver went down Destiny's spine. How do I know you aren't enhancing my feelings for you? I have to know this is real. The ache in her voice tugged at his heart, but his face remained expressionless. That is something I cannot help you with, Destiny. You have to find out some things for yourself. Do you think I am so powerful I can make you feel desire for me? Her blue-green gaze drifted over his face. He found his muscles were tight, clenched, waiting. She looked ethereal, her skin translucent and her body somehow smaller. He wanted to gather her into his arms and shelter her from every further hurt. It made him crazy to see her this way, hurt and spent, all energy drained from her body. His brother was right. He should have taken charge, thrown her over his shoulder like a caveman of old and taken her to his homeland without her consent. A small smile curved her mouth, drew his instant attention. At once the pad of his thumb brushed the velvet-soft lower lip. I'm reading your thoughts, Nicolae. There is a blood bond between us. The first thing, above all else, is never listen to that idiot brother of yours. The man never climbed out of the cave. You do all right on your own. She wanted to kiss him. He thought he was so stoic, yet she could see the hungry intensity in his eyes. A terrible anxiety that could only be real. He might be tremendously powerful and capable of all sorts of things, including controlling her, but she could see the genuine need in him, the genuine love. I think your pouty lower lip is extremely sexy. He bent his head to hers, brushed her mouth gently, almost reverently. He could send butterfly wings through her stomach without trying. You have rocks in your head, she told him lovingly, tangling her fingers in his hair. There's nothing sexy about me. Laughter danced in her eyes. I'm lying here in the dirt, covered in it, and you're looking at me like you might eat me. I think you need a few counseling sessions with Mary Ann. You're a bit on the kinky side. But he took her breath away and started a warm glow that wouldn't go away. He had a way of making her feel beautiful in the midst of her nightmares, even when she knew it wasn't so. He had a way of taking her out of death and violence and bringing her to a paradise she hadn't known existed. Most of all, she was never alone. You are obviously hallucinating and quite ill. He kissed her again, lingering over the pleasure. He showed every restraint. He didn't kiss her possessively. He didn't devour her or pick her up and shake her. His insides were roiling like the clouds had been, a turbulent storm that wouldn't die down. He could control it, keep it from spilling out and shaking the earth around him, but he couldn't make it go away. Her fingers involuntarily slipped away from his hair, her arm dropping to her side. I'll agree with the quite ill part. I'm not doing a very good job of controlling my body temperature. First I was freezing, then hot, and now I'm cold all over again. I am going to do my best to heal you, Destiny, so lie still and do not give me any trouble. A man can only take so much. His voice was far too loving for her to worry. She smiled as her lashes drifted down. I wish I were human so I could dream about you all the time. I thought you did dream about me. That drowsy note in her voice caught at him. He bent his head once more to brush a kiss over her mouth. Go ahead and sleep now, Destiny. I will put you in the shelter of the earth when I am certain all traces of the vampire's poison are gone. She didn't answer him. The choking lump blocking her throat came out of nowhere. No matter what he did, there would be no way to erase the taint of the vampire. She had accepted it as a fact, but she wasn't certain Nicolae ever would. Or even if he could. Destiny had no idea how to resolve the problem, and she was far too tired to think about it anymore. She allowed herself to drift, lulled by the soothing rhythm of the water and the warmth spreading through her body as Nicolae began the slow, meticulous healing process of their kind. Nicolae worked for a long time, repairing the damage done by the microbes, checking every organ, every vein, ensuring that there were no infected cells lurking in wait to attack again when she was at her most vulnerable. Despite his painstaking care, he felt uneasy, as if he had missed something. He knew the moment his brother began to unravel the safeguards to enter the chamber. He heard the musical voice of his brother join with his as he chanted. As always, he felt grateful for Vikernoff with his strength and loyalty, guarding his back and ready to aid him in times of need. Nicolae pulled out of Destiny's body, swaying with weakness. He flashed his brother a quick glance, mostly to check that no harm had come to him while they battled their enemy. How is she? Vikernoff asked courteously. Stubborn. Gutsy. Impossible. Nicolae's voice was clipped as he sent Destiny into a deep sleep. Only then did he allow his suppressed rage to swirl dangerously close to the surface. The earth beneath their feet rolled slightly and the water in the pool bubbled ferociously. She should have called me to her side the instant there was a hint of trouble. If she had, none of this would have happened. Instead, her life was endangered, and I nearly lost her. Vikernoff shrugged his shoulders with casual strength. It makes no sense to get angry with her for not calling you to her. I see no reason for your anger. You were reprimanding me for allowing her to hunt in the first place, Vikernoff. Now I am not supposed to be upset with her when she throws herself directly into the path of danger. She had no one to raise her, to guide her. She was taken from her family at the age of 6. Everything she has ever learned, she learned from you. You taught her to hunt, to rely on herself and her own judgment. You would not have thought to call her to you. You did not think to call me to you. She does not fear death, only capture by the undead, and you know she is determined that will never happen again. She is like you. Independent. Courageous. Do not fault her for those traits. They are admirable. You are the one capable of stopping her. Force her back to our homeland. Nicolae wanted to argue with his brother. He wanted to point out he was far more experienced, far less vulnerable, and much more powerful than Destiny, but none of that changed the truth of Vikernoff's words. She was acting just as he had taught her. She hadn't called him because she was accustomed to relying on herself. She hadn't sensed the immediate danger because she had been thinking about Nicolae. He knew a good part of his reaction was fear for her, but another part was based on the incorrect assumption that after he made love to her, she would turn to him naturally. Sighing, Nicolae raked a hand through his hair, leaving it more disheveled than ever. I am not going to say you are right because I could not take it if you smirked. I do not smirk, Vikernoff claimed. Yes, you do. And I detest that after all these centuries, you are making sense. Frankly, it is scary. It is only that you are not making sense since you acquired a life mate. I hope that does not happen to all men. It would be a shame. Your sense of humor is not improving, Nicolae pointed out dryly. I do not have a sense of humor, Vikernoff answered. I had not noticed, Nicolae teased. His smile faded quickly. She did well. Vikarnov nodded. Yes, she is a worthy lifemate to you. I did not think I would think so with her tainted blood and her wild ways, but she is courageous. A call was put out not long ago. The lifemate of one of our people was with child and lay dying. Healers were sent for, and our people were called to join together to help perform the healing ritual, even from afar. Nicolae's heart leapt with hope. That is so. It was not far from here. The healers must still be with the woman. One of them was Grigory. There was silence between them. Vikarnov shared his brother's mind during their battles with the undead, making it easier to coordinate their battle plans. They both had heard the vampire whispering his cruel words to Destiny. He had told her the prince would not accept her, that Grigory would hunt her, that no one would want her near the other women. They both had felt the answering shame in Destiny. The vampire had known exactly what to say to play on her fear and humiliation. She will not accept him. She will run. Vikarnov shook his head. You have no choice but to call him here. He will soon leave for her homeland. You will never get her to go there after what was said. She believes there is no cure for her. Call him. He can do no other than answer. You will find a way to persuade her to accept his healing power. Nicolae turned the idea over in his mind. Vikarnov made sense. It is possible there is no cure, Nicolae pointed out. Vikarnov shrugged. One can only try. Before he could change his mind, Nicolae sent the call on the common Carpathian path. Hear me, healer. We have great need. The blood of the vampire torments my life-mate on every rising. I do not want to lose her. It is a beacon for the undead and prevents our complete joining. I ask that you come when you have assured the life of the woman you are aiding. There was a space of time. Water bubbled and the flames flickered on the cave walls. Gems sparkled in the ceiling overhead one moment, then were gone the next. The answer came. There were no questions. No demand to know who Nicolae was or how his life-mate had gotten into such a condition. I will come at once. We will start out next rising. It was the Carpathian way of selfless service, and Nicolae's heart was so full he could not reply. Thank you, Vikarnov. He will come. Nicolae reached inside his shirt, extracted a rumpled photograph. A vampire visited Mary and in her office and planted a compulsion to call the number on his business card if this woman should come to her seeking sanctuary. I think we need to find her and do our best to protect her. I cannot leave at this time. Will you begin the search? We can make copies of the photograph, Mary and has such a machine, and distribute them among our people. Vikarnov took the photo, glanced at it without much interest, stiffened and swung his gaze back to the photo, studying it carefully. Who is this woman? He did not give a name. There was little memory of the conversation and no memory of the vampire himself. I could not see him in Mary Ann's memories. Why? Do you recognize her? Is this photograph in color, Nicolae? He didn't look at his brother, but continued staring at the picture as if mesmerized. Nicolae watched as the pad of Vikarnov's thumb caressed the face, looking back at him from the glossy paper. Yes, it is. Do you recognize her? He asked again, never having seen Vikarnov exhibit interest in any woman. I have seen her face. Her eyes. It was not real, it was in a dream. Long ago, Nicolae, in a dream. Her hair was as black as midnight and her eyes were as blue as the sea when it is clear and calm. It is the only color I remember, that deep blue of her eyes. I never let go of that memory. Are her eyes blue? In the photo, are her eyes blue? A striking, vivid blue. Nicolae's heart surged with hope. Yes, Vikarnov. Her eyes are blue and her hair is midnight black. You never told me of such a dream. Vikarnov shrugged, but his gaze was glued to the photograph. There was no reason to tell you of such a thing. A dream only. What do you know of her? We believe she is human and has psychic talent. The vampire indicated she had the gift of psychometry. That is all we know. He claimed he was from a research center for psychics and that they wanted to help her. She is running from someone, probably the vampire. I think it best our people find her first. It could take years, Nicolae. I cannot leave you now, while you are surrounded by vampires and hampered by a life-mate who could very well endanger you without realizing it. Her blood is tainted. We do not know if it can be fixed. I do not want to lose you, Nicolae. You know how close I am to the end. Should something go wrong here with you and your life mate, it will also go wrong with me. Here, I can aid you. Searching for this mythical woman, I can do nothing for you. Nicolae waved the protest aside. I'm a hunter, a protector of our people, as are you. We can do no other than what is expected of us. Our honor demands it. I will begin the search in a rising or two. It is best to show her picture to some of the local people. If she was in the area, or as expected, perhaps someone knows of her. It will give me a starting point. It is possible the vampire managed to get to Mary, and before this woman made her way to Seattle, Nicolae mused aloud. Velda would be the one to ask. Nothing gets by Velda and Inez. Vikernoff visibly shuddered. Perhaps you should speak with them. It is best if I stay in the background. Nicolae's eyebrows shot up. He remained silent, watching his brother with evident amusement. I see no reason for your new, strange humor, Nicolae. It is a matter of logic. The women know you and will tell you things they would not reveal to me. Nicolae snorted. You are a coward. You are afraid of a couple of sweet, elderly ladies. I had no idea. Speaking with little old ladies is enough to shake the very foundations of a man, Vikernoff pointed out reasonably. They flap their arms and screech like chickens. In truth, there is no fear involved, only the painful reality that they will draw undue attention to my existence. Nicolae sat abruptly on the edge of a boulder. There is some truth to what you say. I must confess I feel some small affection for Velda and Inez, although I do not know how it happened. They are frightening to me also. Velda has talent. She knows things I would like to better explore. Do you have any idea what is causing these humans to behave at odds with their true nature? Vikernoff shrugged his shoulders. I cannot detect the touch of a vampire. It is unsettling. The poison used on your life mate was much more sophisticated than I have ever seen. I do not like the fact that there is some semblance of order among the vampires and someone is orchestrating a great war plan we have never before seen. It is possible Grigori knows of this. He is second to the prince and shares all his information. If they can use such a trap to attack me, it can also be used against our prince, and he should be alerted to the possibility. Vikernoff studied Nicolae's pale face. You are not taking proper care of yourself. It is necessary for you to be at full strength to fight the call of her blood. If you succumb, we do not know what will happen. I have never heard of such a case before, and we have no way of knowing what to expect. It was a reprimand, delivered in Vikernoff's usual forthright manner. Nicolae sighed. You just have to act the older brother with me. If finding one's life mate means throwing away all reason, I am uncertain whether it is such a good thing. Even as he uttered the words, his thumb slid once more in an unknowing caress over the face of the woman in the photograph. Nicolae held out his hand. I will take the picture to Marianne's office and make copies for you and show it to Velda and Inez. Vikernoff hesitated uncharacteristically. He shoved the photograph inside his shirt. I will make the copies myself and give you one to show the human women. Vikernoff stepped forward. You must feed. He tore his wrist open with his teeth, extended his arm to his brother. Nicolae bent his head to the life-giving fluid. This is becoming a regular habit. I have noticed. I am fast gaining the reputation of being a glutton, feeding for both of us, Vikernoff said dryly. The ancient blood, strong and healing, rushed through Nicolae's body, filling shriveled cells, bringing strength and power to muscle and tissue. He took what he needed, knowing he would be replenishing Destiny on the next rising. Carefully, respectfully, he closed the wound. Thank you for always being my brother, he said formally. Vikernoff nodded without replying, his form already shimmering. I will find my own resting place, close enough to be called should there be need, but far enough to afford privacy. The flames from the urn sputtered and went out as if a small breeze had moved through the chamber. A wealth of healing aromas filled the cavern and drifted deep into Nicolae's lungs. He stretched, feeling the tension in his body slowly begin to fade. There were still remnants of anger and fear at the thought of what had been, what could have happened, but Vikernoff had managed to calm the turbulent storm. Nicolae began the complicated weaving of difficult safeguards at all entrances to the mountain and the network of caves. He didn't want to find himself sharing their resting place with a vampire this night. Deepening the resting place so that Destiny had even richer soil to welcome her, He floated down into the arms of the earth. At the next rising, he intended to find a way to lock Destiny closer to him, find a way to force her acceptance of a healing by the prince's second-in-command. He could be as ruthless as the next hunter if the situation called for it, and he believed this one would. Destiny was not likely to welcome Grigori, nor would she thank Nicolae for summoning the healer. Nicolae gathered Destiny into his arms and waved his hand to command the earth to close over them. The soil was warm, welcoming, and soothing. He held her close, brushed the top of her head with his lips, and allowed his heart to cease beating. Chapter 15. She woke to the scent of flowers. She was no longer in the earth, but lying on a bed with silken sheets. She could feel the silk on her bare skin, already arousing her body as the silk rubbed against her with every movement. Her hair was unbound and fell in a mass around her on the pillows. Destiny inhaled deeply, drawing the fragrance of flowers and her lifemate's masculine scent into her lungs. A small smile curved her mouth. "Nicolae, you're here with me." She opened her eyes, turned her head to look at him, drank in the hard angles and planes of his face, the sensuality of his mouth, the beauty of his eyes. Where else would I be but with my lifemate? He was sitting on the edge of the bed, his gaze drifting lovingly over her face like the touch of fingers. His voice was a caress, a velvet stroke that reached deep within her and sent every nerve ending into overdrive. With an effort, Destiny tore her eyes from his, her amazed stare moving around the chamber to take in what he had done for her. There was no chance for the stench of evil to enter their hidden world. Roses were everywhere, climbing up the walls of the cavern, forming an overhead canopy of flowers. Some floated on the surface of the coolest pool. Others sprang up among the rocks. Roses of all colors with soft, inviting petals and beautiful fragrance to please her. Destiny's smile widened and she turned back to Nicolae. "You took Velda and Inez seriously, didn't you? Should I expect chocolate and the interesting things that can be done with it?" His fingertip traced her soft skin from her throat, down the valley between her breasts, to her flat stomach. The small caress sent a curling heat spiraling through her body. "I was very afraid to ask Inez for the details of what exactly to do with the chocolate, so I skipped that part. I liked their idea of flowers, though." There was a note in his voice that turned her heart over. "I like it too." She was very much aware of lying naked on the bed, her body soft and open to his inspection. A part of her wanted to cover up, feeling suddenly shy, but there was another, much stronger side that whispered of seduction. That reveled in the way his eyes were dark and hungry as his gaze moved possessively over her. She loved to see his body, so hard and aggressive, reacting to the sight of her. And she loved knowing that he liked what he saw. Nicolae picked up her arm and turned it over as if inspecting the thin white scars marring her skin. The scars shouldn't have been there after her body had been repaired by Carpathian blood, but she had been converted by a vampire, and those scars would remain for all time. Her heart accelerated in reaction. He bent his dark head and placed his lips gently against the scars, feathering kisses along her sensitive inner arm and wrist. Destiny felt her stomach somersault in reaction. His lips traveled to her fingers, drawing first one, then another into the searing heat of his mouth. Her mouth went dry. His gaze suddenly locked with hers, and she caught a glimpse of the flames burning in his belly, tightening his groin, hardening every muscle in his body. At once she caught fire, her own body restless and hot and needy. Without meaning to, she moved her hips against the silken sheets, her legs shifting in invitation. It was shocking to her that she could catch fire so quickly, need him so much, want him in every way. A part of her would always hesitate, remain linked to her violent past, but looking into his eyes, Destiny was willing to be lost in him, in his fantasies, in his possession. She was willing to trust him with her body because she could feel the depth of his love. He bent his head to hers. His hair caressed her skin with thousands of silky strands. Tiny flames seemed to leap over her skin. Electricity arced and sizzled between them. His mouth found hers. Hot, hard, totally possessive. While his hands were gentle and his movement slow and leisurely, his mouth was wildly possessive. Taking hers. Devouring hungrily. feeding on her as if he would never get enough. His kiss ignited a like storm of need and urgency in her. Her temperature rose several degrees. Her mouth took his just as hungrily, matching him kiss for kiss. She arched into him, her breasts thrusting upward invitingly. She felt tight and swollen and ached desperately for his touch. His hand found her throat, slid lower to capture her breast. A soft sound of contentment escaped her. The sensations were so strong, so right. Her hips lifted in blatant invitation. He raised his head to look at her. "Have I told you that I love you?" he asked softly in his beautiful voice, the one that always melted her insides. She went boneless, helpless under his spell of enchantment. "If you haven't, you've certainly shown me." He had shown her what love was supposed to be. Unconditional. Loving without reservation, with total acceptance. "I feel very lucky at this moment," she confessed. It was a great concession for her, an admission not made lightly. She wanted him with every bone in her body. Every nerve ending screamed for his possession. He had other ideas. "I want to get to know you the way a life mate should." His tongue swirled around her nipple, his breath warmed her. "I have a need to explore every inch of you." His mouth closed over her breast, hot and moist and unbelievably possessive. She cried out, unable to contain the blossoming fire exploding in her belly. She could feel her body tighten relentlessly, mercilessly. She had never felt such a buildup of pressure so quickly, so fast. Exploring should wait. He smiled against her soft skin. "Leisurely exploring." Did I mention leisurely? "I want to take my time." She closed her eyes as wave after wave of sensation rocked her. "How much time?" She gasped out the words. "I don't know if I can take it." There was silence as his mouth pulled strongly at her breast. His tongue laved and lavished attention on her nipples until she cried out again, circling his head with her arms to cradle him to her. There was no room for anything other than joy, need, sheer physical pleasure. The sensations rushed through her, filled her with fire and left her breathless and craving more. Nicolae's hands began a slow, intimate search of her body. The pads of his fingers smoothed over her skin like a blind man memorizing texture and shape. It was the most shattering experience she'd ever had. Her body, fragmented beneath his caresses, came apart, the sensations so powerful she couldn't hold still beneath his seeking hands. If he had not managed to tie them completely together before, he was doing so now. She would never be able to be apart from him, never be free of the craving for his touch. She felt as if she were bound to him for all eternity, body and soul. There was not a place on or in her body that did not crave him. Her mind sought his. Her body throbbed for his possession. He was everywhere, finding every shadow, every hollow. Taking his time almost reverently, committing her to memory. His mouth followed his hands. Tiny little kisses designed to drive her out of her mind. He paid particular attention to every trigger spot that made her gasp and writhe on the silken sheets. Every soft hidden shadow that brought her hips up off the bed. His tongue dipped into her intriguing belly button, one of the many places that fascinated him, even while his hands found the tight thatch of curls, the tiny triangle guarding her treasure. He felt the first ripple of unease from her. Nicolae was prepared this time, knowing she felt intensely vulnerable and open to him. He stroked her gently, his hand cupping her dampness. "This is for me, Destiny, your body welcoming mine to you. Can you imagine how this makes me feel? The sight and scent of your welcome when I have been alone for so long? The way you make me feel that you really want me, that you have to have my body in the same way I need yours." He whispered the words, bending his head to the junction between her legs as if seeking nectar. Destiny could feel his breath warm on her moist feminine channel. He blew softly, and her body rippled with pleasure instead of fear. Nicolae parted her thighs, his finger pushing slowly, gently, into the hot, wet core of her. At once her small muscle clamped around him, gripped with hot, slick velvet. She shuddered in reaction and pushed against his hand, kneading him deeper inside her. His tongue tasted her. It was the smallest of caresses, but she nearly jumped out of her skin, her cry one of pleading more than of objection. Then his tongue probed boldly, a strong, demanding stroke that sent her skyrocketing. She screamed, catching fistfuls of his hair to anchor herself as her body burst into a firestorm without end. There was no way to quench the fire. She could only hang on to him as he drove her ever higher, a little ruthlessly, without mercy. Claiming her, branding her, taking her for his own. She let go, she had no choice, allowing him the intense satisfaction of driving her over the edge. Her orgasm was so strong she shuddered with it, writhing beneath him, keening his name in an inarticulate sound. Destiny was barely aware of his knees pushing hers further apart, of his thighs settling between hers. She felt him, large and thick and hot, pulsing with life and need, pushing into her body. He was bigger than she remembered, filling her as he invaded, pressing tightly into her as he slowly began to settle his weight over her. The feel of him inside her was beyond pleasure, beyond her previous experience with him. He belonged. She knew it. She knew she was made for him alone. They fit. No matter that there was some slight stretching and adjusting, no matter that he had to tilt her hips to accommodate him. They fit together as if one single body. Once deep inside her, he stopped moving, to look down at her, to assure himself that she was unafraid. He was pinning her down with the weight of his body, his hands curled around her hips. She felt his power and strength, knew in that precise heartbeat that he could dominate her will, take over her life. That she would fade to nothing without him. Fear clouded her eyes. She blinked it away. She had the same power over him. She would not allow fear to keep her from what she wanted. This man. This one man. Her dark and wonderful hunter. It was Destiny who moved first, committing her body to his. Pushing into him, setting a rhythm, inviting him to take her as he wanted. Nicolae sensed the wildness rising in him. His body was hot and far too tight, his belly and groin burning with urgent need. He moved, surging forward, burying himself deep inside her. A long, hard stroke that shook both of them. She lifted her hips to meet him, unafraid of the strength of his body as he picked up the rhythm, driving hard and fast, needing to empty himself. She was everything. Her body so lush and soft and inviting. He could feel the ebb and flow of her blood, calling him, enticing him. Her breasts rocked with each hard stroke, drawing his attention so that twice he had to dip his head to lap at her nipples. He was rewarded with her muscles clenching even tighter. Her sheath was fiery hot, so tight he could barely breathe with the intensity of his pleasure. He'd known from the moment he awakened what he was going to do, and the excitement of it, the anticipation, had been unbearable. Now she was his. He was going to make her completely his. Destiny was made for him alone, and he wanted her, body and soul. Without reservation. He built the exquisite fire between them, taking them up to the edge over and over until she whimpered for mercy. "I want my blood flowing in your veins," he whispered the temptation. "I will not give us release until you have all of me. I want to be here, buried deep in your body. I want my mind merged deeply with yours, and I want my blood in your veins." There was no way to resist. The craving was already on her, lengthening her incisors so that she lifted her head toward the broad expanse of chest he was offering her. His scent enveloped her. His body was swelling more. The friction was scalding, searing her to her soul. She stroked his skin with her tongue and without further preamble sank her teeth deep, connecting them in the way they were meant to be. He cried out, his voice strained with the pleasure pain, the white-hot ecstasy pouring into both of them like molten lava. The flames danced over skin and muscles. Her body tightened around his, her muscles clenching strongly, demandingly. His life force, his ancient gift, filled her as his body filled her. His hips drove harder, plunged deeper. He knew the moment she reached the pinnacle. The moment her body clutched his, taking him with her over the edge. Her tongue swept the pinpricks to close the tiny holes, to allow her to breathe, to cry out her pleasure to the roses, to the gods. He went willingly, pouring into her, allowing her to take the last drop of his essence. Nicolae lay pinning her to the silken sheets with his larger, stronger body, his arms tightly around her. Their hearts were pounding together, her body rippling around his, still tightly gripping him. He moved the thick mass of her hair from her shoulder, baring her skin, her breast to his gaze. Very slowly, as if afraid of frightening her, he lowered his weight more fully, burying his face in the soft column of her throat. He cupped her breast in his palm possessively, his breath hot on her skin. They were locked together, his body unbelievably as hard as ever, as thick as ever, as in need as ever. "Hold me, Destiny." The words were whispered against her ear. He nuzzled her neck, his lips feathering over her skin. Her arms circled his neck immediately. Her body was still alive with aftershocks. When he moved, she could feel her muscles clenching and unclenching, making her gasp each time with renewed pleasure. She drifted in the pleasure, the complete harmony between them, holding him close to her, loving the feel of his masculine body against the softness of hers. Without warning, his arms became hard and immovable, his teeth sank deep into her pulsing neck. Lightning struck, arcing and sizzling through her body, through his. Pain and pleasure mingled, gave way to ecstasy, a dazzling fire that consumed them both. He drank deeply, his body once more moving in hers. Hard. Insistent. Thrusting deep as if he were attempting to reach her very soul. "Nicolae. No." She wailed the words, fought to stay focused on the danger. The pleasure was so intense, it was difficult to think straight. To remember that what was happening was wrong. She didn't want the fever again, the desire that was fast becoming obsession. She didn't want the urgency that was already taking hold of her. One of them had to be sane in the world of erotic pleasure. Destiny needed to protect him more than she needed her own pleasure. She tried to pry his head away from where it was clamped to her neck. "Nicolae. Stop. You don't know what you're doing. You must stop. What you're doing is dangerous." She tried to be the cool voice of reason in the midst of the leaping flames. It was impossible to penetrate the sweeping ecstasy overcoming his senses. Destiny fisted her hands in his hair and tugged hard, but his mouth pulled strongly at her neck. Her body reacted wildly to his, spiraling out of control before she could prevent it. Every nerve ending was alive. Her skin was on fire, her insides erupting with pleasure, shaking her as he took them over the edge so fast and hard she could barely catch her breath. "Nicolae. Please. Please listen to me." He was too strong. She couldn't prevent the disaster, and her body betrayed her, caught in the fiery tango with his. Tears beaded on her lashes as she pleaded with him. "Do this for me. Stop and think. It is already too late. Your blood flows in my veins. We are the same." His voice was completely calm, completely accepting. His tongue swept across her throat, and he lifted his head so that his gaze glittered down into hers. "Black obsidian." The words were in her mind as she stared up at his eyes. The rush took them both, a tremendous, mind-shattering orgasm that shook them, yet they stared at each other without blinking. The release rocked them both, they allowed it to slide away. Neither moved. Neither spoke. Very slowly the terrible hardness of his arms melted away, and he reluctantly released her so that she could move her head. Her neck throbbed. "You knew what you were doing." She said the words aloud. Tested them. Even thinking the words made her feel guilty. She had been so caught up in making love, she was certain he must have been overcome by the temptation of the moment. "Of course. You are my life mate. We belong together as one. Where you are, so am I. You fear the prince will not accept you. Now I share your fate. What happens to one happens to the other." Her stomach rolled. She pushed hard at the wall of his chest. "Get off of me. Get off now." When he rolled off of her, she scrambled up from the bed and glared down at him. "How could you do that? How could you deliberately take what we had and twist it into something so wrong?" He sat up, watching her calmly with dark, thoughtful eyes. "What is it you think I have done, Destiny? You took him inside you," she yelled at him. "You invited his entry. If you really knew me, really knew how I felt, you could never have done such a thing. The loathing. The sickness. He lives in me. I can't make him go away. You let him win." She stumbled against the cave wall, mindless of the roses, and slid down to the floor. "Nicolae, you let him win." She began to weep quietly, her knees drawn up, her head in her hands. Nicolae sighed softly. He could have taken anything but her tears. He had expected anger. He could easily deal with her anger, had been prepared to deal with it. But not her tears. And not just any tears. She wept as if her heart were breaking. As if there were no hope. How was a man supposed to handle such a thing without his heart shattering into pieces? He glided across the distance between them to sit carefully beside her. Close. But not touching. She didn't look up at him. Destiny, I had to find a way to make you understand how much you matter to me. She made a small sound, shook her head and looked up. This is your answer? This is what you thought you'd do to show me you care? Are you crazy or just stupid? I thought about it a long time. There is no other way. You do not see anything but the difference in your blood. She swept the cloud of hair from her face and glared at him. It's no small thing, Nicolae. It isn't as if we're talking about my family tree here. We're talking about tainted blood. Don't you get it? It calls the undead to me. You cannot ever creep up on them and surprise them. Not ever again. They will always know when you are in the vicinity. You're a hunter, and you just lost your edge and put yourself in terrible danger. She rubbed her hands over her face again. Oh, Nicolae, how could you do something so ridiculous? There was despair in her voice. Destiny. His voice whispered over her skin. Look at me, little one. I have only bound us together more tightly. Our blood bond will not harm me. I am strong, able to fight any darkness. I have you as an anchor to hold me. You were my anchor, she cried, looking up at him. It was a mistake. She was instantly caught and held in the dark depths of his eyes. He was looking at her with such love, she couldn't look away from him. She couldn't condemn him. I needed to know I could keep you safe. He smiled at her, reached down to lace his fingers through hers. He brought her hand to the warmth of his mouth, brushing kisses along her knuckles. I am safe. The moment I heard you cry out all those years ago, I was safe. You don't understand. I wanted to know we could be together, and I wouldn't be the one to harm you. I wanted the vampire far away from you. There was a terrible sadness in her voice. Nicolae shifted closer to her, his bare thigh settling next to hers. You must hear me in this. He was never far away from me. Never. I was there with you from the moment you first merged with me. I felt the pain and the humiliation of what he did to you. I chose to share all of it with you, so I would know firsthand what it was like to be so helpless and vulnerable to a powerful and evil being. All the while, I was ashamed I could not find you and protect you as I should have been able to do. That vampire walked in my thoughts and in my body and ate away at my soul. Every time he put his filthy hands on you, he tore out my heart. He was never far from me. Destiny hung her head, shamed. I couldn't let you go. I knew I should. I knew I should never have connected in the first place, but your voice saved me. Even as a child, I knew I should let you go. I needed you desperately. As I needed you. You do not seem to be able to comprehend that I needed you just as desperately. The beast was strong in me. I had come to the end of my days. You gave my life purpose and meaning. And you brought love into my world. I now see colors where there was only barren gray. I feel emotions where my life was endless monotony. Your need was no greater than mine. I still feel ashamed that I brought him into your life. She had led a monster to her parents. And now she had allowed him to find Nicolae. Nicolae tugged at her hand until she lifted her head. He brought their clasped hands to his heart. I have seen this tragedy so often over the centuries. The things we think of as our sins as a child cannot be released even as adults. It is sad we cannot let go, because those things color our lives. Think of that poor little boy who will always believe he was responsible for his mother's death simply because he didn't do the dishes. He will never feel worthy of love. Destiny leaned into the wall of flowers. She knew very well what he was saying to her. Where are the thorns? Thorns? What are you talking about? On the roses. Where are the thorns? Nicolae looked puzzled as he nibbled on her fingers. I would never leave thorns on the plants. You might be injured. Destiny burst out laughing. She couldn't help it. Nicolae, do you have any idea how absolutely silly that is? We hunt vampires. We have tainted blood flowing in our veins. I don't think getting scratched by a thorn is going to harm me. He shrugged his shoulders. I do not like your hunting vampires, and I hope to rid you of the tainted blood. It is unnecessary to risk your getting scratched by a thorn if I can prevent it. He sounded perfectly reasonable. Destiny groaned, trying not to notice the way her heart was melting at his words. Trying not to notice the brush of butterfly wings fluttering in her stomach at the touch of his lips against her skin. You're going to be one of those overprotective idiots who are always tripping over their own feet trying to rescue the fainting little woman, aren't you? He winced visibly. I do not much care for the image you are conjuring up. I would put it in a much better way. I do feel it is my duty and right to protect you. She rolled her eyes and heaved an exaggerated sigh. You are one of those He-Man kind of rescuers. Something in your childhood maybe. Perhaps we need to explore your psyche a bit. His eyebrows shot up. I do not think it is necessary. Protecting one's life mate is as necessary as breathing. Really? Destiny stood up, pulled him up beside her. Next time you decide to make a decision like taking tainted blood, you might want to consult me first. I might hit you over the head if you pull something like that again. He found himself grinning down at her exasperated expression. You have problems with authority. She tossed her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Waves of dark hair spilled around her face and down her shoulders. Fortunately, I don't acknowledge anyone as an authority, so there's no problem whatsoever. She clothed herself in the manner of the Carpathian people. She did so smoothly, naturally, without hesitation. She had been 6 years old when she'd been taken from her family. She knew more of the Carpathian way than the human way. If the prince doesn't like me all that much, well, she shrugged, it's perfectly fine with me. He caught her chin, lifted her gaze to his. You need to perfect the art of lying if you are going to be telling such tales. She shrugged, unrepentant. I'm going to have to figure out what to do with you, Nicolae. I hadn't planned to let you in my life, and you've turned everything upside down. What exactly are we supposed to do? It isn't as if we can have any kind of a normal life. We certainly can't have those children you seem to want. Why not? Her eyes glittered with sudden fire. Your blood, thanks to your being so stubborn and impetuous, is tainted. Or had you forgotten? There was still a trace of accusation in her voice, and for a moment the flames leapt in her gaze. He clothed himself in his usual elegant style, turning away from her to hide his amusement. She wouldn't be pleased that he thought her humorous when she was scolding. I am stuck on the word impetuous. Surely that does not describe my carefully thought-out action. She did glare at him then. Don't remind me you weren't overcome with passion. It was the only excuse I had for you. What were you thinking, Nicolae? We don't know what that blood might do to you. It burns and corrupts, and you have darkness lurking in you. I've seen glimpses of it more than once. I'd hate to have to rip out your heart in the early morning hours when you least expected it, but if you give me any trouble and start exhibiting any vamp behavior, you're gone. She said the last with more glee than reluctance. Nicolae couldn't help the laughter spilling out of him at her audacity. I will be certain to watch myself. Seriously, Nicolae, if you thought about it ahead of time and planned it out so carefully, what good did you think would come of it? There was a sudden silence. He made no response, but all at once he seemed different, no longer the relaxed life-mate lounging in his lair. She could feel waves of power, of strength. She recognized the danger in him. And he was watching her with the unblinking stare of a predator. For a moment she stood blinking up at him, her heart jumping in her chest. She found herself taking a step backward, away from him. Nicolae reached out to recapture her hand. Do not look at me with fear in your eyes. You are my life mate, bound to me for all time. I would never hurt you, Destiny. It would be impossible to do such a thing. We're joking about tainted blood, but what if it's not a joke? What if you turn? I couldn't really kill you. I know I couldn't make myself do it. His smile softened the hard angles of his face. I am pleased to hear such a reluctant admission. Never fear, Vikranoff would take care of such a matter should there be need. I am not worried. If I must live with tainted blood, so be it. I believe the healer can rid us of it, however. Her stomach somersaulted. There it was. Out in the open at last. The healer, she echoed. You keep speaking of a healer. You tried to heal me, but the tainted blood is still there. Nicolae was a miracle worker. She had seen firsthand what he could do. If he was unable to succeed in ridding her body of the vampire's contaminated blood, then no one could do such a thing. Our people have healers much greater than I will ever be. They are born into a line of ancients who carry this talent. They are the true miracle workers for our people. There is one close to us. The call went out for healers to save a pregnant woman with heart disease. I believe the woman and the baby are alive and doing well. I summoned one of the healers to us. Her hand went to her throat defensively, as if she expected wolves to tear it out. This is another one of your brilliant, arbitrary decisions? I thought it best. If he can heal us, we will have a normal life together. He ignored her disbelieving snort. If he cannot, you will never feel alone in this world. If our people choose to condemn us, we will still be together. She closed her eyes, turned away from him so he couldn't see the expression on her face. You took the chance of living the rest of your immortal life as an outcast? Just so I wouldn't feel alone. She wanted to shake him until his teeth rattled. She wanted to kiss him until they both fell back on the bed senseless. She wanted to weep for the strength of his love and commitment. You are my life, my very soul, Destiny. I could do no other. His simple words shook her. Could someone really love another that much? So selflessly? She let her breath out slowly, trying to regain a semblance of composure. Who is this paragon of virtue with such a talent? He is called the Dark One. He is a descendant of a great line of hunters and second in command to our prince. He guards our prince and is a renowned healer. He holds power in his mind and hands. I believe he is the one who will be able to help us. He is called Gregory. Destiny couldn't prevent the involuntary shiver of fear at the dreaded name. She had heard of Gregory. Every vampire feared him, feared his judgment. She had grown up with the whispered curses of the undead if the name was spoken aloud. She squared her shoulders. What if he can't help us, and he tells his prince we're vampire, Nicolae? He'll hunt us, and he's said to be very powerful. Nicolae shrugged his shoulders casually. I am an ancient Destiny, older than Gregory. He cannot defeat me. I live by the code of the Carpathian people. He would not condemn me for tainted blood. You're always so sure of yourself, Nicolae. This was your decision, and because you took such a chance with your life, I have no choice but to agree. I would never have called this man into my life. Comprehension blossomed. You took my blood so I would be forced to accept this healer. You knew I wouldn't otherwise. Nicolae looked unrepentant. Destiny glared at him. I have things to do tonight. I want to see Sam, and I'm hoping to talk to Velda and Inez about what's going on in the neighborhood. You might undo the safeguards for me. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Or look at him. Delivering a swift kick might have eased some of her frustration, but she doubted it. He had outmaneuvered her, and she knew it. She had no choice but to accept Gregory's ministrations, although she feared him. She cared nothing about herself, but Nicolae was everything to her. She didn't want the tainted blood to begin its ugly work on him. He might have only a small amount, but eventually the blood would start its corruption, burning like acid. The pain would begin at every rising. He would grow to hate her. He would hold her in contempt. How could he not? Because it was my choice, Destiny, Nicolae assured her, easily reading her thoughts. He had not considered that she would think such a thing. It won't matter, Nicolae. As time goes on and your people do not accept you, as the pain spreads and the corruption grows, so you have to fight it every single moment of your existence, you will forget the why and how of it and only remember you did it because of me. I fought the growing darkness, an evil far stronger than this tainted blood, every moment of my life from my 200th year. It crouched in me, waiting for one moment of weakness. Why would you think now, when I have you, that I would succumb to such an abomination? She paced across the floor, caught between tears and anger. I don't know, Nicolae. You shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have taken such a chance with your life. With your soul. I lived with such a monster. I feel like he's reaching for us from his grave, reaching to rip us apart. Nothing, no one, will take you away from me, Nicolae stated in his perfectly calm voice. There was no bragging note or false bravado. It was simply a statement of fact. Destiny looked up at the hard planes of his face. She saw his raw power and complete confidence, and some of her tension melted away. She allowed her breath to escape in a little rush. I hope you're as good as you think you are, hotshot, because if this Gregory person is coming to pay us a visit, you might need to be. She held up her hand. I have things to do, places to go, people to see. Are you? Dismissing. Me? You have trouble with separation issues too, don't you? I think you should go visit Mary Ann. I'm going to see Inez and Velda. I suppose you could come if you really insist. They'll love the roses. He groaned aloud, caught her firmly and kissed her until she was breathless and kissing him back. Chapter 16. Destiny found the sisters in their usual spot on the sidewalk with their lawn chairs set out and ready for company. They hugged her with far more enthusiasm than she would have liked, especially with the echo of Nicolae's laughter in her mind. Destiny was still uncomfortable with physical contact, but Inez and Velda hugged and kissed her, patting her encouragingly as if she were a child they adored. You do not dislike physical contact with me. Nicolae deliberately teased her, knowing she would react, but she would laugh, too, and the exchange would leave her amused and relaxed. I still want to kick you, Destiny said, shutting him out firmly. Inez was already attempting to teach her a dance step she'd just learned from a video. Come, dear. Inez took her hand, attempting to force Destiny's hips into swaying appropriately to the metallic music screeching from the boombox beside their chairs. Sister, she should learn the tango, not that step. It isn't romantic enough, Velda objected. Your young man is quite fond of you, Destiny. He's learning the ways of true courtship, very rare in this day and age. I can't thank you enough for giving him pointers, Destiny said. He admitted you were the ones who thought of the roses. They were lovely. She moved carefully away from Inez, smiling as she did so. I'm not much of a dancer, Inez, but you move so beautifully. The sisters twittered, pleased that Nicolae had taken their advice to heart. Did you get your chocolates, dear? Inez asked slyly. I'm looking forward to that pleasure, Destiny lied, blushing for no other reason than that the two women had such wicked thoughts in their heads. Inez looked dreamy. It will be a memory to treasure, she advised. What I really came by for was to get more information about these strange incidents. Nicolae is helping me look into them, and I thought you might have some more information for us, Destiny said hastily. Do either of you remember similar events happening in the past? Destiny asked. She seated herself in the chair between the two elderly ladies. Something weird? Someone acting completely out of character. Inez made clucking sounds as she thought it over. Why, yes, dear, now that you ask. Sister, you remember poor Blythe Madison. She's in the mental institution now. What a sweet girl she was. Oh yes, Inez, I had forgotten that poor girl. We visited her a few times, but she was unresponsive and her husband told us our visits only seemed to upset her. We should have continued to make inquiries, though. Sister, how awful we are. Inez's hands fluttered to her throat. She looked distressed. We haven't even asked about her lately. Poor Harry, he probably thinks everyone's forgotten about her. Poor, dear man, carrying such a burden alone. Blythe had no other family, Velda continued. Just poor Harry. He was so bewildered when she cracked up. Blythe was a meek little thing, Inez added. She would hardly speak without permission. That's why it was so difficult to believe it when she began doing bizarre things. Wasn't it awful, sister? Why, she ran down this very street waving a butcher knife, threatening everyone. Velda nodded. It wasn't the first incident, but it was the one that finally convinced Harry she was dangerous to herself and others. I must go visit her. Destiny patted her arm. I'm certain Blythe would appreciate that, Velda, but could you give me a little more detail? What was the first odd thing she did? It was right after they made such a success of the tavern, Velda said. Blythe had the idea of making it a deli bar, hoping to bring in the neighborhood after work and in the evening as a visiting place. It was a wonderful idea. Everyone loved it, and we all gravitated toward the tavern in the evenings. Her idea turned the entire business around. You liked her, Destiny guessed. Very much, Velda admitted, while Inez bobbed her head with enthusiasm. A dear, sweet girl, she'd give you the shirt off her back. She was always rescuing animals and bringing soup to anyone who was sick. A lovely girl, Inez reiterated wistfully. Perfectly sensible. Everyone liked her. We should have continued to visit her, sister. Destiny hung on to her patience. Do you remember what started it all? We were in the tavern to celebrate Inez's birthday, Velda said. I remember because we were wearing party hats. It was my 65th birthday, a true milestone, Inez put in. Velda rolled her eyes. It was your 70th birthday, Inez. You're 5 years older than you tell people. Why, sister? Surely not. I am certain of my age. You're 2 years younger than I am. Inez looked shocked and began to fan herself. I am certain you're wrong, sister. I am at least 5 years younger. Velda took a breath, patted her sister lovingly. Now that you say so, I believe you're right. I was mixed up for a moment, dear, do forgive me. You were telling me about the party hats, Destiny said to redirect the conversation, but she was looking at Velda with far more respect. There was genuine love and compassion in the woman's eyes as she looked at her sister. Well, Velda went on. I had tried one of those new perms and my hair was all curly and sticking out from under the party hat. I was looking at myself in the mirror and laughing. Blythe was laughing with me. We pointed to each other in the mirror. She'd had a perm, too, but her hair wasn't sticking out like mine. It looked pretty. Didn't you think so, Inez? Deliberately, she drew her sister into the conversation, taking her mind off the distressing subject of age. Didn't you think Blythe's hair was really pretty all curled the way it was? Oh yes, sister, she looked so young. But the mirror shattered. It just shattered. Nothing touched it. I was looking right at it. Velda frowned. There were slivers of glass everywhere. The mirror must have really meant something to Blythe. Maybe it was an heirloom. She just went for the closest person. She picked up a chair and smashed it over his back. Who did she hit, sister? Do you remember? That tall friend of Harry's. He isn't around much anymore. I haven't seen him but once or twice since, Inez answered. Davis something. Morgan Davis. Velda pounced on the name, proud of her memory. Of course. I didn't like him, much too cold for me, but the young girls went for him. She glanced at Destiny. I didn't like his aura. It was off-color. He worked with Harry on and off for a few months and then left town. That's right. Davis is very tall, and Blythe smashed that chair right over him. Inez grinned at the memory. Everyone wanted to laugh, a little thing like her breaking that chair. But then she picked up a piece of the leg and began to hit him all over. She didn't make a sound and she wouldn't stop. Harry restrained her, didn't he, sister? The next day she didn't remember anything at all, Velda said. When we asked her about it, she denied it. She cried. I believe she began to think there was a conspiracy against her. None of us could convince her she had actually hit Davis with a chair. She just seemed to give up after a while. She withdrew from everyone, and eventually we rarely saw her. There were 4 incidents about a month or so apart. Finally, Harry took her to the hospital. No one's really talked to her since. Velda's hand trembled as she reached for the talisman hanging on a chain around her neck. I was her friend. I should have continued to visit her. She looked down at the ground. I all but forgot her. Velda, Destiny said in a soothing tone. Blythe knows you're a good friend. She's unable to cope at this time, but perhaps we'll find some information that will help her. She was turning Velda's words over and over in her mind. A mirror shattered, Nicolae. The other night, just before John Paul's strange behavior, the streetlights shattered. There must be a connection. She reached for him easily, naturally. Nicolae. Her other half. I knew you felt that way. His voice was far too complacent for her liking. You're my other half, I'll admit, but you're the worst half. The ridiculous, impetuous half that must be monitored continually. That word again. Impetuous. Spontaneous, reckless, a lover without measure. Destiny laughed out loud. Where did that come from? You're dreaming again. Thank you for telling me, Velda. I know it isn't easy to bring up difficult memories. You're always so generous. Destiny studied the 2 eccentric women. The pink and purple hair. The flashy tennis shoes. Inez with her overdone makeup and Velda with a cleanly scrubbed face. You're extraordinary women. Destiny knew it was true. They gave service to others, watching over and caring for the people they loved. Some thought them busybodies, others thought them silly, but those were the people who didn't take time to know them, to see who they really were. I feel privileged to have met you. We're not extraordinary at all, dear, Velda denied. We live life very simply, without fear of rejection. Others don't have to understand us. As if realizing they were getting close to the topic of her hidden talents, she completely changed the subject, patting Destiny's hand as if that would distract her. I heard what you did for that little boy. Father Mulligan came by this morning and mentioned you brought him the child. Inez and I would gladly give him a home, but we're too old. She glanced at her sister. I'm too old, and Inez must take care of me. She has her hands full with that, don't you, sister? You're never a bother, Velda. Of course we'll take the child if he has no one else. Velda fusses and spoils them, but I'd see to it that he ate properly and went to school. She'd be useless, taking him for outings all the time and giving him junk food. Father Mulligan has a family in mind, Velda said. A couple who have always wanted children and could never have any. He's helping them fill out the necessary paperwork and talking with the social workers now. I believe he was meeting your young man and taking him along. So that's what you're up to, smoothing the way. Hope blossomed in the pit of her stomach, a starburst she tried hard to squelch. She had lived most of her life without hope, without allowing others into her life. Velda and Inez lived their lives without fear of rejection. They dressed the way they wanted to dress, and they chose to have fun in their lives. Father Mulligan had told her to have courage. She was beginning to realize that meant the courage to actually enjoy her life. She suddenly wanted to be with Nicolae, to feel his arms around her. He had had the courage to take tainted blood from her. So she would never feel like an outcast, never feel alone. She was afraid to allow the full scope of such a magnificent sacrifice into her mind, into her heart, because she feared she might love him too much. Destiny was instantly ashamed of herself. Nicolae deserved better than what he was getting. Impulsively, she leaned over to kiss Velda and then Inez on their cheeks. Thank you both. You're the best. I'm going to go grill Mary Ann. Have you seen her? Well, no, dear. This is Thursday. She always does her books on Thursday and isn't fit for company. Destiny's eyebrow shot up. That sounded intriguing. She never paid attention to what day of the week it was, but Thursday with Mary Ann sounded interesting. Destiny found the woman in her office, scowling down at a book filled with numbers. You don't look as though you're having fun, my friend, she greeted with a sunny smile. Mary Ann glanced up at her, a frown on her face. I detest accounting. I always find I need far more money to go out than I manage to take in. I've stared at this page until I'm cross-eyed and I can't make the numbers change. Destiny studied Mary Ann's large, chocolate-colored eyes. You do look a bit cross-eyed. We can't have that. How much do you need? Mary Ann laughed and tossed down her pencil with a little gesture of defeat. Let's just say robbing a bank is beginning to look like a way out. Destiny leaned onto the desk with both elbows and propped up her chin in her palm. I could do that for you, she offered, straight-faced. It's rather a specialty of mine. Walk in, sight unseen, collect what I need and get out. No one's the wiser. And doors don't stop me, neither can a safe. Where do you think the money I've donated came from? She widened her eyes to look as innocent and sweet as possible. There was a moment of silence. The smile faded from Mary Ann's face and she looked horrified. Destiny, surely you didn't steal that money? I used money from a bank robbery for my sanctuary. There was a squeak of alarm in her voice. Destiny blinked rapidly. Mary Ann wadded up paper lying on the desk and threw it at her. You're awful. Why do I think I like you? You almost gave me a heart attack. Shame on you for even thinking such a thing. Although, now that you mention it, the possibilities are endless. Don't even joke about it. That would really be the end of my sanctuaries. Funding is so darn difficult, and with all the government scrutiny, I have to make doubly certain every I is dotted and every T is crossed. Are you really worried about money, Mary Ann? Destiny asked. Well, of course, isn't everyone? The sanctuaries are expensive to maintain, and I try to do job training and help each family get started. A woman on the run is difficult to hide, especially if children are involved. I have some help, but it isn't easy to keep the funding going. Grants can only cover so much, and we do fundraisers, but people tend to forget if we don't keep our cause in the spotlight. When you're hiding women from violent, determined husbands, the last thing you want is publicity. It's just complex, that's all. Mary Ann sighed softly. Don't mind me, Destiny. Thursdays are my complaining days. Destiny grinned at her mischievously. Actually, I knew that. Velda warned me to avoid you at all costs this evening. Marianne groaned and rested her head on the table. Don't tell me the entire world knows I'm a grouch. Only on Thursdays, Destiny pointed out helpfully. Come on, don't be so down. Tell me how much money you need and I'll get it for you. Marianne lifted her head to regard Destiny with deep suspicion. You cannot rob a bank. I'll find a way to pay this month's bills without that. Actually, I was thinking more about robbing the drug dealer a few miles from here. He's a nasty, slimy little man and has far too much cash for his own good. Just for the fun of it, from time to time I go and destroy all his drugs. Marianne sat up very straight. You don't really do that, do you? Those kinds of people are dangerous. Destiny shrugged. Not to me. They can't see me. I detest them, little worms destroying lives and thinking they know what power is. Why shouldn't a sanctuary have the money? It ought to be put to some good use. I just have to be careful to keep from starting a drug war or allowing anyone else to take the blame. Marianne stared with shock at Destiny's decidedly wicked smile. How do you do it? Destiny's grin widened. I plant memories in his nasty little mind. Every now and then he has way too much to drink or he suddenly gets an attack of acute remorse. That's my personal favorite. He thinks he gave the money away but can't remember to whom, and he thinks he destroyed the drugs. You really do this, don't you? Does Nicolae know? Destiny straightened abruptly. Did you have to bring him into this? He has nothing to do with it. I sneak into the movie theater, too, and I don't have his permission for that either. There was a note of defiance in her voice that made her sound a shade childish. It annoyed her. She didn't need to answer to Nicolae, and she wasn't apologizing for her independence. She had no idea why she was feeling guilty. The warmth flooding her body only increased her irritation. She knew he was secretly amused. Worse, he always managed to elicit a response from her, whether physical or emotional. I used to be a perfectly reasonable person before you got hold of me. Sneaking into the movie theater is hardly the same thing. One is dangerous, one is not, Marianne said severely. Is something romantic playing at the theater? I will take you there. We could have an interesting time in the back row in a dark corner. His voice was soft and seductive, playing over her skin like the caressing touch of his fingers. I would be happy to keep you away from trouble. In spite of her determination, she couldn't help her melting response. She was happy. She had never really experienced happiness. It sounds like definite trouble to me. But she wanted to go with him. It would be fun sitting in the theater pretending they were a regular couple madly in love and wanting to sneak a few moments together in a dark corner. But I'll go with you. I think Velda and Inez are on to something here. Maybe we ought to pick up the chocolate after all. She loved the teasing note in his voice. I'll let you surprise me. She loved sharing with him, reaching for him and having him be there with her. Are you listening to me, Destiny? Dealers are dangerous criminals. They think nothing of killing people. You can't do things like that, even for a good cause. Destiny turned her attention to her friend. Friend. She savored the word. When she had first encountered Marianne, it had never occurred to her that she would one day be in her office, perched on her desk, teasing her. Let me take a look at what you need. Fundraising is my particular forte. She reached casually across the desk and snagged the offending book, quickly scanning the open pages before Marianne could snatch it away. No, you don't. You're impossible. Do you really like to go to movies? It's my favorite thing, Destiny admitted. I've gone to every vampire movie made. The old ones were very cool. I found them in a small theater that seems to be geared mainly for cult movies. It got to be an addiction. I'd go through every single newspaper looking for what was playing. Sometimes I'd sit through the movie twice. Is that where you got your fear of garlic and churches? Marianne teased, pleased to turn the tables. Since we're talking about it, why did you accept my being different, a vampire? Well, a Carpathian. So easily? Destiny demanded. It really bothers me that you have no sense of self-preservation, Marianne. Marianne threw back her head and laughed. Easily? You think I just accepted the existence of vampires so easily? You forget I couldn't leave the church. I sat there all night long, praying, screaming, crying, wanting to run for my life. In the end, I realized that you seemed different. I still don't understand why you accepted me, Marianne. Destiny insisted. You should have condemned me. You should have hidden yourself from me. Marianne shrugged. I already knew you. I'd looked into your eyes. If you were going to hurt me, you would have done it a long time ago. Your eyes were. She broke off, searching for the right description. Haunted. Your eyes were haunted, and I didn't want to turn my back on you no matter what you were. I'm glad you didn't. Thank you, Marianne. Destiny was humbled by the truth. She couldn't imagine Marianne turning her back on anyone. Even as they were smiling at one another, the dark shadow of violence slipped into her mind. She sighed, slid off the desk, turned toward the door, all too aware of the man hurrying toward the office. Stay behind me, Marianne. Her tone had changed completely, was authoritative and firm. Before Marianne had a chance to respond, the door smashed open, bouncing against the wall, splintering the door frame. John Paul stood in the doorway, breathing hard, his breath coming in hard gasps, his eyes wild, his huge, ham-like fists clenching and unclenching at his sides. John Paul, Marianne said quietly, "What can I do for you this evening? It's after hours and I was just leaving with my friend." John Paul didn't even glance at Destiny. His glassy stare was fixed on Mary, and as he shuffled closer, "Where is Helena?" "I need her, Marianne. Give her back to me." Destiny touched his mind. It was filled with his intense resolve to get to Helena. He had no real plan, no idea of what he would do when he found her, only a deep need to find her. She could sense the shadow of violence embedded deep in him, but there was no taint of the vampire. No surge of power, however slight, that might indicate he was a puppet of the undead. "John Paul, you know Helena is somewhere safe. You wanted her to go, remember? You wanted her to be safe." Marianne was firm, but still soothing. John Paul shook his head adamantly. "Give her back to me." He shoved a large, deep-cushioned chair out of his way and stepped closer to Marianne. He didn't even glance at Destiny, didn't appear to notice that anyone else was in the room. John Paul was so close to her, his jacket brushed Destiny's shoulder. She cleared her throat experimentally to draw his attention, but it was wholly centered on Marianne. "I didn't take Helena, John Paul. She needed some time away from you while she thought things over. Do you remember coining into this office with her? Both of you cried. You begged me to take care of her, and I promised you I would." Without warning, John Paul swept his heavy arm across the desk, sending papers and the lamp scattering in all directions. The lamp flew across the room, hit the wall, and shattered. Tiny slivers of glass fell like rain to the carpet. John Paul's attention was immediately caught and held by the glittering pieces of glass. "Marianne, very slowly back into the next room," Destiny said softly. "He's under some kind of compulsion, and there's something about the shattered glass that's the trigger." She couldn't read anything in his mind other than the sudden need for extreme violence. It was an ugly roar, a need to grab and smash anything or anybody close to him. The roar was all she could distinguish at first, but Destiny dodged his swinging fists with blurring speed and concentrated on the sounds bellowing in his mind. John Paul slammed his fist into the wall, punching a hole through the middle. Spiderweb cracks appeared from floor to ceiling, radiating out from the center. Marianne groaned. "Repairs. Oh no, repairs are so costly." John Paul's head snapped around toward the sound of Marianne's voice, his brows drawing together, his fists swinging. Destiny tapped his broad back to draw his attention away from Marianne. "Hey, big fella, I thought you wanted to dance with me. I'm the jealous type." "Stop playing around, Destiny. If that besotted idiot lays another hand on you, I will tear him into little pieces." "I am not in the least amused, nor am I joking with you." In spite of Nicolae's grim tone, Destiny wanted to laugh. "Pitiful male. I'm not slow dancing with him. There's no need for jealousy." She ducked John Paul's fist and slipped just out of his reach, staying close enough that the large man kept his attention on her. "What do you want me to do? Shall I call the police?" Marianne asked anxiously, wincing as John Paul struck at Destiny again. "No, don't talk. I want his attention on me at all times." Destiny was working at deciphering the code in his head. He was fast for a big man, but she was much faster and not worried about getting hit. The noises in his head were nearly unbearable. Loud roars and growls, piercing whistles and shrieks. A buzzing like a swarm of bees. She separated the sounds, filtering them as she dodged around the small office, always just inches out of John Paul's reach. Something planted these sounds in his head, and it wasn't nature. She shared with Nicolae as she always did. Someone. He has been programmed much like a bomb might be. If shattered glass is the trigger, what is the target? What is the point of this violence? Now she could hear it, a voice, low, mumbling something over and over. It sounded as if it were on fast forward, demonic, speaking a command. Puzzled, she amplified it for Nicolae. John Paul was unaware of the command, unaware of the voice at all. It was only part of the terrible roaring in his head. Destiny waved her hand and silenced the voice, silenced the roaring. John Paul stood in the center of the room, blinking at her with blurry eyes. He looked puzzled. His great shoulders were shaking, and he broke out in a sweat. He lifted his head and looked past Destiny to Mary Ann. Destiny blurred his vision to make certain that he would not catch a glimpse of the shattered slivers of glass on the floor. John Paul. Her voice was melodic, silvery, the compulsion buried deep. You must go back to your home and stay there. You want to sleep, not listen to music or tapes or talk on the phone. You just want to go to sleep. I am going through his house now, Destiny. There must be something that sets him off before he is given the trigger. I will find it. Vikarnov is on his way to Mary Ann's office to make copies of the photograph of the young lady the vampire is hunting. John Paul muttered something and rubbed his eyes. He looked more confused than ever. When Destiny touched his mind, she felt sorry for him. He was totally bewildered, had no idea how he had gotten to the office or why he was there. Mary Ann. He sounded like a small child seeking reassurance. I think I'm losing my mind. I'm so sleepy and I don't know what happened. He peered around her, squinting to get a better look. Did I do this? Did I wreck your office? Destiny patted his arm in a gesture reminiscent of Velda. Go home and sleep, John Paul. Everything will be fine. Mary Ann watched him go, her eyes troubled. Will it be fine, Destiny? Does this have something to do with the vampire? Do you have any idea what's going on? This violence can't keep happening. It's ruining everyone's lives. Velda told me of a woman, Blythe Madison, who had similar problems a while back. She was put in a hospital by her husband. Harry's wife. She's a wonderful woman. I go to visit her twice a month. She doesn't remember anything of what she did. She stays voluntarily in the hospital. I didn't even consider that her breakdown was anything like what happened to John Paul and Martin. How could the events possibly be connected? Mary Ann knelt near her lamp and began to carefully pick up the pieces, tossing the slivers of glass into the wastebasket. Destiny could see that Mary Ann's hands were trembling. Tears glistened in her eyes. Her reaction shook Destiny as nothing else could. Mary Ann cared deeply about these people, and it was painful to her when they were in trouble. We're much closer to finding out what is going on, Destiny assured her. I don't know who's behind this, but John Paul was under some sort of command. Mary Ann looked up at her, blinking back tears. Like hypnosis? There was sudden speculation in her voice. Is someone around here into hypnosis? There's a doctor at the clinic. He comes in a couple of times a month. He believes in hypnotism for things like pain management and quitting smoking, that type of thing. I went to him once and couldn't quite get over his bedside manner. He's related to Harry, a cousin or something. That's why he even bothers to come to our lowly little neighborhood. He has offices uptown and also at the hospital. Destiny frowned, trying to assimilate this new information. I don't know what you mean by bedside manner. Deep inside, she heard Nicolae give an inelegant snort. Well, I don't. No, she insisted. He probably came onto her. Made a pass while he was examining her. He's a doctor. Destiny, vampires are not the only monsters in the world. Many of them are human. Destiny sat down abruptly beside Mary Ann. Was the doctor inappropriate with you? Did he touch me inappropriately? Yes. And he was a slimy little worm with a charming smile and a handsome face. Obviously, women have said yes to him and been thrilled by his advances. I was not, and made it abundantly clear. He thought hypnotism would work well on me and wanted me to let him try. What a jerk. But you didn't report him? Mary Ann ducked her head. No one else was in the room. To make that kind of accusation against a professional with his reputation and money is risky. I didn't want to risk what I do here. I just never went back to him. I wonder if John Paul went to him for any reason. Or Martin. And before them, Blythe Madison. If Harry is the doctor's cousin, wouldn't it be natural for him to ask him to take a look at his sick wife? Mary Ann wondered aloud. Destiny was more inclined to think the culprit was a vampire. All along she had concentrated her energies in that direction. The legions of the undead had to be involved. To Destiny, whoever was behind these bizarre character changes was deliberately tormenting and hurting people for amusement. She couldn't conceive of a human committing such atrocities. Demons were vampire, not human. At once Nicolae was there, sensing that her thoughts were beginning to shake the very foundations of her worldview. His arms were strong, his body sheltering, his mind firmly merged with hers. Her anchor. Nicolae was always with her. She could count on him endlessly. In spite of the crouching darkness that he had fought most of his life. In spite of the tainted blood now flowing in his veins, Nicolae was unfailingly good. Nicolae. She breathed his name in a sudden, overwhelming surge of love. He was slowly handing her back her life. A little piece at a time. And all the while he was there, comforting her, reassuring her as he had always done. Destiny. Mary Ann's voice shook her out of her reflection. If the doctor is somehow involved in this. If he actually has done something to harm Helena and John Paul and Martin and Tim and Father Mulligan. And poor Blythe living in a hospital thinking she lost her mind. I could have prevented it. I could have brought charges against him. What if I could have stopped him? She looked lost, sitting there on the floor with her large eyes and horror in her mind. No, Mary Ann, what are you thinking? Destiny gathered her close, hugged her hard in protest. You know better than to think anything so ridiculous. How could you be responsible for something a madman chooses to do? We don't even know if this doctor has anything to do with what's happened. All the facts aren't in yet, but even if he is waving a magic wand and casting spells throughout the neighborhood, you cannot possibly be to blame. You sound like me. That's all well and good in theory, but if I had brought charges against him, maybe he wouldn't have been able to touch any of my friends. Or, more likely, he would have moved his deviant behavior somewhere else where no one would notice the difference in their friends. Don't you see, Mary Ann? This neighborhood and the people in it are so close, they don't readily accept that someone like John Paul who loves Helena so very much would suddenly turn on her and try to hurt her. They don't accept that Martin would attack Father Mulligan. All of them began to watch one another and try to figure out what was going wrong. Please find out who is doing this and stop it, Destiny, Mary Ann pleaded. Destiny hugged her again. I intend to do just that. Chapter 17. Nicolae was waiting outside the office, his long, sinewy frame leaning negligently against the banister. Destiny paused to look at him. The breeze was coolly ruffling the long silk of his hair. The moon cast a silver beam across the angles and planes of his face, illuminating the sheer sensuality there. His body was hard and powerful, a dangerous blend of predator and seductive male. He turned his head and smiled at her, robbing her of breath just that easily. You're very good-looking, she said judiciously, tilting her head to study his magnificent physique. Are all Carpathians as good-looking as you? His black eyebrows arched. I do not think that is a safe subject for you. He held out his hand to her. Destiny studied it carefully, as if examining it for a trap. How in the world had she become so obsessed with him that the sight of his outstretched hand could send her heart somersaulting? Her fingers laced almost reluctantly with his. Up close, he would be able to feel the way he made her pulse elevate, the way her heart beat a little unsteadily. Her entire body ached for him if she ventured too close to sheer magnetism. A humiliating fact, and one impossible to hide when he was touching her. Silly woman, he said affectionately. There is nothing at all to hide from a lifemate. There is never any need. I am in your mind as you are in mine. Well, if you're in my mind, then you should be perfectly aware that I'm having a difficult time accepting our weird relationship. He brought their linked hands up to his mouth, his lips teasing the skin of her inner wrist. You accept our weird relationship, you just are afraid to trust it. Or yourself. It makes you happy, and you do not trust that. She glared at him. Have you been hanging out with Father Mulligan again? He's always handing out that 2-cent advice of his. He only charged you 2 cents? He made me fill his poor box, Nicolae said, straight-faced. And he didn't offer a single word on marriage. He just said to have courage, whatever that meant. Destiny burst out laughing. The old fraud. He probably said that on purpose just to make me crazy. Where's Vikarnov? Nicolae rugged on her hand until she began walking along the street with him. He is out seeking information on the woman in the photograph. The healer is on his way, and my brother is determined to keep the cities free of vampires. We do not need Vikarnov cluttering up the skies tonight. I have plans. The 3 little words set butterfly wings fluttering in the pit of her stomach. She had already been too long away from him. Desire shot through her, shaking her very foundations. Her mouth grew dry, and her body hot, just hearing his words. Just the thought of his hard body made her tremble. She didn't dare look at his mouth, her knees would give out. What kind of plans? She had no idea how she managed to get the words past her strangled throat. He moved closer, his larger body brushing against hers so that electricity seemed to arc and crackle between them. Little dancing whips of lightning sizzled in her bloodstream. Just walking with him was a miracle to her. Nicolae glanced down at the top of her bent head. She was the miracle to him. He still couldn't quite grasp the fact that he had found her at long last. The endless search for her was over and she was with him. A part of him. The intensity of his feelings shocked him at times. You said you wanted to go to the movies. I found an all-night theater. She glanced up at him from under her long lashes, rewarding him with a small smile. I'd like that, thank you. The thought of sitting with her in a darkened theater was a reward in and of itself. He couldn't stop the erotic fantasies filling his mind. Destiny blushed wildly, catching his thoughts. She had never considered what one might do in a dark corner of a theater. Destiny cleared her throat, searching desperately for something to say. Searching desperately for a safe subject, Mary and is worried about money again. She didn't want me looking at her books, and now John Paul has wrecked her office. She tried to act as if it were no big deal, but it obviously is. I do not want you robbing a bank or risking your life taking money from a drug dealer. You sound just like her. Destiny laughed at his severe tone. She had a point. I will get her the money she needs. Living in the world for centuries, we Carpathians have a certain expertise in acquiring money. There is no need for you to do anything illegal or dangerous to help Mary Ann. I'll hold you to that. I don't like her worrying so much. Good. I'm an expert fundraiser. Count on me, Destiny. Of course, she could count on him. She had known, on some level, for most of her life, that he would always be there for her. Now he was real. Solid. Beside her, sharing her life and her thoughts. She did count on him. He bent his head, feathered kisses down her cheek even as they walked along the darkened streets together holding hands. I share your body too, he murmured wickedly. His voice whispered over her body, made every muscle clench with urgent need. A rush of liquid heat surged, spread, pulled low in anticipation. She didn't know how he had managed to become so firmly entrenched in her heart so quickly. I still think you've used some black magic spell on me, she said gruffly. Is it working? Don't sound so happy about it. A fine drizzle had begun. Destiny lifted her face to the skies, allowing me vapor to bathe her face. I love the rain. I love everything about it. The air always smells so fresh after it rains, and the sound is so soothing. I sometimes lie under the covers and just listen to the way rain sounds like music. Do you want to drop in at the rectory and see Sam? Nicolae ventured. 2 hours from now I would not want you to suddenly worry about him. You are reading my mind again. She smiled up at him because she couldn't help herself. Nicolae. Sharing her life. Giving her hope. Binding his life to her life so that she would never be alone again. It was almost more than she could take in and accept. Happiness. She had never dared to believe it could be hers. Belief seemed to trickle into her mind and take hold a little bit at a time. Still hand in hand, they launched skyward, shifting shape as they did so, 2 owls flying toward the windows of the rectory. They shifted a second time, became vapor streaming through the night to find the opening in the window, no more than a crack, but it allowed them entry. Twin ribbons of colored mist poured into the house, moved quickly through the darkened hallway to find the crack beneath the door. Father Mulligan appeared to be dozing in a chair by the bed. Sam was asleep, tears still marking his pale face. Destiny's heart went out to the little boy. She materialized beside him, her fingers stroking back the thatch of hair tumbling across his forehead. "Poor little boy," she murmured softly. Father Mulligan sat up with a start, clutched dramatically at his heart as he glared at them. "Do you go through walls? You nearly killed me coming in like that." Destiny looked instantly repentant. "I'm so sorry, Father. I thought you were really asleep. I should have been more careful." His heart rate did not even rise, Nicolae pointed out. "He should be an actor, not a priest." Father Mulligan grinned mischievously, looking for all the world like a small boy. "I did rather well in the school plays when I was a young lad, much to my father's chagrin. He thought acting a perfect sin. I was expecting you two this evening. We would have come earlier, but we have been looking into the strange, unnatural behavior of your parishioners. Are you certain the wine you are serving is not a bad one?" Nicolae inquired with a straight face. "All of them do attend this church." "I hadn't thought of that," Destiny agreed, glaring accusingly at the priest. "You two are treading quite close to blasphemy," Father Mulligan warned, attempting to look severe. His eyes were twinkling merrily, ruining his credibility as an actor. "Well, I suppose we can rule you and your wine out, but I do have a question," Destiny said. "The night Martin took the purr box, do you recall if any glass was broken? Before he became violent?" Father Mulligan frowned. "How strange you should ask that. I spoke with Tim, and he told me that he had given Martin medicine, and the glass of water dropped onto the floor as Martin handed it back. Tim said Martin just stared at the slivers of glass, shoved Tim out of his way, and left their apartment. Evidently, Martin came straight here to the church. Has Martin ever used the little clinic, the one just down from Mary Ann's office?" "Yes. There's a doctor who comes twice a month. He's noted for being brilliant in pain management. Martin was in a terrible accident a couple of years ago, shattered all kinds of bones and twisted his back. He had been going to the doctor for help, and it seemed to be working. But Tim said they had some kind of falling out and Martin decided not to go back. It was too bad, because his pain was under control." "Do you have any idea what the falling out was over?" Destiny asked. Seeing the priest hesitate, she continued. "I wouldn't ask, but I think the doctor may be involved in all of this in some way. The more information I have, the easier it will be to solve the entire mess. It had to do with their business. Tim and Martin are planning a community for older citizens. They are trying to make it unique and safe and yet affordable. A great deal of money is involved. The doctor wanted to be added to the staff for a high consultant salary. Martin overheard him treating an elderly patient and thought his manner impatient and insulting. I heard several complaints about his treatment of the elderly, and when Martin asked me my opinion, I told him what some of my parishioners had said. So at his next session with the doctor, Martin probably told him politely they would pass on his services," Destiny mused. "I don't want to give you the wrong impression," Father Mulligan said. "The doctor may not be very good with the elderly, but he's helped others tremendously. I know he visits poor little Blythe Madison on a regular basis. I've seen him leaving when I go to see her." "Is Blythe an attractive woman?" Nicolae asked. "Strikingly so," Father Mulligan answered readily. "Just as Helena is," Destiny pointed out. "Is Harry as crazy about his wife as everyone claims he is?" "Absolutely," Father Mulligan said. "He's devastated. Not a single day goes by that he doesn't visit her at the hospital. He's begged her to come home to him, but he says she's become even more withdrawn. Perhaps we should pay him a quiet visit," Nicolae suggested. He held up his hand when Father Mulligan might have protested. "Do not worry, he will not even know we were there." "Thank you for taking care of Sam, Father," Destiny said. "I'm sorry I had to turn him over to you." "I don't mind. Nicolae helped the social workers see things my way, so I think we have Sam's future well taken care of, including a trust fund that Nicolae set up for him. The couple who want him are wonderful people, and we're cutting through the red tape nicely." Nicolae. It always came back to him. His thoughtfulness. His attention to detail. For some reason, the thought made Destiny blush wildly, and she had to duck her head to conceal her thoughts from the priest. There was no concealing them from Nicolae. Details are important, he agreed in his black velvet voice, implying all sorts of things. Lightning is going to strike you if you keep that up in front of a holy man. Let us go where I am much safer then. But first we must stop by the tavern. Destiny murmured a goodbye to the priest, brushed back Sam's hair once more, and started for the door. Go out the same way you came in, Father Mulligan pleaded. Just one more time for me. Destiny glanced at Nicolae, who raised an eyebrow at her. His lips twitched with suppressed laughter. Together they melted into vapor, then rushed out beneath the small crack in the door while the priest laughed delightedly. Harry had already closed the tavern and had climbed the stairs to his apartment above the bar when they arrived. He was slumped in a chair with a framed photo in his hands, his forehead resting on the glass. He sat there unmoving, clutching the picture of his wife. The sight of him sitting so alone and unhappy wrenched at Destiny's heart. We'll fix this, Destiny. Now that we know what Blythe looks like, we can find her. I feel as if we are very close to solving this mystery. The doctor is very much involved in these attacks. They left Harry and flew out of the city. Destiny looked down at the sparkling lights. It's so beautiful here, Nicolae. I love this city. I love the people. She could admit it to him now. He had given her that gift. She wasn't so afraid to allow herself to care about others. She was beginning to believe she wasn't responsible for the death of everyone she had ever loved. Is that the hospital where Blythe is living? Destiny was already heading toward the grounds, certain of the direction, almost as if Blythe were calling to her. Maybe she is, Nicolae said with understanding. She has suffered greatly. I think it best if you speak with her alone. I will be close, but unseen. Destiny was grateful for his sensitivity. Nicolae could easily force Blythe's acceptance of him, but Destiny was reluctant to compel cooperation from someone who was most likely suffering, and Nicolae shared her view. Destiny blew him a kiss as they walked through the halls of the hospital invisible to the human eye. She found Blythe huddled on a window seat, rocking back and forth, her tormented gaze riveted on the door. She didn't appear to notice Destiny at first. Her entire concentration was focused on the door. Destiny cleared her throat to bring the woman's attention to her. When Blythe turned her head, Destiny recognized the look in her eyes. She had seen it over and over on the faces of the abused and battered women who had fled their lives and gone to marry Anne. There was despair and shame and hopelessness. Blythe was drugged, but there was awareness in her, a strong spark of life despite her situation. Who are you? How did you get in here? Blythe asked nervously, but she was looking expectantly toward the door, not at Destiny. Is he coming? The doctor. Destiny asked softly. Blythe focused more fully on her. She nodded. If he sees you here, you could be in danger. At the mention of the doctor, Blythe's heart rate increased dramatically. He hypnotized you, Blythe, didn't he? Destiny asked softly. I suspect that he did. Blythe's voice was surprisingly strong for a woman everyone believed to be mentally ill. There's no way to get away from him, and no Harry is safe. He uses drugs and hypnosis. She shrugged. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. She added the last as an afterthought. Destiny noted that Blythe was becoming increasingly agitated. Her fists were clenching and unclenching. Destiny felt the same presence she'd discerned earlier that day. Evil. It was moving toward them, the footsteps hard on the hallway floor. Blythe whimpered and hurried to her window seat, pressing one hand hard against her mouth to keep from crying out. Destiny slipped back into the shadows. Get him to talk, Blythe, she said softly. Give me something to work with. She could easily take the information from the doctor's mind, but she wanted Blythe to participate actively in freeing herself. The lock clicked and the door burst open. Destiny was half expecting a vampire, but the man glaring suspiciously around the room was wholly human and yet as vile as any monster she had vanquished. Destiny could see through the illusion of vampire projected with his voice and his looks to the rotting malevolence beneath, but this man shocked her. He was incredibly good-looking, a tall, blonde man with a shark smile. Even looking closely, Destiny could not see past his surface good looks to the evil lying beneath. I heard you talking to someone. He closed the door with deliberate finality. Or are you so far gone that you talk to yourself now? Blythe huddled closer to the window as if she might throw herself out, except the way was blocked by bars. Her gaze shifted to the corner of the room where Destiny had disappeared. She lifted her chin. I won't let you touch me again. He laughed, the sound chilling. Of course you will. You'll do exactly as I tell you, just as you always have. You wouldn't want to kill your husband, wonderful Harry. Slice him up into little pieces while he slept in bed, now would you? I could make you do that, Blythe, and you would deserve it for cheating on me with that. Nothing. Of a man. Bartender. For God's sake. I am a genius, a man of greatness, and you turned your back on me and slept with a common nothing. You let him touch you. Blythe lifted her chin. You can come here every night and rape me, drug me, force yourself on me, but I will never want you. I'll always belong to Harry, never you. Destiny could feel her stomach churning with bile, with a fierce rage as cold as ice and as hot as an out-of-control fire. She heard the humiliation in Blythe's voice, the utter despair even as she defied her tormentor. Destiny looked at the doctor and saw only a monster. Without thinking, she waved Blythe to silence, sent her to sleep so that she slumped over on the window seat, her eyes closed. The doctor swore. You little bitch. Do you think that's going to fool me? Destiny came out of the shadows, her eyes flaming a fiery red. She hissed softly, drawing his attention. You do not deserve to live. He spun around, stepped back, and quickly put up his hand. You have no proof of anything. I was attempting a form of therapy. How dare you come into this room? You hurt John Paul because Helena turned down your sick advances. You harmed Martin because he refused to give you your way in his project. You use your profession to hurt people, don't you, Doctor? He shrugged carelessly once he assured himself they were alone in the room. I'd like to see you prove such an accusation. I have an impeccable reputation. He pulled a syringe from his pocket, smiling at her as he did so. You shouldn't have stuck your nose in where it didn't belong. He walked to her, completely confident that he could subdue her. Destiny allowed him to take her arm in his vice-like grip. She smiled coolly at him while inside she smoldered with outrage at his complete lack of remorse. I don't have to prove it, Doctor. I'm not human. For one moment she allowed him to see the rage, the fury, the red flame of retribution. The doctor went white, his mouth opening to emit a high shriek of terror. Destiny waved her hand to stop the sound, catching it in his throat, cutting off his airway. She blinked, suddenly realizing what she was about to do. Nicolae. I will not be like the undead. I may have their blood, but I will not join their ranks and terrorize this disgusting excuse for a man. I will not do the very thing they do. He deserves to be brought to justice, and I will do so, but... She released the doctor as Nicolae materialized, pulling the syringe out of the doctor's suddenly nerveless fingers. I think I would like you to write out a full confession for us, Doctor, and include why and how. You must tell the world in general that you could not live with the guilt of your crimes. His voice was so soft and pleasant, Destiny backed away from him, away from the power of the compulsion. She was shaking with the need for justice, grateful that Nicolae had intervened with a cool head, remembering they would need proof for all the victims. It was terrifying to think how much she had wanted the doctor to see death coming. Destiny wanted him to feel everything Blythe had felt. Everything she herself had felt. She put her arms around Blythe, whispering to her, promising her that everything would be all right. We cannot leave her like this, Nicolae. Do not worry, we will provide for her. The doctor turned as if sleepwalking and left the room. Nicolae put his arm around Destiny and together, at a much more sedate pace, they followed the doctor down the hall and out of the ward. Both watched as the man sat at the desk in his office and carefully wrote out his confession. He left it on the desktop and once again was on the move, climbing the stairs to the roof, several stories up, where he simply stepped off the edge. They did not watch him hit the sidewalk below, but hurried away, stopping only to allow Nicolae to whisper to a security man and the nurse at the desk. They sought the peace of the quiet streets, easily gaining entrance into Harry's home. Destiny watched Nicolae, her heart swelling with pride as he bent to give Harry a soft command. Harry dressed quickly and hurried down to the street, heading for the hospital, uncertain why it was so important to him, but needing desperately to spend the remainder of the night in the hospital room with his wife. Destiny shivered, buried her face against Nicolae's neck. I never once thought it was a man. A doctor. Someone who is supposed to be a healer. Why would anyone choose to be so evil? Nicolae brushed a kiss onto her hair, wanting to take away the pain of her memories of other monsters. I cannot give you an answer, little one, but do not be sad. Blythe will learn to be happy with Harry again, and eventually all of these people will be able to live their lives in peace, thanks to your caring enough to listen to them and piece it all together. Thank you for thinking of sending him to her. I knew we couldn't remove her from the hospital, but I couldn't bear the thought of her being alone. She tangled her fingers in his hair and nuzzled his neck, aching to hold him to her and make love to him. He always contrived to make sense out of a world that was never quite sane. How did I ever manage without you? He kissed her. Hard. Possessively. Come with me. We have done what we could for our friends. I wish to do something for you. Let me take you to that movie. It was the last thing she expected, and it made her laugh. You're crazy, you know that? She couldn't stop smiling. Joy seemed to start in her soul and spread through her body until her lips curved in complete happiness. She and Nicolae shifted shape once again, materializing in their true forms on the sidewalk together in front of the movie theater. Nicolae immediately drew her into his arms, pulling her tightly against the hard strength of his body. His long, lean fingers tunneled deep into the thick mass of her hair. I have waited for hours to get you alone. Really? Pleasure blossomed through her body. I wanted to be alone with you too, she confided. No matter what he said about the darkness inside male Carpathians, Nicolae would always be her light. A cool breeze slid over her body, bringing the inevitable mist with it. Laughing, happy, they slipped into the dark of the theater. Only a few couples were scattered around the large room. Nicolae found the darkest corner, up in the balcony where they were all alone. It wasn't a vampire movie, but an action movie. Destiny had seen it advertised, a popular video game made into a movie, and she particularly loved the actress. The balcony seats were wide and comfortable, and she settled into one with a little sigh. Did you really summon the healer? Grigori. Do not sound so worried, he answered, sliding his arm along the back of her seat to rest on her shoulders. He has a life mate, and it would be impossible for him to be other than good. Destiny shifted, leaning close to him. What's he like? He waited to answer, framing her face between his hands, finding her mouth with his. Fire poured into her. Into him. His tongue danced and dueled with hers. He had already waited too long to have her. His body was hard and aching. His mouth said it all to her, taking command, a hard possession, a declaration of his intentions. He lifted his head and stared down into her enormous eyes and smiled. His voice was very calm when he answered her. Grigori comes from a revered lineage. His ancestors have always guarded the prince of our people, and most of them had a tremendous ability to heal. All of us can do so when called upon, of course, but the talent runs strongest in his line. I do not know him, but I knew his father, a man of loyalty and integrity who always stood by our people. She was beginning to know Nicolae well. A warrior. A hunter, she interpreted. Exactly. A man much like Nicolae, one he would respect. Destiny nodded. All right then. I'll stick around and see what he's like. The action on the screen was fast-paced and intense as sinister men stalked toward the heroine's mansion. Nicolae glanced at the screen, then looked around the theater. So this is what it is like to watch a movie from the balcony. I must confess I was never much of a movie patron. His thumb slid along the neckline of her blouse, slipped inside to caress bare skin. A shiver of pure awareness went down her spine. Movies are wonderful. I really admire the imaginations of the people putting together such wonderful worlds. She glanced at him. He wasn't looking at the screen but at her, his dark eyes smoky with desire, with raw sexual hunger. His hands went to the front of her blouse and her heart began to pound. Nicolae, this really is a good movie. Is it? He murmured, clearly distracted. She was all too aware of his fingers slipping the tiny buttons open down the front of her blouse. His knuckles brushed her bare skin as the material gaped open. She tried to be shocked, but excitement set in. Is this what you do on your movie dates? She found it hotly erotic to be sitting in a movie theater in the dark with her blouse open and her breasts aching and swollen with need. She watched, fascinated, as his long fingers stroked her soft, creamy skin. Did you think I came to watch the movie? He sounded amused. Well, yes. The breath slammed out of her lungs as his fingers began to shape her breast, his thumb lovingly brushing the nipple into a taut peak of desire. I wanted to watch you watch the movie. I love to watch you enjoy things. Do you object to wearing a skirt? A skirt, she echoed faintly. Instead of pants. A short skirt. You do not have to wear anything under it. His voice purred as his fingers stroked. His request seemed sinfully wicked, wonderfully sexy, and as she complied in the easy way of their people, donning a short thigh-length skirt, she felt the flush of heat moving through her body. So I'm to sit here and watch the movie while you watch me? Excellent idea, he agreed. One fingernail lengthened to slit through the thin lace of her bra, freeing her full breasts from the wispy confines. I just want you to enjoy yourself. Nicolae cupped the soft weight of one breast in his palm. The cool air teased her heated skin, tightened her nipples even more. On the screen, the heroine was running through her large mansion as intruders finally broke in, determined to steal an important icon left to her by her father. Nicolae bent his dark head to Destiny's enticing offering. His mouth found her vulnerable throat as her head fell back. His tongue swirled, tasting her skin, the temptation of her pulse. You move me. Every time I look at you, touch you, I know I am alive. If the strict truth were told, his insides went into total meltdown the moment he touched her body. Kissing her sent him into a heady spin. Fire raced through his veins and burned in his belly, but most of all, even greater than his tremendous physical response to her, was the intensity of his love. It shook him as nothing else ever had. Her skin was amazingly soft. He wanted to touch every inch of her. Take his time and simply feel. Revel in his ability to do so. The contrast between a man's body and a woman's fascinated him. Her curves were lush and inviting. He wanted to sink deep into them and spend long hours enjoying every moment. He feathered kisses down her throat, his mouth traveling to the tip of her inviting breast. The low sounds she made in her throat only served to heighten his pleasure. He wanted her needing him with the same mindless urgency he was feeling. He wanted that cool look gone from her face, her eyes cloudy with desire for him. He wanted her so distracted, she would never be able to look at a movie again without remembering this night and growing hot at the memory. Teeth nipped and scraped gently, teasingly, his tongue lapped gently. He was pleased when her arms cradled his head, holding him to her breast. The music from the soundtrack pounded in his body, a hard, driving beat that matched the rhythm of his mouth as he took possession of her breast. She arched into him, her hips writhing in the seat, unable to stay still under the wild assault on her senses. Destiny tangled her fist in his hair. Wild man, let's go home. You've gone crazy on me. But she held him to her, not wanting him to stop. He feasted on her body, teasing her breasts, first one, then the other, delighting in his ability to do so. She was his, sharing her body, allowing him free rein as he carefully explored each abundant offering. He heard the music throbbing through the theater, but time and space dropped away, so he was unaware of anything but her yielding flesh. Nicolae found the hemline of her short skirt and traced it along the top of her thighs. His hand slid between her legs and urged them apart to give him access to the treasure he knew was his. Moist heat radiated a welcome to him. Her satisfaction deepened his own desire. Destiny responded like a flower opening to him. He stroked her thighs, found her tight curls, and caressed the moist folds the small triangle guarded. His palm cupped her softness, pushed against her, was rewarded when she pushed back, seeking relief. I want to go home, she whispered again. Yes, we need to be home, he agreed, pushing his finger deep just to feel her reaction. She shivered with excitement and need. Her hips writhed on the seat. All at once the confines of the movie theater were too restrictive. She needed to be out in the open where she could breathe, where she could cry out with joy, where she could have complete privacy with Nicolae. "Take me home," she said, her arms circling his neck. Nicolae found her mouth again, sweeping her into his world of fire and pleasure, his fingers bringing her to a fever pitch. He lifted her into his arms and took her from the world of humans, back into the night. Their world. Destiny felt tears burning behind her eyes. The night was cool on her skin. Fog slid along the ground and a soft mist instantly enveloped them. The shadows were places of beauty, not evil. She reached toward the night, embracing it. Embracing her life with Nicolae. Her mouth found his as they stood together. She belonged. Finally. Irrevocably. She belonged with this man. She poured everything she felt into her kiss. Her needs. Her dreams. Her acceptance of him. Most of all, her complete trust in him. She forgot the scandalously short skirt she was wearing, wrapping one leg around him, pressing her body against his. Nicolae found the bare curve of her bottom and held her tightly to him. Destiny was ravenous, matching him kiss for kiss, flame for flame. He lifted his head to the cooling mist and laughed for the sheer joy of being able to hold her in his arms. He took them to the skies, high over the city, his arms wrapped around her as they moved through the clouds. Clothes were too much of a burden, and both shed them at nearly the exact moment. With their mouths fused together and Destiny's hands clasped at the back of his neck, she lifted her legs to wrap them firmly around his waist. The head of his erection was large, pressing tightly against her opening, seeking entrance. She knew she should wait, they were already too wild, but the temptation was far too great. She was pulsing with need, desperate for relief from the too tight, too hot feeling. Every nerve in her body cried out for his possession. Every muscle clenched with desperate urgency. Nicolae gasped as she lowered herself onto him, right there in the air, taking him deep into her body. Her tight sheath was fiery hot, in complete contrast to the cool air surrounding them. He spun them, a dizzying drop as they flashed across the sky toward their home, making her cling tighter, her soft breasts pressed tightly against his chest. She had intended to be perfectly still as he carried her through the sky, but the sensation of him filling her with his hard thickness was too much. The movement of flying simply added to the delicious sensations. She began to move, a slow, sexy ride, moving up and down, her hips lifting away from him, then slowly settling over his heavy erection once again. Every muscle in his body was taut and strained. He shuddered each time she lowered her body around his, each time her sheath gripped him and stroked him with hot velvet. The friction sent flames dancing over his skin in spite of the cooling mist. It was sensuous and alluring, riding through the sky with her impaled on his hard body. Her dark cloud of hair spilled around them like a silken cape, teasing his heightened senses even more. Every movement sent her lush breasts rubbing against his chest. He could only hold her tightly, concentrate on keeping them aloft as her muscles clenched around him, and she rode up and down with a leisurely rhythm. Nicolae was nearly out of his mind by the time he took her through the levels of the mountain toward their hidden chamber. He had no time for flames or flowers. He could only think of burying himself deeper and deeper in her body. Faster and harder, he thrust, his hips surging into her. He barely had their feet on the ground before he was taking control, his hands moving over her, everywhere, shaping and exploring and arousing her further in a frenzy of need. He backed her against the nearest boulder, only remembering at the last moment to cushion her back as he thrust deep. Destiny rained kisses on him, held him, accepted him, though she was every bit as frenzied as he was. But there it was again. Unexpected. Insidious. A snake in her garden, robbing her of paradise. This time she stayed merged with Nicolae, allowed him to see the darker shadow images slipping into her head, desperately wanting to trust him to know what to do. Nicolae kissed her. He went from taking her body wildly to kissing her tenderly, his hands so gentle they felt like the brush of gossamer wings over her bare skin. His kiss was loving, warm, coaxing rather than taking. All the time, his body moved gently in hers. You like to be out in the open. I know. She wanted to apologize, but it seemed silly when he was only making an observation, not condemning her. He kissed her again, slowly and thoroughly, hungrily. We are in the open. We are wherever we want to be. Destiny closed her eyes and took the picture of the stars from his mind. Took the scent of the clean mist and held it to her while he filled her with the beauty of his hands and mouth. His body worshipped hers until her body was coming apart, soaring free with Nicolae across the sky she loved so much. She held him to her, listening to their hearts beating together. Very slowly she opened her eyes to find them beneath the mountain in the chamber of pools. I wanted to be wild and out of control. I'm sorry you had to be so careful with me. Nicolae didn't point out that his body was still quite willing to take hers again. They had a few more hours before they had to seek the solace of the earth, and he intended to utilize every minute together. I do not mind being careful. His teeth bit at her neck teasingly. I do not mind anything we do. Someday we will be wild and out of control. We have eternity together. We do not need to have everything at once. His teeth scraped along her shoulder, nibbled her breast. One day I will have silken scarves and you will trust me enough to let me bind your hands and have my way with you, and there will be no fear of intimacy between us. You think I'll be able to do that? She was skeptical. Nicolae tugged at her hand so that she followed him into the water. He turned her away from him, placing her hands on the very boulder she had forced him to hang on to. Yes, I know you will. You will trust me completely. I intend to give you so much pleasure every time I touch you that you will only think in terms of pleasure when I am near you. His hand on her back positioned her upper body forward so that her smooth bottom was presented to him. Lovemaking is never about control and power. No matter what we do, it's about showing each other with our bodies what is nearly impossible to express any other way. There should never be shame, only pleasure, and I intend to give you much pleasure. Nicolae ran his hands over her curves. You are so beautiful, Destiny. His hands moved up her thighs, stroked caresses over her moist entrance. This makes me feel very vulnerable, she admitted. He stepped close to her, reached around her to cup the fullness of her breasts in his palms. Deliberately, he rubbed against her, allowing her to feel how thick and hard he was. How much his body wanted her body. All you have to do is tell me no. That is all. We stop the moment you do not like anything we do. He pushed his finger into her, testing her readiness. If her mind was fearful, her body wasn't. She was hot and slick, even more welcoming than before. He caught her hips and thrust deep, burying himself all the way. Her body clenched around him, then slowly opened in welcome. Each position is just a new sensation, not a threat, Destiny, he said, waiting a heartbeat to allow her body to adjust fully to the invasion of his. He thrust hard. Waited another heartbeat. Destiny pushed back against him, seeking more. Her body was already hot, hotter than she had thought possible. The feeling of intense vulnerability was gone, leaving her able to participate fully. She wanted him to thrust harder, to create the firestorm all over again. Silken scarves, he had said, and her body had grown hot at the thought. She doubted she would ever trust him to that extent, but as his body took hers, she realized she was strong enough to rip through silken bonds. It was merely an image of a restraint, not the real thing. Nicolae wanted her pleasure above his own. Destiny relaxed completely and began to move, thrusting backward into him as he surged forward, her muscles tightening and releasing, gripping and teasing. Each time his hips plunged forward, her breasts moved in the same rhythm and white-hot fire raced through her blood. She became aware of everything, even the sensation of the water lapping at her skin like tongues. His body slapped against hers, the thick length of him pistoning faster and harder until the friction threatened to set them on fire. She didn't want him to stop, and she didn't need him to be gentle. His large hands were biting into her hips, but it felt wonderful, not threatening. His body was wild, taking possession of her, obviously staking a claim, but she welcomed him, welcomed this abandoned form of lovemaking. She went over the edge fast and unexpectedly. Destiny cried out loudly in the confines of the chamber. Her body refused to go alone, gripping and milking the seed from him so that he thrust helplessly, spilling the essence of life deep inside her. Nicolae rested his head on her smooth back, attempting to calm his breathing. Do you see, little one, not everything has to be perfect to be pleasurable. If there are times we can only hold one another, it will be all right. We will enjoy those times together. We will have many perfections and many near misses, and they will all be pleasurable. That is true intimacy. And that is life. A slow smile hovered on her lips, even though her legs were shaky, and it was only sheer willpower that held her up. Nicolae reluctantly allowed his body to slide away from hers, his hands drawing her with him to the deeper center of the pool so that the water bubbled and fizzed over her breasts. Nicolae didn't let her go. Rather, he pulled her close to him, his mouth taking hers, plundering and sweet at the same time. His tongue probed and danced until she was breathless. The water fizzed in her most secret places, and then 2 fingers joined the sparkling water, pushing her up toward the skies again, teasing and dancing in time to his tongue while tiny bubbles burst against her nipples. His mouth left hers to travel to her neck, teeth nipping sharply, his tongue swirling to ease the bite. Over the creamy swell of her breast, he bit deep, without preamble, so that the pleasure pain of it seared them both. Her small muscles clenched around his fingers, and he pushed deep, felt her body rock with an explosive orgasm. He fed there while she fragmented, while her feminine muscles convulsed again and again. His tongue swept the tiny pinpricks, sealing them, but leaving his mark on her so he could see the evidence of his possession. His mouth wandered lower to the tips of her breasts, catching the fizzing water to hold the bursting bubbles around her tender flesh. He was rewarded again as she climaxed, calling his name. Her arms circled his neck, and she kissed his eyes, the comber of his mouth. His body clenched in anticipation. She feathered kisses down his jaw, over his throat. Her hands began to wander, slipping below the waterline. Fingers danced, stroked. Her palm became a tight sheath. Her tongue lapped the pulse in his throat. His heart leapt as she bit into his flesh, as her hands followed the guidance of his mind. It was his turn to share the searing ecstasy, his turn for her ministrations. Sounds filled the cave over the next couple of hours. Soft murmurs, cries of delight, splashing water. True intimacy. Unconditional love. Chapter 18. Grigori was close. She was sure of it the moment she opened her eyes on the next rising. Destiny's heart was pounding so hard, so loud, the sound echoed through the small cavern. Her breath came in great gasps, and her lungs burned desperately for more air. She dressed hastily, her gaze darting around the small cave as if the healer might be in any corner. I need to get out of here, she told Nicolae. Just for a little while. I can't breathe down here. It sounded silly, like a fabricated excuse, but it was all too real. He is here, Nicolae announced, his hand tangling casually in the thick mass of her hair. She knew the gesture was meant to steady her. She reached up and caught his hand, clinging unashamedly to him. Her Nicolae. Her rock. He was already dressed impeccably, elegantly, a prince of old. The man materializing deep beneath the mountain would render judgment on them. He strode toward them, a stocky man with power clinging to every inch of his body, lines etched into his hard features, his eyes a slashing silver. For one moment the world wavered, turning a strange black with countless shooting stars, but Nicolae's arm wrapped around her body, drew her beneath his broad shoulder against the shelter of his strength. The spinning world righted, and she followed the steady rhythm of his breathing. Despite the weight of his opinion, this man in no way distressed Nicolae. He was unconcerned about the verdict. His gaze was hard and watchful. Behind them and a little to their right was Vikernoff. Destiny became aware of Vikernoff's unblinking stare, as cold as death, watching Grigori's every move. Vikernoff would stand solidly with his brother as always, tainted blood or no. It occurred to her that Vikernoff had known the instant Nicolae had taken her blood, and he had not merged with her in an attempt to stop him. With that awareness came the realization that Grigori had entered this small chamber beneath the earth without really knowing any of the parties within. He was truly risking his life to give them aid. He looked big and strong and capable, a glittering menace, but the two Carpathians were ancients, every bit as well-versed in battle as he. She decided Grigori was a very courageous man. Nicolae stepped forward to greet him in the way of a warrior, gripping Grigori's forearms, his body cleverly inserted between Destiny and the stranger. "Grigori, how good of you to come so quickly. I am Nicolae, once under the command of Vladimir Dobrinsky. This is my brother, Vikarnov." He waved toward the silent sentinel to his right. Vikarnov stepped forward, his cold, dead eyes meeting the glittering silver ones. "I thank you for answering the call. It is good that you are here," he said, formally clasping Grigori's forearms. Destiny realized that the gesture made both hunters vulnerable. They were face to face, reading what they would give of their minds. "It is good to see you. Mikhail has recently learned of the continuing existence of ancients in the world and has put out the call to return and regroup if at all possible. He will be pleased to know he has 2 more elders. Falcon still lives." His glittering gaze moved beyond Nicolae to rest on Destiny. She lifted her chin at him. Let him pass his judgment. She had lived a long while without family or friends. She could do so again. Although secretly, she wasn't altogether certain that was the truth. She had begun to hope and dream in spite of her determination not to fall into that trap. Her gaze lifted to Nicolae. What if this strange man with his powerful eyes could take away her life mate? He cannot. Nicolae didn't send her waves of warmth and reassurance. His words were simple and calm, completely confident. The terrible rolling in her stomach subsided. "My life mate, Destiny." Nicolae took her hand, drew her to him, his arm sliding around her waist possessively. Grigori bowed low, an elegant, courtly gesture she recognized from watching Nicolae. "You have had a difficult time of it. It is my privilege and honor to meet a woman so courageous." His gaze shifted around the room. "My life mate should be here. That woman is always late." If he had tried to instill impatience into the beautiful tones of his voice, he failed utterly. He sounded so loving. Nicolae smirked and Vikarnov raised an arrogant eyebrow. There was a tinkle of laughter, and a small, dark-haired woman shimmered into form at Grigori's side. Nicolae knew immediately that Grigori had insisted on her safety, not allowing her to appear until he had ascertained for himself that the surroundings were perfectly safe for his life mate. It was exactly what Nicolae would have done. He was grateful to the healer for choosing to put Destiny at ease by implying his life mate was late. Grigori gathered the petite woman beneath his shoulder. "My life mate, Savannah, daughter to Prince Mikhail and his life mate, Raven. Savannah, this is Destiny, her life mate, Nicolae, and his brother, Vikarnov." Savannah wrinkled her nose. "I don't think it's necessary to give my pedigree, for heaven's sake." She rubbed her palm lovingly over Grigori's strong jaw. "It's such a pleasure to meet all of you. And such a wonderful surprise to know you're in the world with us. Our race needs every single one of us." "Thank you for making the journey," Nicolae said. "We do not know if it is possible to remove the tainted blood from our veins, but we hope that you will try." Grigori's face was an expressionless mask, but his voice was as gentle as a breeze. "I will confess I have never run up against exactly this problem. Aiden, one of our hunters, has a life mate who was forced to take the blood of a vampire. The undead did not completely convert her, and the amount of blood was small as he was attempting to starve her to get her to voluntarily take his blood, but Aiden was able to cleanse her. If you have been able to fight off the effects of the blood all this time, then I have to think it is possible to remove it from your system. Your soul is intact." Destiny's breath left her lungs in a long rush of relief. She held the healer's words close to her. Her soul was intact. Turning her face up to Nicolae, she simply smiled. "I love you." His breath stilled in his lungs. His body went still. "Now? You are going to tell me now?" "I think it best. We have to work on your timing." Nicolae's arm tightened possessively. Destiny laughed aloud, the sound spilling out of her mind and heart to fill the small cave with joy. "Velda and Inez would be disappointed with me." He bent his dark head to hers. "I am not." He whispered the words against her lips. His kiss was loving, tender. "Try not to notice them," Vikarnov advised. "It is the only way. He has lost all sense and there is nothing to be done." I think it's great, Savannah declared, hugging Grigori closer. We have much to tell, Vikrunov hissed softly at Nicolae. Nicolae finished kissing his life mate with leisurely unconcern for his brother. He lifted his head reluctantly, his hand sliding through her hair. Vikrunov is a man of few words. There is news that is important for our prince to know. Grigori sat on the largest of the flat boulders, drew Savannah up next to him. We would very much like to hear, and we have information in trade. A trap was laid for Destiny by a vampire who goes by the name of Pater. He not only had several lesser vampires with him, but they were well coordinated and aided each other. He even offered his blood to one of them. Destiny watched Grigori's reaction very closely. He was a powerful, dangerous man, much like her life mate. His mouth hardened perceptibly. An unusual phenomenon. Water trickled from the far cavern wall, the sound loud in the ensuing silence. He wanted me to join with them, Destiny admitted in a little rush. He recognized the stench of evil in my blood, and he called to me and asked me to join their movement. Savannah made a soft sound of distress. How awful for you, and so frightening. It was difficult to face the truth of his words. My blood is like a beacon drawing the vampires. When I hunt them, they are always aware of me. Grigori held up an imperious hand. His silver eyes moved from Destiny to Nicolae. This woman hunts the undead? Destiny laid her hand on Nicolae's chest, suddenly furious that he would have to defend her actions. Tiny red flames leapt in her eyes. I don't need Nicolae to answer for me. I'm perfectly capable of speaking for myself. Savannah's soft mouth twitched, and she coughed delicately into her hand. Grigori shifted, a rippling of muscle. His eyes shifted back to Destiny's furious face. He bowed his head slightly. Forgive me. In our society, women are guarded carefully as the treasures they are. We need every one of them and do not care to risk their lives. I did not mean to offend. There was a clear reprimand in his semi-conciliatory words. Destiny met Savannah's laughing eyes. You poor woman. Is he always like that? Vikrunov has the same attitude. You get used to him. Savannah ignored Grigori's warning touch. He's all bark, no bite. I'm doing my best to convince him I would make a great hunter, but so far he's unconvinced. Do you really hunt vampires? There was genuine interest and admiration in her voice. Grigori's strange silver eyes glittered with menace. Savannah. He sounded very severe. He stirred, a menace of movement. Savannah leaned into him but didn't subside. How did you ever get started? She asked Destiny. The taunting half-smile directed in Grigori's direction froze on Destiny's face. She reached almost blindly for Nicolae's hand. He was there instantly, his fingers threading through hers. Destiny was taken by a vampire as a small child. He forced her to take his blood and converted her. Fortunately, she is psychic and the conversion did not destroy her. She had no choice but to learn to hunt. It was the only way to gain her freedom. Nicolae gave the information easily, casually, as if he weren't telling a story of terrible atrocity and torture. Savannah turned to her life mate. His hand moved lovingly over her small face. He bowed again toward Destiny in a gesture of respect. Few people could survive such a thing. It is an honor for me to attempt a healing on such a strong, courageous person. Your survival is a true testament to the beauty of a woman's spirit. Destiny had expected to be shunned. She had steeled herself for it. Being accepted was unsettling. She didn't know how to respond to warmth and acceptance. She gaped at the newcomers as if they had grown new heads. Nicolae. She sounded lost. A child seeking reassurance. The sands were shifting under her feet. Everything she had believed seemed untrue. Grigori was intimidating, but certainly less so than Nicolae could be. And Savannah was completely open and friendly. Thank you, she managed to stammer aloud. Tell me more about this vampire Pater and his coalition, Grigori suggested to Nicolae. I have noticed the vampires have been traveling together more, banding together in small groups. They have done so at times throughout the centuries, but never in such numbers. This is the first time I have encountered one who actually tried to recruit. He spoke of the power of numbers and how they could defeat hunters by aiding one another. He spoke to others like a commander in an army. He tried hard to get Destiny. And he is smart, this one. The poisons he used are more sophisticated than any I have seen before. Nicolae raked his fingers through his hair and met Grigori's glittering eyes. I believe the threat to our people, and in particular to our prince, is a serious one. There was a small silence while Grigori pondered Nicolae's remarks. Many of the ancients use lesser or fledgling vampires as sacrificial pawns. This is not the same thing. They're actually aiding each other and sharing blood. I saw Pater offer his blood to a wounded vampire, Destiny said. He was aggressively trying to recruit me to his side. The worst of it is, he actually made sense. They ambush their enemies and then get out fast to cut down on their losses. Nicolae nodded. They're using battle strategy instead of simply hitting fast and hard and emotionally. It was very unlike them. He glanced at his brother. Vikarnov shrugged carelessly. Too organized. They have someone directing them, someone of power. A very powerful ancient. Intelligent, well-versed in battle and in propaganda. He shows restraint, and the vampires he chooses to recruit and hold small bands together also show restraint, Nicolae added. I would have to say he probably has tried this before, maybe many times over the centuries, and has learned patiently from his mistakes. He is after the death of every hunter. Then the world would be open to him. Patience is not something many vampires have, Grigori mused aloud. This is unsettling news. He didn't think to question Nicolae's conclusion. Nicolae and Vikarnov were both older and more seasoned in battle than even he. The poison they used was multigenerational, Nicolae said. As the second generation mutated within the body, it was programmed to attack any healer. I have noticed for some time the use of poison as a method for capturing and defeating hunters. I know that those humans hunting all of us have used such methods, and it is my belief that this coalition of vampires uses those humans for experimenting with chemical ways to defeat us. Grigori sighed. Very sophisticated chemicals, it seems. I have seen vampires use the human society of hunters to further their own cause. It is not difficult for one to infiltrate their ranks. Pater mentioned spies, Carpathians perhaps, working with him, Destiny said. At least he implied it. No Carpathian would do such a thing. Savannah sounded shocked at the idea. They would have had to turn vampire. Well, you'd smell a vampire a mile away, Destiny said. Not necessarily, Grigori said. Many are able to shadow themselves, projecting an image even to those of us who know them. Every Carpathian has power in varying degrees. What one does, perhaps another cannot. It is so with vampires. I can always smell a vampire, Destiny asserted. And they can always scent me. Blood calls to blood. She ran her hand down Nicolae's arm. I was so upset when Nicolae took my blood and infected himself. As a hunter, he will no longer be able to surprise them. They will know he is coming for them. Grigori's silver eyes turned thoughtful. You are saying that no matter what the circumstances, no matter how powerful the vampire you always know when one is close by? You do not need the sudden surge of power or the blank void they often leave behind in their wake to detect their presence. Destiny thought back over her vampire hunting. I use the surge of power and also the blank spots as a guide. I use everything I can to find them, and once in a while I find a vampire that is elusive to me, but most of the time I know them simply by the stench of their blood. The elusive vampire is more powerful than the others? Destiny shook her head. Not necessarily. Sometimes he is a fledgling and other times a master. It is rare for my blood not to recognize theirs. Above her head, Nicolae and Grigori exchanged a long, thoughtful look. No, Vikarnov said the word softly, explosively. What you are thinking is an abomination of all we believe in. Our women must be protected at all times. Both of you have lifemates. You have seen what the tainted blood does. Destiny has been in agony, suffering tremendous pain, both physical and psychological. All of our women are needed for a higher purpose than war. They must bring children into the world. Savannah caught Grigori's arm. You wouldn't dare. Not even for the life of my father would I allow such a thing. Certainly not a woman, and no, Nicolae, I know what you are thinking, but Vikarnov is right. We cannot risk a mated pair. Mikhail must hear of this firsthand. I must return to our homeland as soon as your healing is complete. There is more. Nicolae produced the photograph of the mysterious woman. A vampire entered the office of a human friend of ours, Mary and Delaney, who helps battered women. He was searching for this woman in the photograph. He buried a compulsion in Mary and's mind to call him if she spotted the woman. There are a couple of interesting facts. Mary and herself is psychic. She is able to be converted should she have a life mate among us, yet this vampire didn't attempt to seize her for himself. I have always assumed vampires searched for women with psychic abilities in the hope of finding a mate to return their soul to them. It is evidently not the case in this instance. They must be looking for something we have yet to figure out, or why would they ignore the psychic women in this area? With the exception of this one woman. Grigori continued to study Nicolae's dark features before he took the photograph. His restless gaze noted the way Vikarnov seemed riveted to the picture. I have not seen this woman, have you, Savannah? She studied the face carefully. No, but her eyes are so haunted. We must find her, Grigori. She can't be left to the vampires. Vikarnov has agreed to look for her, Nicolae assured them. This is the business card and number the vampire gave to Mary Ann. He passed the small card to Grigori. She has no memory of his appearance, so I do not know if he is familiar to me or not. It wasn't Peter, Destiny said. The stench was there, but not his. Morrison Center for Psychic Research, Grigori read aloud. Yet he had no interest in Mary Ann's ability. And there is another in the neighborhood, an older woman who also exhibits talent. I could not detect any interest in her by any of the vampires. I have heard the name Morrison on more than one occasion, Grigori said heavily. The first time was in Northern California. Coincidentally, it was also a time I was injected with a poison developed to defeat us. At that time I learned this Morrison mingled with human society, was adept at raising funds, and mixed in the scientific world. I nearly met him again in New Orleans. Savannah twisted around to look up at her life mate. You didn't tell me that. It was unnecessary. The name was attached to the laboratory where the human hunters were attempting to interrogate an innocent human woman. It is where I met Gary, Savannah. This name came up again just recently. Diane's life mate was married to a young man of talent who went to this agency, Morrison Center for Psychic Research, to be tested. He was murdered, and an attempt was made to acquire Diane's life mate, who was quite ill. We have just come from her bedside where she gave birth to a female child of extraordinary talent. Perhaps we should send word to guard the child, Savannah said, frowning. If Destiny was taken, it is possible this vampire thinks to strike at children. Guarding the child would be a good idea, although I think this Morrison is looking for a particular talent. This is no child, Nicolae said, waving the photograph in the air. She is a woman who is strong and knows she is being pursued. Vikarnov reached out and rescued the photograph from his brother, slipping it inside his shirt almost protectively. Nicolae ignored the gesture. There are 3 women with psychic talent in this area. There is also a priest who has knowledge of our people. Grigori's breath hissed between his teeth. Tell me of this man. Some years ago, a priest in Romania. Father Hummer. Grigori snapped the name, his strong white teeth coming together in a bite. Mikhail's friend. He was captured by vampire hunters and later killed by a vampire. Mikhail was the target. He evidently corresponded with a cardinal, asking theological questions, seeking aid in his search. The cardinal burned his letters with the exception of one. Father Mulligan found the letter upon the cardinal's death. He has since burned it, recognizing the danger to our species, but he retains the knowledge. Grigori rubbed his dark eyebrows. I fear trouble is brewing for our people. We must get to our homeland. He looked directly at Vikarnov as if measuring him. If this woman is important enough for a vampire to risk revealing himself, it is just as important to our people to find her. I will put out the word, but I will tell our prince it is in your hands. Vikarnov bowed slightly. I will find her. I give you my word of honor I will not choose the dawn until I see to her safety. It could take years. I have Nicolae and Destiny to guide me through dark times. They share their laughter with me and their hope. I will survive. Grigori inclined his head. So it will be. We must think about this tainted blood of yours, Destiny. You said you would have recognized the stench of Peter's blood. You are able to detect a difference in each vampire's blood. Destiny nodded. Yes. If I've met them before, I always recognize them, and I know they recognize me. That makes it more difficult if I miss the first time when I'm hunting. But it gives me some advantage if they don't know I'm a hunter, because they identify me as one of the undead. This would be a great tool, Grigori mused aloud, but dangerous for anyone without an anchor. And far too dangerous for anyone with a life mate. You don't even know if you can rid our blood of the infections, Nicolae pointed out. Perhaps you will know more once you have looked. It is much like an acid and contaminates everything it touches. In one holy evil, it apparently has no harmful effects, but to one of the light, it is painful and dangerous. Destiny looked at him quickly, anxiously. You're beginning to feel the effects, aren't you? Please heal him first if you can, Grigori. I'm used to the feeling and it doesn't really bother me. Nicolae should never have done such a thing. I would have done exactly the same thing, Grigori said. Destiny studied his face. No, you wouldn't have. Savannah laughed softly. Oh yes, he would. If Savannah were infected, I would never hesitate. We are bound, two halves of the same whole. I would not have thought twice, Grigori said decisively. Are you feeling the effects, Nicolae? Nicolae nodded. I have examined my internal body, and the lesions are already forming in great numbers. The toxins are multiplying at a far faster rate than in Destiny's body. I carry a seed of darkness, even with Destiny as my anchor, and the toxins sense it and feed as if in a frenzy. Destiny turned on him, her expression fiercely protective. There is no darkness in you. You're so silly, Nicolae. You don't know yourself at all. I've seen darkness, I've seen monsters. You do not carry even a tiny germ of such evil. His arms immediately surrounded her, held her trembling body safe. We are not all made up of one trait, little one, he soothed softly. I know it is hard to think I could have more than one side, but darkness can be many things, including strength. It does not have to be used for evil. One's very flaws can be utilized for good. This is quite interesting. Aiden's life mate, Alexandria, endured a particularly difficult conversion, but he did not report lesions and these things you speak of. We may as well get started, Grigori decided. I want to know what I am dealing with. I expect this will take much time and energy, so I will heal Nicolae first. Absolutely not. Nicolae was resolute. Hear me out, Grigori suggested mildly. Your instinct is to ensure Destiny's health first, but that is not the wisest choice. She has carried the vampire's blood and indeed was converted by it. Her healing will be much more difficult. I will need much blood to accomplish such a feat. There are only Vikranoff and Savannah to supply me as my energy wanes. I will have need of you. The surges of power will certainly tip off every vampire in the area to our exact location. There is only Vikranoff to hold them off. This will be no small struggle, and I will need your strength. Destiny curled her fingers through Nicolae's, brought his hand to her mouth. Her teeth nibbled nervously on his knuckles. She had spent so little time with other people. Her instincts told her Grigori was powerful. There was a slight chance he could heal them. Deep inside, where it counted, where she would admit things she couldn't face, she knew Nicolae spoke the truth about the darkness in him. She recognized it. It was very strong in Vikranoff, and it was strong in Grigori. She had learned, from her experience with Nicolae, to discern the difference between the hunters carrying the darkness and the actual taint of the vampire's blood. But it was there. It was present. She was surrounded by it, and it made her nervous. It also called to the darkness in her blood. She was hot and restless, having to work at controlling her body's temperature. Only her love for Nicolae kept her in the small confines of the cave. If she went along with this, she would be totally vulnerable. Nicolae would be under a stranger's control. I am an ancient Destiny. Vikranoff remains to see to our safety, even though he feels a need to begin his hunt. There is little that can be done to harm me without my knowledge. I will be able to break away from Grigori should there be need. But it is up to you. If you do not want to do this thing, we will not. She heard the utter sincerity in his voice. It was that simple for him. If she were uncomfortable and chose not to allow the healer to perform, he would calmly go along with her decision. You're crazy, you know that? She gave an exaggerated sigh as she shoved him toward Grigori. Her heart was pounding like crazy, but she would not allow him to suffer because she was a coward. In case you are wondering what that meant, Nicolae explained to the others, Destiny is showing me her affection and complete devotion. It sounds familiar to me, Savannah laughed. Don't worry, Destiny, he's in good hands. Grigori goes around looking intimidating and mean because in the old country the mothers scared their children by telling them stories of the Dark One. He liked the image and cultivated it. Grigori flexed his broad shoulders and muscles rippled impressively across his body. His expression didn't change. It always helps when I wish to intimidate Savannah's father. The prince? Destiny asked. Why are you listening to him? Savannah demanded. As if my father would ever be intimidated by him. They're best friends, Destiny. He's teasing you. Destiny looked skeptical. Grigori didn't intimidate her nearly as much as Vikarnov, but only because of Savannah. The way Grigori looked at the petite woman negated every vestige of menace in his eyes. Vikarnov was without emotion, simply watching all of them with his flat, cold stare. It was only his intense loyalty to Nicolae that kept him there, that allowed him to take Destiny under his protection. Vikarnov is no different from me before I found you. He must hold on until he finds his life mate. Just hurry and do this, Nicolae, before you find out I'm not nearly as courageous as you think I am. Nicolae framed her face with his hands, ignoring the others. Stay right here while Grigori is working on me. She looked into his dark, intense eyes. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Someone has to watch over you. He closed the scant inches between them, claiming her mouth, storming his way straight to her heart. She kissed him back hungrily, a little desperately, afraid for him. Nicolae held her close while her heart beat frantically against his. Hurry, Nicolae, before I change my mind. It was a soft whispered plea. Grigori opened the earth, searching for a bed of deep soil. Nicolae seated himself in the lush richness, drawing Destiny down beside him, his hand firmly enveloping hers. She found herself clinging to his strength, her mind remaining firmly merged with his. Her body was trembling. There was so much riding on this, their entire future. No, there is not, Destiny. Our future is secure together whether Grigori succeeds or not. The difference is whether we will be able to bring children into the world. Children? There you go again, bringing up that subject out of the blue. In all the times we were making love, you never once mentioned children. I thought it best not to. Her Nicolae. Understanding her. Going along with her teasing because he knew she joked when she was afraid. And then she felt him. A power like no other she'd ever experienced. Grigori. The Dark One. Healer of the Carpathian people. His spirit was immensely strong, a hot white light moving through Nicolae without preamble. She felt Nicolae's insides burning hot, but not painfully so. The healer examined him thoroughly. She knew Grigori was aware of her presence, but he paid strict attention to Nicolae's body. Destiny had no idea of time passing. She too was studying the effects of the vampire blood on Nicolae. His body had the blood of the ancients, and it was fighting valiantly, but she could see the damage that had already been done. She didn't make the mistake of gasping with her physical body, but she was appalled at the destruction. Nicolae had calmly endured it. And he meant to continue to do so should Grigori be unable to rid his body of the hideous toxins. Her respect and love for him grew to new proportions. She emerged at the same time as the healer withdrew. Grigori let his breath out slowly. Nasty stuff, vampire blood. Savannah rubbed his neck soothingly. It moved away from you. Yes, I suspect it has some knowledge. I have come to remove it. The fear is a good thing. If it is afraid and moving from my presence, I should be able to find a way to remove it from Nicolae's body. Can you help him? Destiny asked anxiously. Nicolae noted immediately that she hadn't said us. He tightened his fingers around hers. I cannot turn vampire, Destiny, he assured her quietly. I have you as my anchor. Grigori shook his head. It is puzzling how such a minute amount of vampire blood could infect you so quickly. You have lesions everywhere. They are spreading across every organ. Alexandria did not have such a thing, or Aiden would have told me. He described to me his healing of her in detail, but there was none of this. Destiny has whole colonies of them, Nicolae said. Grigori frowned. Savannah, we will need candles, and the bag we brought with us from New Orleans. We did not need it for Diane's life, mate, but I fear we will need all of it here. Savannah nodded. It's lucky we didn't use it. She produced a large satchel and tossed it to her life mate. Nicolae inhaled the contents of the satchel deeply. Vikrunov followed suit. Destiny was startled by their reaction. She took an exploratory sniff. The scent was of earth. Clean, fresh dirt. It smelled different from any she had ever encountered. She looked at Nicolae. There was something close to rapture on his face. What is it? She asked curiously. Soil from our homeland, Nicolae answered, awe in his voice. How did you come to have such a gift? He asked Savannah. Julian Savage, one of our people, had it brought many years ago to New Orleans. He stored it in a hidden chamber and left it for us when we became life mates, she explained. It was a shocking but very welcome surprise. Destiny could sense Nicolae's eagerness to put to use the treasure the healer had brought. We took some of the soil with us, thinking we might need it to aid Diane and his life mate when she was so ill, but it was not needed. We kept it for just such an emergency as this. Grigori smiled down at his life mate. It was Savannah's suggestion that we bring it along. Destiny looked into the dark bag, saw the deep richness, and felt her palms itch. Nicolae plunged his hands into the soil and closed his eyes. Vikrunov, you must feel this. I feel it all the way to my bones. A welcoming such as I have not had in centuries. Our homeland is in this small bag. Vikrunov reached into the bag slowly. His hands tunneled deep into the rich soil. I am sharing your mind, Nicolae. This will sustain me as nothing else could. I feel a sense of peace for the first time in so long. Thank you for allowing me this experience. Destiny was sharing it with the two brothers. She sensed the intensity of Nicolae's feelings for his brother and realized that the only way Vikrunov could feel that love was through Nicolae's emotions. Emotions you return to him, Vikrunov reminded them. Return to us, Nicolae corrected. Chapter 19. There was silence in the cave. Destiny looked around her at the candles burning in every conceivable space. Hundreds of them, tiny pinpoints of light releasing a soothing aroma of spice and the sense of healing. Essential oils were warming in small, nearly flat receptacles heated by the flames. These candles were meticulously crafted by the Carpathian people to be used in difficult healing sessions. Grigori looked even more impressive as he seated himself beside Nicolae, his dark hair gleaming in the flickering light, his eyes liquid silver. Nicolae lay in a shallow depression of earth beside Grigori, his head in Destiny's lap. She stroked strands of long, silky hair from his face with gentle fingers. His dark gaze was firmly locked on hers. Breathe, little one. You look so frightened. You will give me no choice but to kiss that look from your face. Grigori is a great man. He has not condemned us as you feared. Rather, he and his life mate have welcomed you, welcomed us and agreed to aid us with this healing. You must trust him. Destiny took a deep breath, took the healing sense deep into her lungs. I trust only you, Nicolae, no other. I almost wish they had condemned us. This woman is the prince's daughter, yet she welcomes me with open arms. She has no idea what lies hidden inside me. I feel guilty every time I look at her as if I'm hiding some terrible secret. What Grigori knows, his life mate knows. Savannah is Carpathian and typical of our people. None would condemn you. All will welcome you and would seek to aid you. Do not fear belonging, Destiny. She tunneled her fingers in his hair, gripping with her fists as if she might hold him to her. Her tongue moistened her suddenly dry lips and she lifted her chin, meeting the strange, glittering eyes of the healer. She met his merciless gaze without flinching, trying to convey with a look what she felt. She didn't dare say it aloud, not with Nicolae so certain this man would aid them. She hoped the healer could read that she didn't fear death. She didn't fear anything this man could do to her. But if he harmed Nicolae in any way, she would cut out his heart and incinerate it before welcoming her own death. Grigori's eyebrows lifted as if he were reading her mind, and he glanced briefly at his life mate. I do not think my considerable charm has worked on her. Savannah looked at him lovingly, her fingers sliding through his hair. I know you can do this, Grigori. She spoke aloud to encourage Destiny. Grigori didn't need her encouragement. You forgot to smile. she told him. I have mentioned on more than one occasion that smiling is considered important in public relations. I fear I'll never manage to get that through your head. If it were possible, his dark eyebrows rose higher, his silver eyes warming with love and suppressed laughter before he turned, completely sober, back to Nicolae. Destiny watched the man as he simply shed his body and withdrew from them. He became light, energy in its purest, most selfless form. He entered Nicolae's body and began waging the most difficult battle he had ever fought. The tainted blood separated from ancient blood, rushing away from him, straight toward Nicolae's heart, as if attacking its host. Destiny, merged deeply with Nicolae, watched in horror as the hideous brew raced for his heart. Sleep. Without preamble, using their strong blood bond, she shut down Nicolae's heart and lungs instantly, trapping the blood in his veins, preventing the sludge from reaching its objective. She stayed hovering there, watching the nearly blinding light moving through Nicolae's body, aware of the intense heat. There was no feeling of censure from the healer, nor did Grigori hesitate or become distracted by her interference. The blood congealed into a thick, pulsating mass. Destiny could see pinpoints of hemorrhage and masses of lesions. Internal organs were slightly misshapen, and colonies of toxins were scattered throughout Nicolae's system. She realized the tainted blood was willing to fight for possession of the host body. The healer was undaunted, moving unerringly toward the thick clots of infestation. To Destiny's horror, something thin and black moved within the pulsating mass. Tiny creatures, living parasites. She wanted to scream and scream. The need was so strong, she pressed her hand to her mouth to keep from diverting the healer from his task. Those hideous creatures lived inside her, she knew, and she had infected Nicolae. The idea was repulsive. Disgusting. She had lived with the creatures for years, never fully realizing how abnormal they were until she saw them infesting Nicolae's body. Nicolae stirred. His heart beat once, twice. The horrible wriggling creatures massed, as if eagerly awaiting the movement of blood. Your distress is calling to him. Calm yourself. Grigori connected through the mind-merged Destiny had with her life mate. He can do no other than come to you if you need him. You are Carpathian woman, not vampire. Do not allow him to awaken. The voice, more than anything else, calmed her. She forced air through her lungs, beat away despair and horror, soothing Nicolae back to the Carpathian sleep. Her fingers bunched in his hair, her only lifeline to sanity. She couldn't think about what lived and squirmed inside her. What she had passed to Nicolae. Unclean. She was unclean. Focus. The voice was firm. I need your help with this. Destiny would do anything to rid Nicolae of the tainted blood. She pushed her revulsion and emotions as far from her as she could and concentrated on the bright light. Grigori was moving steadily toward the series of thick clots. The ugly masses erupted with swarming tiny black worm-like parasites. Several attacked, throwing their wriggling bodies at the light as if they might consume it. The hideous things hit an invisible barrier and were instantly destroyed. Pandemonium broke out. Light exploded, a laser show of bright white, obliterating everything in its path. Time passed as the healer meticulously began to hunt the parasites and destroy them, herding them inevitably toward the ancient blood lying dormant in the veins. As he chased them, Grigori obliterated colony after colony. Destiny couldn't believe how long he worked, examining every inch of Nicolae to ferret out the infestation. The healer had to examine every artery, every vein, networks of blood vessels. It was then Destiny became aware of the chanting of familiar words. Savannah and Vikranoff lifted their voices in the age-old healing ritual. The light was fading, blurring around the edges and turning almost transparent. Grigori's spirit emerged from Nicolae's body. The healer was swaying with weariness, so pale he was nearly gray. Destiny bit her lower lip as she watched Vikranoff offer his wrist to the healer. She knew Nicolae's brother was offering his life. He had no life mate to anchor him to the world. Giving Grigori his blood would create a bond between them. Grigori could easily track him should there be need. It was a selfless act, and one that unexpectedly rugged at her heartstrings. She sat quietly, rocking back and forth, stroking Nicolae's hair, not wanting to look at Grigori or his life mate. Destiny hadn't known the ugly truth about her blood. Nicolae had been infected only a couple of risings. She had been infected for long years. She had never realized that the parasites had been passed to her from the vampire who had taken her as a child. She hadn't known what was normal and what wasn't. The healer was not finished with Nicolae, and yet he was already swaying with weariness, his great strength drained. It seemed an impossibility that he could heal her after so many years of being infected. Grigori took a great deal of blood, leaving Vikarnov weak. Destiny saw the ancient warrior stagger as he turned away. "You must feed well. Nicolae will need your blood," Grigori instructed. "I will go quickly, but perhaps you should wait for my return before going in again," Vikarnov suggested. "I do not want to leave you and the women vulnerable to an attack. I do not think I have time to wait if I am to do this thing." His brain and every organ must be cleansed. Grigori sprinkled the rich Carpathian soil over Nicolae, opened his palms and placed some in his hands. "Return as quickly as you can," he urged. "Is it possible to do this?" Destiny asked. "Did you know those things were there? Have you ever encountered them before?" She didn't want it to be just her, that she was the only one tainted. If Nicolae's body is so infected, what must mine be like? Grigori's peculiar eyes moved over her face, leaving behind a strange, warming calm. "No, I had no idea they were there. Certainly Alexandria had no such creatures in her blood when Aiden performed the healing ritual. This is far different, but I have no idea why. I will heal Nicolae, Destiny, and I will heal you. The vampire will not claim a victory here." He spoke with complete confidence. Destiny couldn't tell whether he believed his statement or not, but his words gave her a semblance of hope. Without further hesitation, Grigori once more shed his physical body to become the healing light of his kind. Destiny was aware on one level of Vikarnov leaving the chamber, but she concentrated on watching Grigori's meticulous assault on the vampire's blood. The organs were harboring a few tiny, immature parasites. They seemed capable of tremendous damage, tunneling into the organs, burning as they did so. The healer dispatched them wherever he found them, cleansing the organs and carefully reshaping them. Destiny watched with awe, respect for the man growing as he worked. She was aware of the difficulties, the amount of strength it took to be outside one's body. She began to understand that the form of energy he was utilizing to heal was nearly impossible to maintain for any length of time. She was witnessing a miracle. She was so engrossed in what he was doing, she nearly failed to notice the sudden stirring of the remaining creatures in Nicolae's blood. They leapt, almost with excitement, wriggling like frenzied maggots. A dark shadow slipped across her soul. "The vampires are here, in this place with us," she told Grigori. She could not reach Vikarnov without Nicolae. Her lifemate lay as still as death, and even if she awakened him, he would be drained of all strength, helpless. Grigori was in his brain, continuing his careful, meticulous healing. "I dare not stop. He would not survive. I can hold them off." She spoke with complete confidence. "You keep my lifemate safe, and I will keep yours safe." It was a threat as well as a promise. If Grigori pulled out before he finished, Nicolae would die of a brain hemorrhage. Grigori's instincts were to save his lifemate from the vampires first, yet he would give Destiny an opportunity to protect them all. He had been immersed in Nicolae's mind, read his many battles, his brilliant strategies, and knew he had passed his skills on to Destiny. Grigori could just as easily read the battles Destiny had fought. He was determined to give her the chance to save her lifemate by keeping his Savannah safe. If Savannah were in imminent danger, he could do no other than act in her behalf, but he was willing to allow Destiny to do what she did best, destroy the vampire. Destiny understood that reasoning and accepted it, just as he accepted her own determination to save Nicolae. Savannah was already moving to place her small body between the danger and her lifemate and his patient. Destiny leapt upon her, one arm circling her throat, claws emerging to press tightly into her delicate skin. "Trust me." She mouthed the words against Savannah's neck, praying the healer would realize she was buying them time. Vikarnov would be in the city now, taking much-needed blood. He would return with all haste. "Brethren," a vampire called. "Come to me in haste. I have the daughter of the prince as a gift to buy my way into the alliance. Hurry before the other hunter returns and this one regains his strength. He is stuck in the body of the other. Our blood is strong and holds him there." Savannah struggled, looking as helpless as she could. Destiny dragged Savannah's arm behind her back and placed a dagger in her palm, their bodies concealing the weapon between them. The first intruder erupted from the ground, spewing dirt in a dark cloud as he rose. A second scaled the cavern wall, much like a human lizard, clinging to the rock above their heads. Destiny watched them, her mind assimilating the threat, choosing quickly which of the two was the more experienced and more dangerous. "Take her," Destiny invited, thrusting Savannah toward the lesser vampire. "I'll kill the healer." She did a backflip, raced up the wall toward the creature overhead, trusting Savannah to make the kill. Savannah had never hunted the undead. Grigori had been adamant that she not ever place her life in danger, but she had been in his head enough to know what to do. She acted at once, without hesitation, stumbling forward as if unable to control her momentum. The vampire's fetid breath scorched her face. She felt his hands on her shoulders, reaching to yank her to him. And she went, the dagger concealed along her wrist. At the last possible second, she plunged the razor-sharp instrument deep into his chest, straight into his heart. Blackened blood poured over her hand, burning abominably. The vampire screamed, stumbling backward, his hands going to the dagger. Savannah leapt away from him, careful to keep her body between her life mate and the undead. Destiny reached the other vampire as he paused to witness the capture of such a prize as the prince's daughter. He saw her coming too late to move or shapeshift, relying on attack instead. They came together in a furious assault, bodies slamming together. They fell to the cavern floor, only inches from the wounded vampire, both scrambling to regain their footing. Destiny threw herself into a scissors lock, weaving her legs through the vampires and twisting as they both came down again, dropping him to the ground and pinning him there. She drove her fist deep, needing victory fast. She could see the wounded vampire pulling the knife from his chest. Worse, she felt the presence of another one, the ancient one. Pater had arrived. "Get out, Savannah," Destiny instructed harshly. Savannah leapt over the writhing vampire, trying to avoid the spewing blood, kicking him hard in the head so that he dropped backward like a stone. Her tactic gave Destiny the precious time she needed to extract the heart from the chest of the undead she had pinned. She threw the withered organ a distance from her and was already on the wounded one, straddling him, holding him down to take his heart. Savannah built the necessary energy to incinerate the first heart, successfully completing the kill. As she turned back, she saw a black shadow loom above Destiny, one hand drawn back, the discarded and bloody dagger in his hand. "Look out!" She had been about to direct the orange ball of flame at the body of the vampire, but turned it toward the shadow instead. Destiny had managed to close her fingers around the heart of the wounded vampire, jerking hard as he thrashed and raked and battered her, fighting tooth and nail for his life. At Savannah's warning, she flinched sideways, still drawing the heart toward her, recognizing the danger but needing to finish off the vampire before he could regenerate or get away. Pater plunged the dagger downward just as Destiny shifted, and the ball of energy, flaming red and white-hot, seared his shoulder, ruining his aim. The blade missed her back completely, slicing through her arm up high so that the heart fell from her suddenly nerveless fingers. It rolled away from her almost to the feet of the ancient undead. Pater stared at the obscene organ, then his eyes went to Destiny's pale face. He hissed, a deadly promise of retribution, and instantly was gone. Destiny clamped her hand over the gushing wound and looked at Savannah. "Destroy the heart and the vampire. I'm going after him. Vikarnov will be here any minute or Pater probably wouldn't have left. Be certain to cleanse your hands or you'll blister and burn. You don't want to take the chance of getting any of that blood into your system." Before Savannah could reply, Destiny had shifted shape, streaking through the network of caves to follow Pater. She knew where he would go. She knew what he had in mind. Nothing could stop her, not even the echo of Nicolae's cry of protest in her mind. Destiny had weaknesses the vampire could exploit, and every one of them was in the city. He would go after the people she had befriended. She made no effort to hide her pursuit, hoping Peter would double back on her and attempt an ambush. At least that would keep her friends safe. It was 3 a.m, and most people would be asleep in bed, thinking themselves safe. Destiny, return to me at once. Nicolae was extremely weak. Grigori could not provide for him. Destiny was uncertain whether Grigori had managed to complete the healing ritual. In any case, she could not leave unsuspecting humans to a vampire. Nicolae knew it and sighed. Vikranov is replenishing us. You will have aid soon enough. Do not be careless. Before she could answer, she heard the call. A summoning. The power in the voice was awesome. Peter was an ancient, a powerful vampire, and his voice was thrown out over the neighborhood, calling sweetly to her friends. The compulsion in his voice slid down her spine like a shiver of fear. Destiny forced calm into her mind. Where was the echo of his call, his scent? She scanned the skies for a blankness in an attempt to pinpoint his exact position. Frustrated by his skill, by his ability to hide, she went first to Mary Ann's house. The door to Mary Ann's home was open and Destiny could see her walking along the sidewalk dressed in her robe. As she passed the rectory, Father Mulligan emerged, dressed in sweats, without his glasses perched on his nose. Destiny swooped down on them, taking her human shape as she hit the sidewalk running. She caught each of them by an arm and dragged them to the church. It took strength when they both tried vainly to reach the golden voice calling to them. As she unlocked the doors, Mary Ann escaped and had to be retrieved. Destiny thrust them both firmly into the safety of the church. At once the sound of the vampire's melodic tones changed to a growling, spitting evil. Father Mulligan blinked and looked around him, astonished to find himself in the church. I was having a dream. Mary Ann sat in the nearest pew and glared at Destiny. Not again. I'm in my bathrobe, for heaven's sake. Stay here. Don't you dare leave this church, Destiny ordered. She didn't stop to explain, closing the double doors behind her. Destiny ran down the block to turn on the street where the tavern was located. The priest and Mary Ann had both been heading in that direction. To her horror, she saw Tim and Martin shuffling down the back fire escape toward the street. She hurried toward them, racing up the street in the direction of the home of Inez and Velda. They weren't out yet, but she was certain they would be on the street momentarily. Tim dropped from the ladder to the sidewalk, nearly in front of her. Without looking at her or looking back at Martin, he began to walk down the block. Martin dropped to the sidewalk and hurried after his departing friend. Spinning black clouds gathered swiftly overhead. Veins of lightning arced from cloud to cloud. Warily, Destiny glanced toward the sky. The wind rushed along the street, knocking Tim and Martin to the ground, releasing them from their enthrallment. The full force hit Destiny like a punch, lifting her off her feet, sending her flying backward to land a distance from the 2 human men. Pay attention to the battle. You cannot help them if you are dead. Nicolae's voice was calm, but she knew him all too well now. He was on the move, and he was angry. The storm generating over her head held a particular controlled fury she recognized. Destiny rolled, dissolved to vapor, felt the brush of claws against her wounded shoulder. Droplets of red scattered across the ground, giving away her position in the gathering fog. She shifted course on the run, drawing the vampire away from the humans, taking several leaps to add distance before landing in a crouch, preparing herself for the attack she knew was coming. The vampire rose up in front of her, a hideous sight with jagged teeth and flaming eyes. His breath was putrid, reeking of rot and decay. She had only time for one heartbeat of recognition. This was not Peter. Once again the wily ancient had sent in a lesser vampire to occupy her while he wreaked his vengeance. She heard Tim scream in fear, as if at a distance, the thick fog muffling the sound. Martin was eerily silent. She had no time to get to them. She felt the impact as the vampire struck, tearing through muscle and tissue. She was staring straight into those blood-red eyes. Her fist had driven deep. They stared at one another. She watched his face contort, felt the power moving through her, and knew Nicolae was using her to destroy her enemy. The vampire began to gasp for air. The claw tearing through her body weakened, fell away from her. Destiny staggered, forced strength into her arm where it was buried deep in the chest of the vampire. She dragged the heart from the body and managed to toss it a distance from her. Stumbling, she pushed her rubbery legs into action, searching for the two men. A hand came out of the fog, gripped the front of her shirt, and carelessly threw her through the air. She didn't see the vampire, only his hand coming out of the vapor with blurring speed. She hit the wall of Velda and Inez's house, slid down to the sidewalk, the air slamming out of her lungs. He was alarmingly strong. Now would be a good time for you to rescue me. Destiny couldn't get her legs under her. She could only remain slumped against the wall. He came out of the fog. Peter. His face was a mask of hatred, of cold rage. Focus on him. Nicolae was even closer than before. Destiny couldn't keep her gaze steady on the vampire. His image continually blurred, so that it was impossible for Nicolae to lock onto him through her. Move, Destiny. Get away from him. There was an edge to Nicolae's voice. She couldn't move. She could only watch the creature grow in power and stature as he advanced on her. His body was fuzzy, replicating itself over and over as he loomed over her. He was hissing his hatred, a cross between the growl of a predator and the cold, reptilian hiss of a snake. Destiny felt the force of his hatred hit her hard before he reached her. You ruined everything, and in the end you will die as you should have long ago when you betrayed your blood, he snarled as he reached for her. One hand was extended, going for her throat, the nails long and razor-sharp. Destiny simply watched the claw as it stretched out abnormally and waited for him to crush her. Before Peter reached her, a body inserted itself between the vampire and his prey. The woman was small with pink-tipped hair and matching tennis shoes. She looked frail, but she stood her ground resolutely. You will not touch her. Destiny's heart nearly stopped. She couldn't watch this courageous woman, well into her 70s, die to give her a few more precious minutes of life. Velda, she whispered softly in protest. Velda faced the vampire unflinchingly. You will not touch her, she said again. She managed to look and sound dignified and regal, even authoritative, dressed in baggy sweatpants and a sweatshirt with glittery hearts strewn across it, matching her neon pink tennis shoes. Destiny blinked back tears of admiration and struggled to get to her feet, desperate to save Velda from her courageous folly. To Destiny's astonishment, Peter froze, clearly shocked, stiffening, every muscle tense. His face paled visibly, and for one moment, emotion stirred on the frightful mask of his face. Something crept into his expression, guilt, regret, sorrow. Destiny couldn't identify it. Wind rushed through the street. Lightning flashed across the sky. Thunder crashed overhead, booming so loud it shook the houses. The lightning illuminated the face of the vampire, once handsome and sensual, now ravaged by evil. A gaunt parody of a man with blood-stained teeth and a withered, blackened heart. His expression changed from one of fleeting sorrow to cunning craftiness. Peter let out his breath in a long, slow hiss of fury. Do not try to trick me, old woman. Leave this place or I will kill you. This place is my home, and you no longer belong here. Go and leave this girl. Velda sounded very firm and continued to look unflinchingly into his flaming gaze. His hypnotic voice clearly didn't work on her. The compulsion buried in his command failed to get results. Peter stepped close to the old woman and bent his head toward her neck, his incisors prominently displayed. Instead of recoiling as expected, Velda moved to meet the tall, thin vampire as if to embrace him. She laid one withered hand on his chest so that he paused, his mouth against her skin. I waited for you. There was no other in my life. There could be no other. I will grieve for you and hope that God has mercy on your soul. She whipped up her other hand, concealed in the folds of her two large sweatpants, and attempted to drive the stake she held through Peter's chest. He threw back his head and howled, his hand clamping around Velda's fragile wrist like a vice. Destiny used every ounce of remaining strength, drew on Nicolae for aid, and leapt to her feet, shoving Velda's arm hard. driving the stake deep into Peter's heart. Destiny dragged the other woman backward, away from the flailing vampire. Peter screamed curses, spewing vile threats at the two women. Velda's small body was shaking. She pressed her hand to her mouth, took a step toward the vampire, her hand out, obviously wanting to comfort him. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. You gave me no other choice. The only way to aid him is by giving him death," Destiny said, trying to comfort Velda even as she protectively thrust the older woman behind her. Peter whirled away from them, only to find Grigori standing behind him. He turned back to the women to find Nicolae blocking his way. Vikarnov was to his right. Destiny slipped her arm around Velda. "We have to go right now." She staggered as she tried to urge Velda back into the comparative safety of her home. "You don't want to see this." Velda steadied Destiny, turned for one last look. Peter's gaze locked with hers. Velda's lips trembled. Destiny tugged at her, regaining the older woman's attention. "Please, Velda, let them do their job." Velda burst into tears, a low cry of pain as she firmly closed the door, blocking out the wind and fog and death. "I felt him close by. He was meant for me. He was Destiny. All these years I've been alone, waiting for him to come. And he is evil." Destiny sank into a chair, her legs no longer able to hold herself up. "I'm sorry, Velda, so sorry. He wasn't always evil. There was a time in his life when he was a great man. I'm certain of it." Velda hung her head. "Why didn't he find me? I don't know. I have no answer for you. I could see the evil in him, as if he had rotted from the inside out. He embraced evil, rejoiced in it. I looked for his heart, and it was black. I looked for his soul, and it was gone." Velda pressed a trembling hand to her mouth. "All these years alone, and it was for him. One moment I saw it in his eyes, an awareness of what could have been, and he rejected it. I saw him reject it. I'm so sorry, Velda." Destiny didn't know how to comfort her. "But thank you for having the courage to save my life. I would have saved him had he let me." Velda covered her face with her hands and sobbed as if her heart were broken. "It was too late," Destiny said softly. "He gave in a long time ago." Inez came out of the bedroom, frowning as she pulled at the cotton balls stuffed in her ears. "Whatever is going on?" "Velda, dearest sister, you cannot cry like this. You'll make yourself ill." She slipped her arm around Velda's shoulders and turned her attention to Destiny. "You need an ambulance. You're soaked in blood." Nicolae came through the door without knocking. Destiny's hungry gaze went to his face. Nicolae. Her sanity. Her white knight. Sorrow for Velda rose up to overwhelm her. "We cannot leave her this way. I will help her. Your strength is gone and you're severely injured." She looked down at the blood soaking her shirt. Revulsion made her shudder. She was rotting from the inside out, just as Velda had said Peter had done. "No, you are nothing like Peter. You have fought every inch of the way for your honor and your integrity and for the welfare of others. Blood does not make up who you are, Destiny. I can't bear to have vampire blood running through my veins." Destiny ducked her head, ashamed for thinking of her own discomfort as she heard Velda's soft weeping and the murmur of Inez trying to console her. Velda had lost everything and Destiny still had Nicolae. Would always have him. "Please help her, Nicolae." Nicolae waved his hand toward the older woman, respect and admiration in his expression. "I thank you for saving my life made at such a cost to yourself. I give you the only gift I have, distance from the one who would have belonged to you." He bowed low, a courtly salute of honor. His spell wouldn't take away the terrible sorrow Velda would grieve for her life mate, but he dimmed the emotion enough to make it more bearable. He gathered Destiny into his arms. "It is over." Even wounded, he was a powerful enemy. Seeing Velda face to face shook him. "I hope there will be a semblance of peace for Velda with what I have wrought." "Put her to bed, Inez," Nicolae said aloud. "Velda, you will sleep and heal." Nicolae carried Destiny out into the cool of the night. The breeze had taken the stench of the vampire and carried it out to sea. The air was clean and fresh with promise. Nicolae soared through the darkened sky, taking her back to the cave. Anger smoldered deep in the pit of his belly, mixed with fear and relief. "You took a terrible risk, Destiny." He buried his face in her hair. Was Grigori able to heal you completely? Is he certain? He did, at great cost to his strength. He is anxious to get started on healing you. She brushed her hand over his face, lingering along the seam of his lips, pressed tightly together in a frown. He doesn't think you will be able to heal me, does he? Her voice wobbled alarmingly. He will heal you. It will take time. Maybe more than one session, but he will do it. Nicolae tenderly stroked the hair from her face with gentle fingers as he settled into the darkened cavern. He waved his hand to light the waiting candles. Poor Velda. She recognized Peter as her true life mate. What a terrible tragedy. A waste for them both. And for a moment, he recognized her. I saw it in his eyes. He felt something. With her speaking to him, looking at him, he felt something. His fingers wiped the tears from her face. She showed tremendous courage. He would have killed you. He brought her hands to the warmth of his mouth, kissing her knuckles lovingly. When a Carpathian male turns, the tragedy of it is that there might be a woman waiting somewhere, or in some other time. Peter should have held on to his honor. Velda is an extraordinary woman. In the end, she did her best to free him. He would have killed her, Destiny said sadly. He would have had no choice. The undead cannot see themselves. Their reflection in a mirror provides too much of the truth. The eyes of a life mate reveal an unbearable reality. Grigori and Savannah joined them. Your friends are safe in their homes and have no memories of what transpired. The life mate of the vampire will know, of course, and I did not remove the memories of the priest or Mary and Delaney. Mary and has psychic ability and should be persuaded to visit the Carpathian Mountains as the guest of our prince. I hope that you will invite her when it is convenient. She knew Grigori was concerned that there might be a Carpathian male who could be saved. Destiny clutched at Nicolae, unashamed that she did so. She was tired and shaky and feeling terribly vulnerable. The idea of her tainted blood was repulsive to her. Can you get rid of the vampire's blood? I am certain that I will be able to do so, but I ask that you donate blood first to allow us to examine it. It might be useful to us. The colonies seem to spawn the infestation. Who knows what can be done once we understand what is going on? Feel free, take as much as you like, Destiny offered. I'm tired and want to sleep. It was the only safe thing to do. The thought of those hideous creatures living inside her sickened her as nothing else could. She felt unclean, and nothing Nicolae or Grigori said would ever make a difference. If you can't heal me, Grigori, don't let me live. I don't think I could bear it, knowing what's inside me. A Carpathian endures, Grigori said softly. As your life mate endured all those centuries of darkness, you will endure. Destiny reached for Nicolae, framed his face with her hands. You gave me hope and dreams and everything good I've ever known. Thank you for that. Nicolae kissed her, his mouth so tender it brought tears to her eyes. They glittered on her lashes as he sent her to sleep. Chapter 20. She woke to the knowledge that she was whole and clean and her blood was free of the vampire, but the scars remained in her heart and mind. She woke to find she was deeply in love and she was at peace. There was no pain on awakening. There was no agony, only a sense of hope and the looking forward to her life. She lay very still and let the sounds and sense of her world fill her with joy. Destiny knew exactly where she was. Home. And home lay beside her, his body curved protectively around hers. Her bottom fit snugly into the cradle of his hips, and she could feel him, already awake, already aware, his body hard and aggressive, even as he lay so quietly. His hand cupped her breast possessively, yet he was still, savoring just waking up and holding her. Nicolae. Her everything. He moved then. His mouth on her shoulder, his lips soft as he feathered kisses over her skin. I thought you would never wake up. The voice of an angel. Her angel. Nicolae. Destiny smiled as the silk of his hair brushed her bare arm and fanned across her breast. You should have called to me. Deliberately she used their private telepathic ability. She loved the intimacy of speaking with him mind to mind. She loved the feel of his hands on her body. At his urging she turned onto her back. Above her head the stars spread across the cave's ceiling, sparkling like gems. She laughed softly. First roses and now stars. He knew she loved the open night sky and had provided her with a blanket of stars, even deep beneath the earth. I love the sound of your laughter. His hands moved over her body possessively, caressing every inch of her. His mouth followed, feathering kisses and teasing nips and lapping at her with a hot, erotic tongue. His lovemaking was slow and thorough, wickedly designed to bring her to climax over and over. He made love to her as if they had all the time in the world. He took care to inspect every secret place that might bring her more pleasure. Destiny returned the favor, losing herself in the beauty of his masculine body. Her hands and mouth wandered everywhere, telling him without words what he meant to her. When he entered her, she cried, so that he leaned forward to find out what tears of joy tasted like. For the first time, she wasn't afraid of exchanging blood and initiated the ritual, driving him into a heated frenzy of desire. They ended up exploding, imploding, flying so high and then free-falling until they could only lie for a long time together, hearts beating wildly, struggling for breath, sated and happy. Destiny pushed a shaky hand through her hair. You can do that anytime, Nicolae. You're very good at it. He propped himself up on one elbow. I am most grateful you think so. Don't go fishing for compliments, because you aren't going to get any. How long was I in the ground? I know time has passed. I don't sense the presence of any of the others close to us. Grigori wanted to start back to our homeland as soon as possible. He felt it important to give the prince the news of vampires forming some sort of organization. He also thought the blood was an important find. No one has ever analyzed vampire blood. We all knew it was toxic, but no one imagined it created an environment to spawn a separate life form. Of course, we still do not know for certain. The vampire that took you as a child might have somehow been infected by something else. Or the infection could have been a result of the poison injected into you. Grigori feels it is important to find out. In any case, we know for a fact it is completely different from what was found in Alexandria's body. Grigori contacted Aiden, who said there was no such damage. Grigori wants to find out the significance of the difference. She ducked her head. The thought of the tainted blood still repulsed her. I'm glad it's over. I hope they get rid of that blood. It sickens me to think of it inside me. Inside you. I had no idea. I saw the lesions and felt the pain of it, but I never once suspected something living. She shuddered. They reminded me of maggots. Most were microscopic. He didn't share with her the condition in which the healer had found her body, and it was significant to him that she didn't look at his memories. It had taken the healer 2 risings to ferret out every trace of the tenacious blood and reshape her organs and tissue. They had nearly lost her on 2 occasions. It had been Grigori's tenacity and Nicolae's sheer will that had saved Destiny's life. Grigori had worked a miracle, and Nicolae was forever in his debt. Savannah had lent her considerable strength and blood along with Vikernoff and Nicolae. Carpathian soil had been packed around Destiny, and she had been left in the ground for nearly a week in the hope of renewing her strength and vitality. In the end, both Nicolae and Grigori were in awe of Destiny's ability to live and function with her body in such condition. Where's Vikernoff? Destiny didn't want to ever think about vampire blood again. She felt as if she'd been granted a miracle. It was enough for her. We thought it best that he start his search for the poor woman being hunted by the vampire organization. It took years for me to find you. We are hoping he finds her before the undead does. Destiny sighed. I wish him the best of luck. Are you worried for him? She tunneled her fingers in his luxurious hair. He's well able to care for himself. Nicolae turned his head to kiss her fingers. I know he is. Often when a hunter close to turning is given a job such as this, it allows him more breathing space. He does not have to kill, and the call of the darkness is not so loud. He stood up, donning clothes. Come on, the sky is beautiful tonight. Destiny followed him, grateful for the ability to fly. It was her favorite pastime. She laughed aloud. It had been her favorite pastime. Nicolae caught her thought, and there in the air as they burst from the cave, he pulled her to him and kissed her until the world spun out of control, and they were forced to break apart. The wind blew in their faces and scattered the stars as they made their way to the neighborhood Destiny loved so much. They stood together in front of the church. Destiny gazed at the building for a long while. It had been a refuge to her. Now it was an old friend. I love this place, Nicolae. And the people. I know you would like to go back to your homeland, and I'll go with you. I will. But this will always be my favorite place to live. And the people here will always be in my heart. We do not have to live in my homeland, Destiny. In truth, it has been many centuries since I have walked in my mountains. A visit will be enough for me. Perhaps, when you are ready, we can go for a short vacation. Her face lit up. Then you would be willing to make this place our main residence? She had dreaded leaving the people who had become so dear to her. I find myself very fond of this neighborhood, and in particular, a certain chamber filled with various pools. We will have to find a suitable house and establish a home so we can blend in. That would be perfect, Nicolae. And I will go to the Carpathian mountains with you. Gregory and Savannah were wonderful and very accepting of me. I can hardly be a coward and refuse to visit the prince. We owe them both so much. No one would ever call you a coward, Destiny, he said decisively. She stretched, raising her arms toward the moon and sparkling stars. I think we should visit Velda. And it would be good to know how the doctor's death affected our friends after all the problems he caused them. She liked the term friends. She had never thought to have any, and she cherished each of them. With her dark hair blowing in the wind, enfolding her body like a living cape of silk, he thought she looked like a mysterious, ethereal witch worshipping nature. She turned her head to look at him, and at once he was drowning in her blue-green eyes. I worship you, she said softly. I shouldn't, and I don't want you to let it go to your head, but for this one moment in time, I do. A slow smile curved his sculpted lips. I do not think there is much of a chance of anything going to my head. Nicolae held out his hand to her. Destiny shook her head. I was so absolutely certain the culprit had to be a vampire. For so long I had it in my head that what I had become was a monster and humans were good unless something evil such as drugs took hold. His hand curled around the nape of her neck, his fingers beginning a slow massage. Monsters come in all shapes and sizes and species. Not all Carpathians turn into vampires. They are just people attempting to survive. As all humans are simply people struggling to live the best life they can. You were robbed of your childhood, Destiny, but you are a survivor, and you managed to carve out a life for yourself. She leaned into him. You were always there for me, Nicolae. I always had you. She turned up her face, blatantly inviting his kiss. He bent his dark head to hers and took possession of her mouth. The earth beneath their feet shifted. His arms wrapped her up, strong and tight, and drew her against the hard length of him. I'm afraid you can't do that sort of thing here, Father Mulligan pointed out as he came out of the church and regarded them with a twinkling eye. Don't you ever go to bed? Destiny asked him as Nicolae reluctantly broke their kiss. Isn't there a priest curfew or something? Father Mulligan's eyebrow nearly shot up into his scalp. My dear child, a priest is like an angel without wings, one who may be called upon at any time of the day or night. Destiny burst out laughing. Nicolae felt his heart turn over. There was no sound as beautiful as her laughter. You are terrible, Father. Would you like to come to Velda's house with us? We'd like to make certain she's all right. Of course I'll come. I've been visiting daily. Velda took to her bed, and no one seems to know how to help her. Maybe I'll be able to help, Destiny said. They followed him in silence down the block to turn onto Velda's street. You look much happier, my dear, Father Mulligan said. It's good to see. Destiny slipped her hand into Nicolae's. It wasn't all that long ago she had come to the church, ashamed of what she was, thinking herself a monster, and the priest had left the doors unlocked for her. It's good to feel happy. And at peace. She would never be rid of the trauma she had suffered, but she could accept those memories as a small price to pay. She had a life. She had a home and friends. And she had Nicolae. Inez opened the door to them with a small, falsely cheery smile. Velda is still not receiving visitors, she greeted. Come into the kitchen and sit down. I'll see if I can get her to come out of her room. Let me go in, Destiny said. I think I can help her. Inez hesitated, then nodded, leading the way through the small but neat house. Velda was sitting in an armchair, staring out the window with blank, empty eyes. She didn't look up when Destiny entered and closed the door behind her. Velda, please look at me. Destiny knelt in front of the chair, took the weathered hand in hers. You are not alone. You will never be alone. You have Inez and Nicolae. And you have me. I can barely remember my mother. My childhood was hell. Most of it was violent and frightening. I have no social skills. No trust. I don't know how to express my feelings to anybody. You accepted me and gave me hope when I couldn't accept myself. Don't go away from me so soon. I need you here with me. She stated the facts sincerely. I do, Velda. I need you. Velda blinked back tears and pulled her gaze from the empty future stretching before her. She looked at Destiny's face. Child, you're such a wonder to me. I look at your aura and it is light and beauty. You have no need of a burned out, empty old woman. Your life is all ahead of you and mine is behind me. You're a woman of courage and compassion and most of all, wisdom. I have a great need of you and so does this community. Please, Velda. Allow Nicolae to help you separate more. It won't take away the pain, but it will lessen it so that you can bear it. Stay with me now when I need you so much. Velda studied her face for a long time before sighing softly. She patted Destiny's cheek. Take me to this miracle worker, dear. If I am to survive, he will have to work some kind of magic. I feel empty and lost. Nicolae, are you listening? Help her now while she consents. She knows it is manipulation, but she can't bear the pain. There was a small silence. It is done. She will remember, but the pain will be even less. Her love for you is great enough to sustain her. Destiny felt her love for Nicolae so strongly, she couldn't contain it. It spilled from her mind and into his so that, sitting in the kitchen, he was shaken by the force of it. He wanted her, wanted to be alone with her, wanted time with her. He held out his hand to her when she entered the room with Velda, standing as he did so out of respect for the older woman. He bent to kiss Velda's cheek. It is wonderful to see you, Velda. I hope you are better. She nodded, managing a smile. Thank you. I appreciate your help. Father Mulligan had risen too. I did call Mary and he told Destiny, indicating that her friend had arrived. Nicolae said you wouldn't mind. Mary and hugged Velda and Destiny. He said it was a town meeting. They sat around the table and talked long into the night. Nicolae and Destiny listened quietly to the story of the doctor's unexpected confession and suicide. Blythe was already home with Harry, although she was very withdrawn and refused counseling. Mary Ann was hoping eventually she would come to her. Helena and John Paul were once more together and seemed happy. Tim and Martin said little about what had happened, but Father Mulligan was keeping a close eye on them. Destiny looked around the small, comfortable kitchen, listened to the murmur of voices, inhaled the scent of tea as Inez served the others. She studied Nicolae's dark, sensual features. Have I told you lately that I love you? Because I do, very, very much. Her heart was so full, she was afraid it might burst. She had never dared to dream she would have a home and a family. She had never conceived of having friends. Life might never be perfect, but she had Nicolae, and he would always understand those terrible moments when the memories crept out from behind the doors in her mind. He would be there to hold her and help her. You are my everything, Nicolae. Have I told you that, although I enjoy all these wonderful people, I have had enough of visiting and I want to go home and spend the rest of the night making love to you? A very good idea. Destiny was in complete agreement. There's this one thing that you do. They stood as if by mutual consent, hands linked, murmuring a hasty goodbye, and hurried out. When Father Mulligan looked out the window, all he saw was a comet streaking low across the night sky.